Inspired by our Community Impact Center in Old Town Fort Collins, where 12 nonprofits collaborate to address pressing community issues, we're replicating this model here at the Loveland Youth Campus. Our vision extends beyond individual programs. We're breaking down barriers by creating community hubs where families can access multiple resources under one roof, and nonprofits can streamline efforts, share expenses, collaborate in new ways, and ultimately put more resources into impactful programs. Essential services like literacy support, mental health care, and access to nutritious foods will all be offered under one roof. And that's in addition to quality care for children ages 0 to 18, provided by our partners at Teaching Tree Early Childhood Learning Center and Boys and Girls Clubs of Larimer County. Our efforts to unite nonprofits and services in community hubs countywide are truly redefining what it means to be a Larimer United. When we all come together and pitch in, we have the potential to be part of something greater than what any of us can do alone. We can build a brighter today and a more resilient future for generations to come. The opportunity to thrive is the bedrock of the American dream. At United Way of Larimer County, we are dedicated to turning this dream into reality. Thank you for joining us in being a Larimer United for healthy kids, healthy families, and a thriving community.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How's everybody doing?
I'm doing swell. How you doing?
Man.
How y'all doing?
I'm doing well. I'm
good.
tired.
How y'all doing?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Me too.
Day number 3.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Day number 3, man. And we still going strong. Hey, man, big shout out to Heat, man. Baby comes home today, man. You know, so he's getting the house ready for the baby and stuff, man. So if you get a chance, man, you know what I'm saying, reach out to him and let him know that we. What am I eating? You know what? I went ghetto. I got a spam sandwich. What you talking about?
He said spam.
Spam sandwich, man.
Great,
spam
man.
Sandwich, you know.
Yo, you know what's crazy? That's funny. I thought about that, and I literally thought of switching that word out there for the Chicago show, knowing how much, you know, how strong they are in the Muslim community. But I eat pork. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
in one of them songs that I performed, I said, yo, keep a nigga more full than a ham sandwich. But I thought about that, and I'm like, yo, should I say damn sandwich just to not offend nobody?
Look, man, look, my friend Ada tuned in. Good morning, all. How you doing, Ada? How you doing this morning? My friend Roosevelt, you know, she always give me a hard time. Every time I see you eating. You know, you got to understand, I eat up to 16 times a day. So every time you turn around, I am eating. I eat almost every hour on the hour throughout the day. So yeah, I'm always doing it. But yeah, man, I'm glad to see you guys.
Man. Something just told me I had an epiphany, man. I think you Kanye West uncle.
I ain't messing with you. You're cute. I ain't messing with you, man.
That's what they people be forgetting about. Kanye West a big boy. He ain't no little dude.
Man, he ain't a small dude, man. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I mean, I got to do this up until the first part of June. Then I got to cut back so I can start dropping water and just start cutting up and start getting ready for the show. So I'm enjoying the food now because when I go on restriction, you know what I'm saying, it's strictly fish and vegetables after that. You know what I'm saying? And less water and less carbs. So yeah, I'm excited. That's gonna be painful.
That's cool though. That's it's mad discipline, you know?
It is mad discipline, you know, and if I didn't love it, I wouldn't do it.
Right.
Okay? You know what I'm saying? If I didn't love it, I wouldn't do it. But you know, I'm excited heading up into it though. You know what I'm saying? I'm definitely excited headed up into it. I get to do the 50 and over master class. So I'm excited for that. You know what I'm saying? To be up on stage.
You said it's the what?
It's the 50 and over master class.
What's that?
It's the open bodybuilding. So you know what I'm saying? We just sit up there with
They gonna have
guys
the paramedics there?
Huh?
They gonna have the paramedics there?
They better.
Yeah, they
They
need to
better
50 and over.
because
They need a couple vans there. I was just thinking about that. You said 50 and over, like, yeah, it's gonna be a whole lot of different issues going on, man. Blood
you know,
pressure, bad knees, bad hips. Ooh. Mm-mm-mm.
man, I ain't messing with you, Q. Man.
I want to see that. I want to see that antique bodybuilding competition. I'm telling you, man. I'm just do the sound effects on the side, like just little pieces of wood snapping.
Hey, Q, you'd be surprised, man. You know what I'm saying? Like if these guys stay in shape, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, they discipline, they stay in shape, they watch what they eat, they work out on a regular basis, man. And you know,
look,
they
this
take
bodybuilding stuff. Look, drink a whole juice like that. Look, see bodybuilding. Mm-hmm.
Look. Hold on. You ain't saying nothing but a word. I got a gallon jug. What are you talking about?
Oh, that do not look like no jug. Don't show that again. That don't look like it. That don't look like it's safe.
No, it's very safe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna hold you, bro. That looks like a mean recycle system.
Ooh, it is a recycle. Give me a few minutes, all right? I'm giving it right back. I'm giving it right back to the earth. Yeah. Snotty, what you got for us today, girl?
Y'all ready for some fun? This one's a little
Ready for
challenging.
some fun.
So this one is called culture tags. Can you see it? I'm trying to put it in.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this bad boy, the card you can't really see. I'm going to put it in the chat, right? And I'm going to give you some clues, and you have to guess what it is. So it's going to look real intimidating. Here it goes. The first one. You see that?
Let me put this on up here real quick. Let me show this
to what?
The people.
Oh.
See it? That's the hashtag. So I'm going to give you some clues, and you have to guess what this hashtag is. Okay, you ready? You ready?
Lay it on it.
Okay. So when you were a kid and you would act up and your mom would, you know, kind of smack you in the mouth. Or no, let's go back. When you were a kid and something happened and tears just start pouring out of your eyes and your mom snatches you up and she grabs you and she's like, this hashtag.
Okay. I got the last part down.
Okay, work through it.
Okay.
So remember, you're a kid and tears just start coming down and your mom grabs you and she's like,
oh, stop crying before I give you something to cry about.
Yes. Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, I know my mind is twisted. When I first seen that up there, that SCBIG, I said, some crazy bitch is getting your sister to cut ass.
Only you, Q.
Look, SCBIGYSTCA. Some crazy bitch is getting your sister to cut ass.
See, you're not even paying attention to the keywords.
I am paying it. I'm just saying that's what hit first.
Right.
Oh my God.
Right. Okay, next one. You ready?
Yeah, do it.
In the chat. So this one, did you get it? Yeah, you got it. Okay, so this one is a song. It's a Whitney Houston song. It's a very powerful song. It's one of her best songs because, Whitney Houston. There we go.
Song, huh?
It's part of a lyric. Let me say that, of one of her songs. The very beginning of the song.
Okay. Let's see what we got here.
I will love you forever. No.
See, now you got everybody in here thinking right now, because Whitney was a G.
Yeah, it's a powerful song. Like I said, it is the first line to one of her best songs.
Come on, Whitney. What we got? Come on, Q. You the one that got the music.
Bruh.
It's not
when
the
she said
Bodyguard
Whitney,
one.
that kind of went back. Like,
yeah.
I don't know.
Come on, audience. What y'all got for us, man? Come on, pour them on in here. You know what I'm saying? Let us know what your thoughts is. Join on in this game show. Snotty over here cheating.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
No, don't ask ChatGPT. Don't do that. No. Okay, I'll give you a hint. The A. No, pick a letter and I'll tell you what the letter is. Any letter and I'll tell you what it is.
B.
Believe.
Give me the F.
You get one.
See, Q asked for one. I asked for one.
If I give you the F, then that'll give it away.
All right, give me the A then.
R.
Oh, I believe that children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
I believe that children are our future.
Yes. Good job. Okay.
Man, look, that's all right. Okay, I get it.
You ain't like that song, did you? Yeah, you were still getting your ass whooped when you heard that song. Me too. That's why I heard it. That's why I understood it. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Take the belt.
Okay.
Straight up.
Next one. So these are words to live by. Say you're on the playground, right? And your cousin is getting beat up, but you don't really care for your cousin, but you jump in the fight and you start going for your, like, being on your cousin's side, helping him win, and then this is why. Y'all don't really get along, but you do it anyway because...
Okay.
It's a word to live by. It's like a phrase. Or let's say, let me give you another one. It could be anybody in your family or somebody you're super, 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 super close to that's like your family, right? And you defend them despite y'all not getting along, and this is the reason why.
Can I get a T? Can I get a T?
Which one?
Give me the second T. Ooh, Roosevelt, I think you got it. Blood is thicker than water.
Yes, there you go. How was my clue?
Big shout out to Roosevelt. I think she got it. Yeah.
She did get it. Good job.
You should have gave the hint. All you had to do was say the hint. Say, oh, Trissy won. Get in water.
Oh, man. Okay. What you got for us next?
Here's the next one. So this one's a fun one. This one's a very fun one. So you were playing in the yard. You come in the house, and your mom says this to you. She's like, ooh.
Ooh.
And she fans her nose. Ooh.
YSLO.
Yep.
You stink.
Close.
You smell like outside.
You smell like outside.
All right.
Good one.
Roosevelt said, "You better come in." We was a little off on that one.
All right, this one looks intimidating. No, let's not do song lyrics yet. We'll do that one next. Let's see. Okay. SOOGFB. Okay.
All right. What we got?
So this one is family and friends. So when you were younger, and say you're out with your mom, right? And she runs into somebody she knows and they start having a conversation.
Ooh.
And
say that again.
they start having a conversation.
Stay out of grown folks' business.
Stay out of grown folks' business. Good job. I didn't even have to take it any farther. Are these bringing back some memories?
When I was a kid, boy, you better get out of grown folks' business. We over here talking. Yeah. Stay there if you want to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting some memories.
Roosevelt said nacho cheese.
Okay, let's do this song lyric one because this one looks tough. All right. IGSWITKI. Goodness. CHS. This is a song lyric. It is the hook of a very popular 90s song. And should I give you the artist?
Yeah, give us a clue. Give us a clue.
Because
there's a lot of songs out there.
It's SWV song.
I get so weak in the knees, I can hardly speak.
Oh, shoot. All right.
What's the next line?
I lose all of them as something takes over me.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. We have family, friends. Oh, yeah. Let's do family, friends. All right. Okay.
Oh, nope, not that one.
Oh, we have somebody who wants to do one?
I think Roosevelt put one in.
Okay, you want to do that one next?
Yeah, let's pop it up in there. All right, Roosevelt, since you put this one up here, you gotta give us some hints now.
Yeah. I get so weak in the knee, I can hardly speak. I lose all control.
Okay. She made it real difficult. It's a famous Colombian singer.
Guess I'm out of it.
Her name. Oh, are you talking about?
Oh, Shakira.
My hips don't lie, and I'm starting to feel the vibe.
I didn't even know Shakira was Colombian.
Under your body.
I think we got you. Roosevelt. It is Shakira. Shakira.
Yay! Thanks for playing along. That was fun.
Yeah, Roosevelt got that one. All right. Okay.
It's nice. It's nice to play along because I always got to be the host. So when y'all involve me, it warms my heart a little bit. It makes me smile. But I do enjoy being a host too. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy being a host. All right. Next one. Again, your mom. Okay? Your mom. So you're about to go in the store and she already knows you're going to act up. Right? So she says this to you when you get in this store. You need a hint? A letter?
Yeah.
Which one?
P.
Please.
Oh, please act like you got some sense. Oh. Please act like you got some
home training.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know what kind of family you had. Yeah, your shit was yo was magical. I ain't get that kind of message you got in the store. You got in the store, that shit said, yo, I told you ahead of time, don't ask me for nothing.
Don't ask. That's another one. That's another one. Yeah.
Go ahead and embarrass me in here, and I'm gonna bust your shit.
Yep.
Go ahead, act stupid. Act stupid if you want to. Yeah, that's what you should have put up there. That's what parents used to tell. Act stupid if you want to.
You could have made
Rosemary
one.
was just asking. Rosemary was just asking. What you tell the people who you guys are. You know what I'm saying? Because I know we got a lot of people tuning in that don't know who you are and everything. So just for the audience out there, let me introduce yourself to them.
I am Snotty Naughty. Oh. I'm sorry. I waited for you, so I took the lead. I'm Snotty Naughty. I am one of the hosts of Smoke Break Radio, and yeah.
My name is Quay. I'm not a host of none of that. I'm a kidnapped hostage, and I'm just communicating with y'all. You know what I'm saying? You know, I've been kidnapped for 3 days. You know, it's the 3rd day here. You know, I'm looking forward to some kind of help. You know, some kind of smoke clouds. I'm here, kidnapped. That's it. They say Blake. They say Blake. If you ain't good, look.
Roosevelt want to reach out to you, have you on the show.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go, Snotty.
Yeah.
Kidnapped.
So his name is Quay. Quaalude.
Oh yeah, my name is Quaalude. Yep. Kidnap Quay.
Kidnap Quay.
Mr. 20% said that's what's up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so before you guys get off, make sure you
just as good kidnapping victims. I ain't gonna bother you. You kidnap me, I ain't gonna really bother you too much. You know what I'm saying?
That's the best way to do it. You never know what may happen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's a thought that people don't even think about. Humble kidnapping victims. Like everybody won't be, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just gotta go for the ride.
Most definitely. Make sure before we get off today, you guys let them know how they can find you, all right? And everything. So, you know what I'm saying? Make sure they know how they can get in contact with you, because you may have a lot of people that may want you on their show, man. You know what I'm saying? Great opportunities. Tony did it with his water gun. You know what, Roosevelt? Don't be calling me out, okay? Don't be calling me out. I warned you one time before. I will kidnap you, drive you around the block, 4 blocks away, drop you off, call the police, help them look for you, and come back and have coffee with you. All right? Don't you be calling me out. I'll do it. All right.
And while at the same time making sure that the tablet and everything is charged so we comfortable while we kidnap.
There you go.
Right.
I'm a good kidnapper. All right. Don't test me.
Hell yeah.
What you got for us, Snotty?
Hope I spelled this shit right. All right. Next one is a song lyric.
All right.
But it's to a TV show. It was one of my favorite TV shows back in 80s. There were, if I tell you what there were to give it away, the person who hosts the show is also in another show, and he wears these little glasses kind of like this. He's on Star Trek.
Oh, all right. Let's see.
Oh, I know what she's talking about. She's talking about a dude from LeVar Burton, Reading Rainbow.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the saying though.
Man, that's good.
Come on.
Damn, LeVar Burton.
Oh, look, Snotty over there humming the song now. You know what I'm saying?
I just gave it to you.
I don't remember no music that came with him.
Butterfly in the sky. I can go twice as high.
The Reading Rainbow song.
That was your cue.
Yeah, that's the Reading Rainbow song. I don't know the first part of it.
Come on, she got it. Roosevelt got it. Take a look. It's in a book.
Reading Rainbow.
A reading rainbow.
You know what? All right. Just remember this, Snotty. Just remember this.
Y'all want to make some up? Y'all want to make some up and put it in the chat?
What you guys got in the chat?
I know Quaalude's got something. I know he's got something.
Hey, you already know he does.
Come on.
Nah, not like this. This is hard right here.
Oh, okay, we got one. You got to give us some hints too, Rosie. TAE. You sung this yesterday.
He sure did.
No, hold on. Let me see. Tony, yes. Tony and
Tony ate everything.
Tony's always eating. You know what? Forget you, Roosevelt. Forget you. All right.
Oh yeah, Tony always eating.
Tony's always eating. Yeah. I ain't mess with you no more, Roosevelt. You know what? Watch this. I bet you I do it again.
Okay, here's a good one. Okay. Back in the day, right? And now you probably still say it now. You're about to get into it with someone and they're like, I'm gonna hit you, I'm gonna punch you, I'm gonna do all this, and you stand there, you look at him and you like,
I wish you would.
I wish you would. Good job. I wish I had the claps. You got the claps? Anybody?
Nope.
Everybody got the ding ding dings.
We got one. Diddy.
Diddy, okay.
Didn't I tell you?
All right.
Yeah, look at you.
Come on now. You got to do better than that, Mr. 20%er. Come on, everybody, tune in. You know what I'm saying? What y'all got for us?
All right. While we wait for one from them, I'm going to put this up in here. MATGR. See if I got this right. Okay. It's a song. I think it's from the 80s. And there's a little sound effect in it that went, ooh, yeah.
ITTT.
And people would dance to it. You do like the Running Man to it and all the other slick stuff. And it would play, and the little thing in the background would be like,
It takes two to make a thing go right.
Yeah. All right.
It takes two, yeah. You good at this one, man. You good at this. Oh, you got one in the chat? Let's go.
Yeah, we got one up here.
Mind your goddamn business.
Oh, that is amazing. That is awesome.
Oh, y'all like this game? What you think of it? It's called Culture Tags. If you can see it.
I like it.
It's, I believe, at culturetags.com. Let me get the box. This is what it looks like. It's got like, I'm trying to put it in there. I have to take the blur off. But it's got like a whole bunch of versions in here, like a whole bunch of topics. And then it's got these other side games. It has 90s nostalgia, 90s TV and film. Then it has Per My Last Email. And like, they're real fun. So if you enjoyed this game, culturetags.com. We
got two. I think I'm gonna put this one in here. You know what I'm saying, as we wait for the next presenter to come up, and we'll see how everything goes. Mr. 20% said IWBMCAISUWICOSTM. Look, you can't be putting complete sentences up in here.
Right.
Yeah, you need to put a whole paragraph. What are we supposed to do with it? You know what? Give us some clues. Stop playing now. Give some clues.
I want to be. I will.
Oh, you gonna put it in there? You ain't gonna give nobody no clues. You know what? You dismissed from the game, Mr. 20%. Yeah, that's what you are. You dismissed from the game. All right, but we gonna figure it out though. Yeah, And then we got another one in there too. So yeah.
Yeah, mine's simple as hell. He that right here that's an assignment.
Eat my
something you say when dealing with people and money. Okay.
I will break my
Foot off it. There ain't no F.
no, ain't no
That ain't no
help.
help. That ain't no help. I don't think you got that one, Rosie. I don't see an N.
I would,
Oh.
yeah, but my checking account.
Hold on.
What's the rest, Quaalude, Tony?
Hold on. Y'all know where that's from, right?
Yeah, Kevin Hart. I would, but
my checking account.
The way my checking account works.
Right.
My checking account is oh my God. I think we got the first part. I would, but my checking account.
Oh, it's set up.
It's set up.
My checking account is set up with.
It's set up with.
It's set up where I can only shop at the moment. I can only speak to the money.
That was a tough one, man.
That is a tough one.
Where I can only...
my checking account is set up where I can only
save the money.
Spend this much.
All right. So now let's go to this one real quick. That was good. That was real good. EMSTA.
Oh yeah, and that go with this. This is the hint. That's the hint right there.
You know what? That don't help out too much, because you do that all the time.
Oh yes, it do. Look at the hint. See the facial expression? Here's normal facial expression, and then when this happens, you like.
One more hint.
I give you a hint. Excuse
me.
Oh yeah, what?
Stay the hell away.
Yeah.
That's two hints. Excuse and.
Excuse my.
Let's get to. Can we get to?
No, you got the me correct. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
I'm trying to think.
Let me get. All right. So maybe this is a better hint. Excuse me.
Say that again.
All
right.
Now it makes sense with the hint, right?
It does. Excuse me. Say that again. All right. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. All right. So we got another one from. Let's see. We got one up here. I think I went past it. Let me just see real quick. Oh, here it is. Here it is. All right, Roosevelt, give us some hints. All right, we got time for this one, and then I got my next presenter up. Lynn Faye is in the house, and yeah, we're gonna yeah, give us is a she. Mm.
So what, heifer?
There is money involved.
There's money involved. Shade.
There's a
People don't
song.
call people heifers no more. When the last time you heard somebody call somebody a heifer?
I'm not quite sure.
That might be a punchline nowadays. I might use that in the near future. Instead of using one of these new words, you know, especially like the B word, and I'm like, shut up, bitch. Nah, that ain't cool no more. I'm gonna just try that out. Ugh, heifer. And see the response I get. No, I gotta try it in different ways. Say it in a bad way.
You better treat her right.
And then I gotta try it by shaking somebody's hand. How you doing, heifer?
You better treat her right. What we got?
You better treat her right. Yeah.
Better treat her right.
So yeah.
Say what he feels, then
money.
What's the hint? What is this about? Like
shave where her friends.
She works
here for the tips.
Oh, that was a good one.
Is that it? She work here for the tips?
She works.
Or she works home for the tips?
She works hard for the money.
She works hard for the money.
She works hard for the money.
Yo, look, work hard for the money and she works here for the tips kind of go hand in hand.
They do.
Got to work hard to get them tips.
All right. So yeah, we guys, we got to close out this segment. My next colleague and friend is here, Lynn Faye. I want to thank Snotty and Q again for coming in and bringing these fun games to us as we venture into day 3 of the Global Grief Conference 2025. Guys, you guys going to be back later. What time are you guys coming back?
2:45.
10. All right. So, you know, guys, tune in all day, right? You know what I'm saying? To come and have some fun with us. Again, thank you, Snotty. Thank you, Q, for, you know what I'm saying, making this fun. And
thank you.
Guys, we're going to see you guys later, man. Much love, respect. See you guys in the next presentation. Peace.
Tony, can you hear me?
Yes, I am here.
Oh, good. So I was there in the back. I guess I was not in the show, but I was there at 11:30. So I'm here.
No, you're good. I got you. You know, I'm gonna go ahead and jump off. You do your thing, and if you need me, I'm in the back room for you. All right.
Did you load up? I need my PowerPoint.
The PowerPoints was too big for me to load up. So I don't know if you can click on the icon at the bottom, you should be able to pull them up.
Will you wait for a minute before I do that, just to see if I can do it?
Of course. Now remember, we are live though.
Oh, okay. So
yeah, we're on screen talking to everybody right now.
Yeah, okay, that's good to know. That's good.
Yeah, we're on screen talking to everybody. Fine. So while you're doing that, Faye, introduce yourself to the audience.
I will do that. I am Lynn Faye. I am an estrangement clinician, and I have a lot to say about estrangement. But I am not seeing my PowerPoint here, Tony. So I'm going to have to maybe just do it without. I'll be looking at maybe my PowerPoint, but maybe other people will not be. But let's see if this works. We'll see.
There you are.
It's coming up. It's coming up.
Yep, we got you right there. Boom.
It's coming
up. I'm going to jump off.
All right. So I am.
Jump off. Love you. Thank you for being here today. Everybody else, enjoy the show. We're going to see you guys all day long. Have fun with us, right? You know what I'm saying? Be educated, get the find resources, but most importantly, connect with the presenters. Faye, have a great presentation.
Thank you, my friends. So happy Sunday. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to all, depending upon where you are in the world. First of all, I want to thank Tony Lynch for inviting me to speak today on grief. But I'm going to make a little bit of a shift, if that's okay with the audience. Tony asked me to, or asked all of us to make this fun. Um, but that was a challenge for me because estrangement grief is not fun. So I will make this real, and I will make this honest. And so I hope that you can join me in that goal. So who am I? I graduated from Yale in New Haven, Connecticut with a psychology degree and a teaching certificate. And then I attended Pace University in White Plains to get my MBA in human resources. I then wanted to be an educator in terms of administration. So I got my 6-year degree at Southern Connecticut in New Haven, Connecticut. And I also have various coaching certificates, which came about much more recently after my educational career. My background, and so I loved teaching secondary school. I loved being a principal. I also was Inroads program director. Inroads is an amazing organization where they focus on underserved youth, and they train them while they're in college for these amazing internship opportunities. And I had the pleasure of creating their inaugural internship program. It in terms of the college program, the pre-college. So the college program was created, and then we wanted to add to the pipeline, and we created what was called the Pre-College Leadership Summit. I also was program director in another New Haven nonprofit, where I was the coordinator of the inaugural internship program with the Yale School of Management. Both very exciting. And now, in addition to being an estrangement clinician, I teach at Connecticut State Community College. I'm in the community college system, and where I teach a variety of courses in communication, including public speaking. So if my students are out there, I want you to tell me how I'm doing. And then in terms of what I do, in addition to teaching, estrangement clinician. And so I work with families and parents, adult sons, adult daughters, individually, to understand this dynamic. Sometimes before there is an estrangement, and I will define that shortly. But oftentimes during the estrangement, I am asked to sit down with families, sit down with parents, and then the adult son or daughter where there's been a rift. And also with estranged parents, particularly, to recognize the role that their past has played in their subsequent parenting. Because as estranged parents, we own a big part of that estrangement. What is family estrangement? So in short, it's the distancing of one family member from another family member. And oftentimes that distance is so painful that it leaves the family member in a state of confusion, devastation, and anguish. And how do I know that? Because I was one of those confused, devastated, and anguished people. So I am speaking to you I'm engaging in my work from a position of a lived experience. And so my lived experience and then my preparation to become a coach has allowed me truly to make my pain my purpose. And I learned so much working with estranged individuals. So this is a journey for them, and they also provide a journey for me. And so I went from healing myself to healing others. And I also organized a parent support group. We're in our 5th year, and this is for parents who find themselves estranged from their adult son or daughter. I also love doing research. What is the new ideas or the new concepts about estrangement, about family shifts, about trauma, which plays a major role in estrangement. And I've also mentioned my private practice. So to sum up, my past experiences, my lived experience as an estranged parent, I truly believe it's a far greater credential than my degrees, than my training and coaching. I get I get the parents who come to me and they are at a loss. What do I do? Where do I begin? How do I reconnect with my adult son or daughter? And what I don't say at that moment, because they're quite raw, um, we've got to connect with ourselves first. That really is first and foremost connecting with self. So I've written a few articles for CPTSD, and that is really the theme of all of the lessons that I'm learning from my clinical experience. Obviously, without names, obviously not recognizing any one person, but my overall impressions of what I'm learning. And so today I have a very lofty list of wills. The attendees will recognize the roots of estrangement and why it exists. Understand that estrangement grief is very different from other types of grief, and I will explain why that is, and the supports and their barriers to healing. And I know from myself and from my clinical experience that there are some walls that we have to really climb or bring down those walls as we heal. Be supportive of the efforts to educate the public more and to realize that, in my opinion, estrangement presents a global mental health crisis. So, what this presentation is not about, so I want to make that really clear so you know what to expect. This presentation is not about specifically how to heal grief. That is a separate presentation. That is another presentation. This presentation is about understanding the journey that happens, that is experienced by parents going through an estrangement. And perhaps there'll be a chat break. So I will rely on Tony to let me know when and if there will be a chat break coming up. And so part one is and it's just 3 parts, the research and the voices. So I wanted you to really hear what it feels like to be out in the fields researching and what it feels like to be an estranged parent, other than my voice. So I work very closely with Carl Melvin. He lives in Ireland, and he has become my colleague, my mentor, and my friend. And I want to recommend his book highly, Navigating Family Estrangement. It's a great book. How do I know? Because I've read it, I think, at least 3 times as one of his editors. And it really delves deep into what is estrangement, what are some of the experiences that estranged people feel, and what I like to call the tentacles of estrangement. You know, estrangement isn't just between the 2 people. It has such expansive tentacles, far reaching, and that is why our grief journey is really always evolving. So I highly recommend his book. And I put him as a top expert in the field of estrangement. Another person that you might want to look into if you want to research beyond today would be Josh Coleman. And Josh Coleman is another expert out in the field, and he's been talking and doing interviews and doing a lot of research. So I want to at least give you some names so that you can look into this more from different perspectives. So Christina Sharp is one of the researchers who spends a lot of time looking at estrangement, and she looks at it as this ongoing process of creating or maintaining distance. So family members either coming together or family members coming apart. And it's not just cut and dry, it's not just black and white. And estrangement can look so different from person to person. And so what she recognized was that there is a continuum, and that people kind of can fall on this continuum. And when they say voluntarily estranged, they make this decision: I do not want to have a relationship with this person. So, generally speaking, it could be any family member. But again, my primary focus today will be estranged parents. And so, this is just a look at what that continuum looks like, and just an example, going from less estranged to more estranged. So it's possible that the less estranged could be minimal conversation, minimal communication. It could be where the adult son or daughter and the parent, maybe they speak at the holidays. Maybe they see each other once every couple of months. Maybe it's only a phone conversation that keeps them together. And then going on the other end of the spectrum, no communication. And so I think when I say no communication, I think people are like, what do you mean? Like, your adult son doesn't talk to you and your adult daughter doesn't talk to you. I work with families and individuals where there is literally no communication. And I think unless you're estranged, you kind of don't understand what that feels like or the impact of that. And I know for myself, I knew someone years ago, before my kids estranged from me, a father who's like, nope, my kids don't talk to me. And I was like, what? Like, I could not wrap my head around what he was saying, that his kids don't speak to him. And then decades later, here I am. And so it is a hard concept to accept and to understand. So, how prevalent is this? I'll give you some facts and figures. Carl Pillemer, working with, I believe, Cornell, his research suggests that 1 in 4 families are affected by estrangement. So, I think he looked at the broader picture: siblings, um, aunts and uncles, nephews. So I think he had a broad picture. And so from his perspective, and that created this number of 67 million people. And this was 220 in 2020. And then David Brooks, he wrote an article, What's Ripping American Families Apart? And his numbers give us at least 27% of Americans are estranged from a family member. And so, again, he's looking at the broader picture of estrangement. And then he says that 40%, at least somewhere along the way, maybe they came back together. That's why this number is higher. Maybe they reconciled. But 40% of Americans have been estranged at some point. And so the one thing I want to share is that these numbers are great. But from my clinical experience, what I have found is that some people don't even share that they are estranged, even to their close friends. And that might be hard to really wrap your head around that as well. The shame that estranged parents have is just so great, that they don't feel that they can even share with the closest family members. And what they do sometimes is not even talk about their adult sons or daughters from whom they're estranged. And when they're asked, they kind of deflect. They kind of change the question, or if they see this conversation going, they kind of leave. Estranged parents have many different ways to not answer that question, or not feel that they have to explain their estrangement. And working through the shame is one of the things I help people do. So I understand the shame. And so the most common form of estrangement is between an adult child, son or daughter, and one or both parents. And so that is the focus, and that is according to David Brooks. Mitch Davidowitz is a psychotherapist out of the Boston area, and I interviewed him for one of my podcasts. And he gives us some of the reasons for the estrangement. So, shift in generations. generations as determined by certain markers and certain occurrences in history. And there are many different ways that generations are defined. But there's been a generational shift. And that generational shift really has an impact on the values that are held and the different values that are held by the different generations. And so the rise in psychotherapy, which many of the younger generations are doing, I think my generation, the baby boomers, and the older generation, psychotherapy wasn't mainstream for us. And I think today, and I'm glad that it is, I think it's as a psychology major and as a clinician, psychotherapy is important if you need it. If that is something, if you're struggling, I'm so glad that these resources, whether it's a psychologist or a psychotherapist or a coach, we're all out there because mental wellness is so critical. Another reason would be personal growth. And also, this whole idea of loyalty conflicts. And you see that mostly with divorce, where even when they are, before they become adult sons and daughters, when they are children and there's a divorce, you could see the seeds of this beginning, the seeds being planted of maybe I'm going to side with my dad if I'm a child. Maybe I'm going to side with my mom as a child. And then how this plays out when they get older is this loyalty conflict, and they want to maintain that loyalty from one parent to another, and that would go from childhood through adulthood. And again, these are all possibilities. And then there is emotional abuse. And that word abuse has so many different connotations. And I think people kind of differ with what is emotional abuse. What does it look like? So here are some of the words that I've gotten from parents, unedited. I really wanted you to hear the voices that I hear. Again, all anonymous. But if you just get a chance to look through, and I'll read some of these out loud, what these parents, when they come to either my parent group or when they come to me for one-on-one clinical work, these are some of the things they say. So the second one, I have not seen my daughter in almost 6 years. And I just want us to sit with that. I have not seen my daughter in almost 6 years. And how does that resonate when you hear me read that? I'll read another one. I am currently going through a difficult time with a grown son and hope to meet others with similar challenges. So this support group is really essential. And one of the ways that people can grieve through this estrangement is by being with others and understanding that they're not alone. And so many times a parent will come to our support group for the first time, and they'll say at the very end, I'm so glad I found this group. I don't know what I would have done without this group. This group has helped me get some grounding in my emotionality. It's a really emotional journey. And then I'll just read the last one before I go to the next slide of our own words. My 2 adult children have asked me not to contact them. And so that is quite common that they're asked to not contact them. And sometimes there's not a directive or not a request. And we'll get to that ambiguity in a little bit. More words from estranged parents. I'll let you sift through some of those. And just try to empathize, if you can, what that would feel like if that were your life or your child, or if you're the parent. So I'll read a couple of bullet points. 2 daughters estranged going on 10 years. 10 years. And I work with parents who have estrangements that have last longer. And then the last one I'll read aloud. It is painful living with this. The feeling of anger, frustration, sadness, etc., are often overwhelming. And that's why when I began, I said that estrangement grief is very different from other types of grief. Disclaimer, and I'll read this word for word. Sexual violations and other physical violations are child abuse and require the involvement of legal authorities. So people who are accused of this or who have committed these crimes, they deserve their own clinical experience. They deserve their own journey back to wellness, but that is not part of my presentation, and that is not part of the clientele that I work with. I'm not trained in this field, but I do hope that if this is anybody going through this or accused of this, or they've actually committed these crimes, that they seek out the proper people. So what does this grief journey look like? And this is where, after several years of my clinical work, I created what I call the grief model for parents who were estranged from their adult sons and daughters. I love this image. I took this image from Mitch Davidowitz's. He had a post on LinkedIn, and I credited the artist for this, the graphic artist. So I wanted to give you a visual representation of what estrangement grief looks like. And I could still remember feeling exactly as you see, going down, going up. And I'm talking about my emotionality, going down, going up, thinking you're making a little bit of progress, but then sliding back down. It is a really harsh journey. And I am so blessed that I am able to help people through their journey and understanding the cyclical nature and the back and forth nature of what they go through. So I really, when I saw this, I'm like, oh my goodness, that looks like what so many of my clients go through. Emotionally, it is such a mixed bag. So I'll let you read some of those emotions on that list. And one of the emotions that I didn't put on that list, which should be on that list, is what I've already mentioned, shame. So there's a sense of abandonment. Parents feel that their adult sons and daughters have abandoned them. They're angry. They're sad. They're lonely. Some of them are numb. They don't know what to feel or they don't feel. And I would say shock. All of these are common. And sometimes you feel many of these at one time, at the same time. So daring is the name of my grief model, daring, and I'll go through the components of the acronym. It's a grief model for estranged parents, and I want to say really clearly that if anyone is going through this, please have them seek help. And I want to say with emphasis that healing from estrangement grief, it's courageous. You've got to say, I have the courage to do this. Hence the name Daring for my grief model. I'll read this because the print's probably really small, not to insult you. To help parents understand the complexity and emotional depth of their estrangement journey, this model is based on the emotions and behaviors I've witnessed in many of my parent clients. The backward and forward arrows that you'll see represent the expectation of returning to an earlier stage at any point during the healing process. Knowing that all models fall short of encompassing the entirety and complexity of the situation. This is my perspective based upon my clinical experience. All models fall short. They cannot encompass the entirety and complexity, but this is the model that I feel has been effective in my work. So here is the model. And again, now you can see the backward and forward arrows. You can see that the name that I've given it. And the stages are the acronym: denial and desperation, anguish and ambiguity, resignation and reality, internal investigation, normalization of a new normal, and gratitude and lingering grief. And I'll go through each one. And just before we get started, the number one barrier to healing is the inability, the difficulty, the not wanting to accept that the estrangement has happened. And once the parent begins to say, okay, I now know that this is estrangement and not just a fight and not just an argument and not just a disagreement. Now that I realize this is estrangement, that is when the real healing can begin. Again, the backward and forward arrows represent the expectation of returning to an earlier stage of grief at any point during the healing process. So step number one, denial and desperation. When I think about that stage, and when I think about being in that stage, denial, it's hard for a parent to accept, number one, that their adult son or daughter is no longer returning their phone calls. Their adult son or daughter is no longer returning text messages. Instead of being, I see my son or daughter, I'm just giving examples. If I used to see my daughter every couple of weeks, and now I'm not seeing my daughter every couple of weeks. So this is really common. And what is also common is that a parent would say, well, I've just got to keep calling. There's just maybe their phone's not working. Maybe they've turned off their phone. Maybe they're just really busy. And so it's that desperation. It's that rapid fire calling, texting, because parents can't not believe that their adult son or daughter is not returning the phone call. Their adult son or daughter is not returning the text. Their adult son and daughter no longer is visiting. And the reason why there's this denial and desperation, in part, is because it's not uncommon for there not to be any formal or informal verbiage. Typically, the adult son or daughter just distance themselves without saying to a parent why. Without saying to the parent, look, I'm done with you. I'm going to distance myself and I'm not going to talk to you for the next several months, several years, and maybe forever. And so this not knowing, this not having any communication is why there's this desperation, because the parent thinks that if they just text them one more time, that they will answer. So this anguish and ambiguity. So the pain that starts to come across, it's this soul-crushing pain of feeling abandoned. And that is what happens when you don't have this relationship with your son or daughter. You feel abandoned. And I'm not implying that they have abandoned us. What I'm saying is that the parent feels abandoned. That's their experience of what's going on. And the ambiguity, you could feel anger and love. You can feel hurt and I want to apologize to my son or daughter. So you can feel that mix of emotions, and sometimes they're on opposite ends of the spectrum. And so one of the books that I read or I recommend is Ambiguous Loss by Pauline Boss. And she talks about the ambiguity of people who are missing in action in terms of military, people who have disappeared and bodies have not been recovered, and also estrangement. So her book has a more general appeal, but that ambiguity is so evident with estranged parents. Healing begins once the parent has accepted the unimaginable has happened. I don't think that any estranged parent that I've heard, so there could be, but not that I've heard, ever imagined that their son or daughter would not speak to them. Stage 3, the resignation and reality. And so at some point, hopefully, the parent will continue to wonder. The parent will continue to be anguished. The parent will continue to have crying episodes. But at some point, they realize they need help. And this is the stage where they often will reach out to a clinician, they'll reach out to a support group, and they'll say, look, I am really hurt by this. And what I need to do is I need to find a healthier path. Um, some people will get stuck at stage 3, where they're just too hurt, too angry, too upset to really understand how there is help, how talking to a therapist or another type of clinician can be helpful. And so this is where I think if you know people who are stuck in this, it would be great to encourage them to seek out an estrangement clinician or psychotherapist who deals with family conflict. That would be tremendously helpful if people can do that. And so today, I'm sharing this with all of us in case we experience it, but also if you know people out there who are experiencing this and they need to um, be able to begin healing, that healing process. The next stage of the daring is the I, and the I is the internal investigation. And so this is a very, I want to say, really tender stage where the parent has to be willing to say, what did I do to cause my son and daughter to want to estrange from me? And so it's the stage where we, estranged parents, we have to look in the mirror. We have to be willing to say, what did I do? Where did I go wrong? What could I have done better? And a lot of parents want to know what they could have done better. But since we often don't know the specific reasons for the estrangement, we have to use clues along the way, clues in childhood, clues and reasons why the conversation started to slow down. And so if we have not been told, we still have an obligation to search our souls. This is a soul searching expedition, this internal investigation. And it's critical that we do this because we want to honor the adult son, our adult child, our adult daughter. We need to honor the decision that they've made. I'm not saying that we have to like it. I'm not saying that we have to accept, because I know accept is a very loaded term. But at some point, we have to own our part, and we have to be willing to share that if the opportunity arises that we want to grow, we want to share. And so I think that this stage 4 is critical, as all of them. And so I created a self accountability tool that aligns itself with this step. And this allows the parent to go back to their childhood and what happened in their childhood that they brought into their parenting that then later caused this estrangement. And the tool has been very effective. And so I think that this tool has really helped parents understand more their role and also how to reconnect with themselves. And that's really an important step in my work with estranged parents. And so we're getting to the last 2 steps, normalization of a new normal. So once we've done that deep dive, that soul searching, then we have to reconnect with a new way of being. And so in stage 4, we've also had to redefine ourselves. So we used to put on that parent hat, and we used to define ourselves as parents. And even though we're still parents, that isn't our number one role. It will always be our number one priority. But in terms of day to day, we have to have new priorities during the day. We have to have new roles. We have to create a life around our grief. And that is the work of David Kessler, a grief expert who talks about grief as being, this is grief. If your grief is this amount, you have to build your life around it and make your world bigger. And that is essential because if you don't do that as estranged parents, you will be stuck in this stage as well. You will be stuck in stage 4. So you want to be able to say, okay, these are things I really want to engage in. And so for me, it was the parent support group. That was one of the things that I wanted to do to help my own grief in my own journey. And then lastly, stage 6, gratitude and lingering grief. And so the gratitude that I've been able to experience, and I personally have gone through these 6 stages, and I am grateful for that. So one aspect of the gratitude is being able to say to my adult son and daughter from afar, they have been bold enough to really break the bonds of what we now call intergenerational trauma. And I applaud their courage for doing that. Even though, of course, that grief is there, that they are not in my life, I still applaud them to have the courage to say, too much. Okay? And that's up for them to decide what the too much was. That's their journey. And also, we're grateful because we're able to see our adult son and daughter grow and flourish and be the people that they need to be. And so people in the earlier stages have a real difficult time when they hear this, they see this, and they're on stage 1 or 2. They can't even imagine getting to the later stages, let alone they can't imagine the gratitude. And I am so grateful that I am at this stage. And I must say that the other part of the G for daring is this lingering grief. There is this sense that the grief will be there and building the world around it as you did in stage 5. So I do want to say that those 6 steps are part of what I call the daring a grief model. And so what would that gratitude look like if I were to express that to my son and daughter? Estrangement is the death of a relationship, and every death is an instructor. I want to thank you for teaching me what I needed to learn, that I can only learn from the distance you craved and created. Because of your courage, you have freed me from the bonds of family toxicity, intragenerational trauma, and intergenerational trauma. Love, Mom. So, in that break, they have also given parents who navigate through this, that bond of we can do things better for the next generation. I know it's a lot, but I hope that this is helpful. Um, I don't know if we're going to have time, unfortunately, for Eileen, Coach Eileen. I feel badly, but I just want to quickly, and I think Tony will tell me if I'm out of time. I'll keep going since I haven't heard that I'm out of time yet. And so I wanted to also include part 3, the last part of today, how to support the estranged parents. Um, so if a estranged parent informs you of their estrangement, a do not would be, please don't respond in words or in body language with this sense of disgust, like, oh, listen to their painful story. Just stay in their story without judgment. Yes, clients that I work with feel that when they tell people that there's this sense of, oh, what's wrong with you? What did you do? And that's what carries the shame for them and through them. If an estranged parent informs you of their estrangement, please do not. And we know that people do this because they're concerned and they care and they love, but it's best not to continually ask the parent if they've heard from their adult son or daughter. Instead, let the parent initiate any update. A lot of parents, especially early in the stage, compartmentalize. And so they try to distract themselves. And so I really believe that if they hear from their son or daughter, all of you, their close friends, will be the first to know, because they'll want to share that. Guess what? I heard from my adult son or daughter. But continually asking them is hard. And obviously asking them to check in with them, it would be an appropriate thing to do. And then last one, I believe, if an estranged parent informs you of their estrangement, please don't be offended if the estranged parent starts avoiding you. So we withdraw. When we're newly estranged, we feel like, oh, I'm just going to sit back. There's this feeling that estranged parents have of, once they realize that they don't have this relationship with their adult son or daughter, there's this strange sense of, I just can't be with other people. I just can't be. All right, last one. I think I am getting a wrap-up sign from Tony. And then, if an estranged parent informs you of their estrangement, please understand that they may be reaching out to you a lot. So it's two ends of the spectrum. They may kind of shy away, some parents, and other parents may just be a little bit more needy, because it's really a hard time. I think most of us realize our sons and daughters are our lives. And so the pain goes deep when they are no longer in our lives. So again, I did not make this upbeat and fun, so I apologize to Tony. But again, I want to say to Tony, thank you so much for allowing me to share through the parent perspective. And again, I work with adult sons and daughters. So I really value the entire spectrum. And I would really value comments, adult sons, adult daughters, family members. And this has been a blessing for me in my life, in my journey. And I think that I'm exactly where God wanted me to be. So, Tony, that is my wrap up. I don't know if there's any questions, Tony. Tony, are there any questions in the chat? I'm going to look at the chat and just see if there were. Oh, thank you. I just got a from Tremaine. I enjoyed the information shared. Thank you. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate that. Any other chats? As I'm looking to see if anything else is coming up. Any questions for me? I'm getting not yet. Any comments for me? I'm still looking for any questions. I'm going to stay on. Until I give Tony, till I get from Tony a wrap-up sign. So I'm going to stay here, and I'm going to just, as I would tell my students, earlier I said that I teach communication, and I teach public speaking. And so I tell them that some of their speeches will be planned, and some of their presentations will be planned, and some will not be. So I am going to stay on until I get the wrap-up sign from Tony. And
find a comfortable position and gently close your eyes. Take a deep breath in through your nose, hold it, and then exhale slowly through your nose, letting go of any tension. Serenity after the storm represents a comprehensive strategy to process grief and loss. 70% of women report feeling isolated during their grieving process. Now, simply focus on your breath. Inhale deeply, bringing calmness into your body, and exhale, releasing any stress or worries. With each breath, feel more grounded and at peace, knowing you are exactly where you need to be at this moment. Take one more deep breath in and exhale, bringing with you a sense of calm as you open your eyes and return to the world, carrying peace with you. Things are going to get worse before they get better. Grief is hard. Thank you for purchasing Serenity After the Storm. I hope that my experience with loss is able to give you insights and techniques to be able to manage your own personal journey with grief.
Hello. Hello, y'all. I am Alora Unique, and I represent Real Struggle Strength Motivation. Just to give you a little background on me, Real Struggle Strength Motivation was birthed throughout a time that I was going through a real detrimental state and time in my life, and I didn't even know that I was pregnant with purpose. You know what I mean? And my goal is to bring forth living ecstasy, which is a state of wonderment and mental clarity, to let people know that the struggle is truly their strength. Anything that they go through, they can come out, they can overcome it. So today, my topic that I will be bringing forth is strength in the struggle, but grieving with God's grace. Grieving with God's grace. This is what I will be speaking about today. So again, good afternoon to everyone. I highly appreciate Mr. Tony for allowing me this opportunity to come into the sacred space today. And I stand here not just as a speaker, but as someone who has grieved deeply myself. And honestly, I've struggled. I've been through so much in my life. And that's a whole nother testimony, story rather. But I'm not gonna linger. So to start it off, I want to say that grief is something that we all have to endure, one way or another. And I want to also let you know that the grief that I've walked through, it stole my breath away at one point in time, and that was coming from several different situations of friends passing, some through tragic events, some through drug overdoses, some through gun violence. It's been a journey. You know what I mean? But I've learned something throughout each process of that time, even though I highly miss them. But I know that they are now watching over me in a higher realm. I know now that I have several guardian angels that are watching over me. So I've walked through grief, like I said, that stole my breath. The kind that makes you question everything, your purpose, your power, even God's presence. I've buried pieces of myself with losses I didn't think I'd survive. Again, I lost many friends, some like brothers and sisters, again to gun violence, fatal car wrecks, health issues, and again drug overdoses. Along with recently losing my mother this year, July will make 3 years. My mother, my heart, my strength, passed away unexpectedly after getting COVID. And then from that, some other things transpired while she was in the hospital. She caught something called MRSA. The next thing I know, they were sending her over to a rehabilitation. And the next thing I know, when she came back, she was very lethargic. They brought her back on a stretcher. I didn't even understand when she walked inside, even though she did walk with a walker. But it was truly unexpected. But what I can see is that I didn't know. I didn't know that I was going to lose my mother, but I did realize later that, the Lord, you can't question God. We are only passing through this land, and we do want to have eternal life. That's why we have to have that personal relationship with Him. So it's been hard. It's been hard. And understand that these weren't just losses, they were deep soul tears that left scars only God could tend to. But somehow God didn't just keep me breathing. He taught me how to live again. So today, I just want to speak again to the broken places that still beat with hope inside of you. So understand that grief is the anguish experienced after significant loss, usually the death of a beloved person. Grief often includes physiological distress, separation, anxiety, confusion, yearning, obsessive dwelling on the past, and apprehension about the future. So now we're going to talk about understanding grief through God's lens. So grief is not just about death. It's about loss. Loss of relationships, loss of normalcy, loss of dreams, even the loss of who you were before the pain. It's a wilderness season that can feel endless. But let me tell you, God meets us in the wilderness. Matthew 5:4 states, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. This is why we have to have the Holy Spirit to come forth, even in times that we do feel discomfort. We have to ask him to come forth, to comfort and to keep us and to give us that peace that surpasses all understanding. You understand? And one of my acronyms for peace is to pursue ease and comfort every day. Pursue ease and comfort every day. So that verse reminds me that mourning is not a weakness. It is truly a promise. And the God who sees every tear is also the God who gives every tear purpose. So I want that to resonate with you guys, and I want you to take that with you. Understand that mourning is not a weakness, it's truly a promise. And the God who sees every tear is also the God who gives every tear purpose. So, as I say, while I was going through a detrimental state and time in my life, and the Lord allowed me to create Real Struggle Strength. Real Struggle Strength means this. What tried to break you is the very thing God will use to build you. In the middle of grief, you may feel like your story is over, but in God's hands, the struggle becomes the soil where your next chapter will grow. And when I was grieving, I used to say, I can't do this. And I don't know what to do, just crying out, just like, God, help me, show me, lead me, guide me. You know what I mean? Order my steps according to your will and your way. Help me to overcome this. Heal, mend this broken heart. You understand? Give me the closure that I need. And sometimes that is something that we must do as well. We must cry out to him. We must bring it all to him. As he said, you understand? We must bring our burdens to him. He is the burden bearer. His yoke is easy and his burdens are light. We must release the heavy load. So when I was telling God that I couldn't do this and I couldn't go on, God said, I never asked you to do it alone. Struggle reveals strength you never knew you had. But let's be clear. It's not just your strength. It's the strength of the Savior who carried the cross through suffering and then rolled away the stone. So let me share a moment with you. There was a night I cried so hard I couldn't sleep. I felt like everything I loved had been taken away. But in that silence, the Holy Spirit whispered, I am still here. That was the night I decided to anchor myself to God and not my grief. I want you to understand that grief also has layers. It's not a one and done process. Sometimes you think you've made peace, and then a smell, a song, or a memory rips the wound open again. They talk about stages: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. But I believe God adds one more stage for those who believe: ascension, rising from it. And Proverbs 24:16 states, the righteous may fall 7 times, but they rise again. I'm letting you know that you can too rise again. And understand that healing isn't a straight staircase, it's spiral. And every time you come around, you're stronger. And sometimes we might have to go through the silent seasons. I know what it's like to pray and feel like heaven is silent, to wonder if your cries are hitting the ceiling. But just because God is silent doesn't mean he's absent. Silence is often the sign that God is working the deepest. It's in the silent seasons where roots grow underground, unseen. And Isaiah 40:31 states, they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. I'm telling you that it's time to mount up. It's time to drop that anchor and dock with the Lord in order to understand that the struggle is your script. Understand that once you are G'd up with him, you gain that confidence that you need in order to proceed and succeed on yet in this battlefield of life. You can overcome. Delay is not denial, and waiting is winning in God's economy. So steps to grieve with purpose and power. First, you have to surrender. First, you have to surrender. And he stated in Matthew 11:28, come to me, all who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. You don't have to carry this alone. Surrender is not giving up, it's giving over. Let God hold what you can't. Next, you have to sit with God in silence. Sometimes we run from stillness, but God speaks in the quiet. You must sit, breathe, and listen. Then you must speak the truth. Understand that grief is messy, but be real with God. Journal your pain. Pray raw prayers. Cry out like David did in the Psalms. Next, you will have to serve while you heal. Because healing doesn't mean waiting until you're perfect. Sometimes your breakthrough comes while helping someone else through. Then you will have to step out and rise. You have to soar. You have to mount up with wings just like that eagle and step out and rise. Even with tears in your eyes, rise. Even if your voice shakes, speak. This is not your ending. This is your elevation. And understand the 3 C's of grief. They provide a framework for coping with loss by focusing on choose, connect, and communicate. Choose, connect, and communicate. This approach helps individuals regain a sense of control, built on support systems, and openly express the feelings during the grieving process. This is what you must do. So to elaborate, when you choose, you recognize that you have choices and can actively shape your experience of grief. This might involve deciding which activities to participate in, how to spend your time, or what support systems to utilize. Then you must connect. Don't isolate yourself. Seek out support from loved ones, friends, or support groups. Building a strong network can help alleviate feelings of loneliness and provide a sense of belonging. And you must communicate. Openly express your feelings and needs. Let others know how you are feeling and what you need. Whether it's simply being there, listening, or offering practical support. This is how you will gain purpose from the pain. This is how you will find your purpose in the pain. Because there is purpose. There is purpose from the pain. And as I stated before, my ministry was born out of mourning. Real struggle didn't come from a place of success. It came from the trenches of grief. But again, pain has purpose. And purpose is the enemy's worst nightmare. This is the way that we want to live. We want to live a purpose-filled life because we all have purpose. And Psalms 30:5 states that weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. Joy comes in the morning. So understand that it's okay to mourn because weeping will endure for a night. But you still can have joy. And I'm talking about the joy that the world can't give and the world can't take it away when you drop that anchor and dock with the Lord. So take a moment. Close your eyes and think. What dream could be hidden in your darkest moment? What dream could be hidden in your darkest moment? So, a message for those who feel alone in grief, to one who feels forgotten. Understand that God remembers you. To the one who feels numb, God still feels for you. To the one who feels unseen, God sees you. Psalms 147:3 states he heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds. So now we'll talk about the ache that speaks. The ache that speaks. You know, they told me time would heal it, but I still feel the sting. I carry silent stories behind every smile I bring. But grief, it doesn't steal me. It shows me I can stand. With cracked hands still lifted, held by God's hand. I whisper through tears, Lord, make it make sense. He answers, I gave you strength, not just defense. You were chosen for more than pain you perceive. You are still breathing, so there's more to achieve. And that's just something that I came up with, you know what I mean, to let you know that everything has a purpose. Every single thing, even in the grieving process, it has a purpose. You don't understand? Like, it still has some significance to it. And that's just a spoken word, the ache that speaks. So let's declare this together. I am not my pain. I am God's purpose. I will rise. I will heal. I will soar. And repeat it. Repeat it as many times as necessary. I am not my pain. I am God's purpose. I will rise. I will heal. I will soar. And sometimes you might have to do it even another time until it really resonates. I am not my pain. I am God's purpose. I will rise. I will soar. I will heal. I will overcome. And this is how we will go from grief to glory. From grief to glory. You may feel broken, but you're not. But you're not beyond repair, even though you feel broken. You are God's masterpiece. Even in the making. This is why I constantly tell people when I do my motivational videos to drop that anchor and talk with the Lord. To understand, this is the only way that you will understand. I tell people my acronym for hustle is to hunt until struggle turns living into ecstasy. Hunt until struggle turns living into ecstasy. Ecstasy, a state of wonderment and mental clarity, because it all starts with the mind. We must keep our thoughts and our minds suppressed at all times in order to be able to overcome grief, in order to be able to heal, in order to be able to mount up with those wings like that eagle and be able to soar, to step out and rise. So again, you are God's masterpiece. Even in the making. Even in the making. So I invite you too to drop your anchor in Him. To rise from the pain, not by your own strength, but by His. Speak your sorrow. Release that hurt so that your heart can heal. And don't be afraid to share your story. Do not be afraid to share your story. Shine through. Shine through the scars, excuse me. Shine through the scars, I'm telling you. As I said before, yes, it takes time. And just like with me losing my mother, it's plenty nights that I still cry. It's plenty nights that I still wish that she was here. It's plenty nights. It's a feeling, an undeniable feeling that really never goes away. But we must continue to move forward anyway. We must continue to move forward anyway, despite anything, because that's really what they would want for us. That's what any person that we lost, they would want us to continue to carry on. We only have one life to live, and we must live it out. No despite, we must live it up. Again, we only have one life to live. So like I said, if you have to cry out, if you have to ask him to make it make sense, ask him. Cry out to him. Call on him. He is waiting at the door. He is waiting on you to come forth. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to do. And guarantee that you will feel so much better once you do that. Once you once you release, you will feel so much better. And like I said, it's okay to cry. Because sometimes you will. Because that's what memories are for. When you think these thoughts of these people that we might have lost, we will cry. We will feel that pain. And sometimes we might even smile. We might laugh and think about some of the things that we did with them. You understand? Like, a memory never dies. A memory never dies. That's why we have to make memories. We have to make every moment count. Every second, every minute, every hour of each and every single day. We must take advantage of that. Time is of the essence, and time waits on no one. So again, understand that you are not your pain. You are God's purpose. You will rise. You will heal. You will soar. But it's a choice that you have to make. It's your choice. You have to choose wisely. And even if you feel broken, like I said, you're not beyond repair. You can be repaired. The Lord loves to recycle, reuse, and reuse you as much times as possible. He loves to do that. He loves to help us. He yearns for it. But again, we must come to him boldly to the throne of grace. Boldly to the throne of grace, even with the grief, even with the loss, even feeling broken. We must come to the throne of grace. We must give it all to him. Again, we must hunt until struggle turns living into ecstasy. So I just want y'all to remember this message today. Again, you have strength in the struggle. Just grieve through God's grace. Grieve through God's grace. Give it all to him. Connect. Communicate. Choose. Again, wisely. And understand that when you can talk and you can release that, you feel so much lighter. You feel so much lighter. You can feel the load being lifted. So, like I said, speak your sorrow. Share your story. Shine through the scars. This is necessary. This is the way that you're going to rise from that pain. Again, you are God's masterpiece. So, in my closing, I would just like to say a small prayer. So, Heavenly Father, thank you for being close to the brokenhearted. We give you our grief today, our confusion, our questions, and even our pain. Turn our mourning into movement, our wounds into wisdom, and our silence into strength. Remind us that we are not alone. Empower us to rise with your grief, through the grief. Empower us to rise with your grace through the grief. And this is my prayer for you all who are watching right now. I want you to rise. I want you to come out of it. I want you to understand that, again, weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. 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 So like I say, y'all, grieve through God's grace. Thank you. Again, I am Aurora Neat. I appreciate this opportunity, Mr. Tony. Thank you so much. I highly appreciate you, sir. And I hope that this message resonates today with everyone, some way, shape, form, or fashion. So that's what I have for you guys today. Like I said again, I appreciate this opportunity and I hope it resonates. So God bless y'all. I'm not sure if anybody has any questions, comments, or concerns, anything that they want to express. I don't see anything coming up at this point in time, but I'm open if anyone has anything that they wanna share. Okay, I don't see anything coming up. Mr. Tony, are you there? Okay, all right. I'm just making sure I saw that. Yeah. Again, I do appreciate this opportunity today for you allowing me to bring forth some motivation and inspiration. Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you so much again. I appreciate that. So you guys, again, I'm Allure Unique. You guys can follow me on all social platforms under Allure Unique or Real Struggle Strength. I also have a YouTube channel and a podcast that's called RSS Kick Talk Motivation. Again, I do have e-learning courses as well through a platform called The Great Discovery. And I also just had 2 of my books published, you guys, and they are my testimonials. So it's telling everything that I went through and how the Lord brought me out. And it's still under Real Struggle Strength, Part 1, Headed to the Streets Through Trials and Tribulations, and Part 2, From Trenches to Trendsetter to Docked and Anchored. And they are short tales of my real life where I tell about, like I said, my journey. The things that I went through, how I went astray, and how I was redeemed. I did make them into short tales because one of my dreams is to get it in the judicial system, in the prison pipeline, things like that. And I didn't want to make it all too long and drawn out. I wanted to keep it short and sweet. That's kind of my thing. Give them some, wanting them to want more. And also I was thinking about the people who don't read a lot. When I created the stories as well. And I also have some nice merch and stuff, guys. This is my This is my logo. This is my symbol. If you guys can see that, not sure, but yeah, and that's under realstruggleshrimp.com. If you guys would like to check out any my merchandise or anything like that, again, you can follow me on all social sites. I also have motivational music as well, guys. So as all, and that's under Allure Unique on all music streaming platforms. So thank you again. I really appreciate this. And I don't even know, like, after I gave that message, I feel like, I feel, I feel so much better. Like I said. So I do appreciate this again. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Chris. I'm an acceptance coach, and what I do is I help people heal from grief, loss, and trauma to discover their self-acceptance and step into their personal power. I want to thank everybody for joining me today on the 2025 Global Grief Conference. I want to give a shout out to my man, Tony Lynch, for giving me this opportunity to share with you guys the Empower Grief Journey and to give you guys an opportunity today to hear my story of grief and also the tips, tools, and tricks that I've learned to navigate that grief journey just a little bit easier so that you guys can find the gifts, the lessons, and the blessings in your own grief journey and go on to find your own empowered grief journey. So I'm going to let Tony get the slides up here and we'll get rocking and rolling. Thanks, brother. All right. And so what I'll share with you guys is really quickly, like I said, I'm an acceptance coach. And the reason I call myself an acceptance coach is because in the grief space, we have to accept our loss and we have to accept our grief fully for what it is. And it doesn't mean, by the way, that we like our grief. It doesn't mean that we like it. It doesn't mean that we love it, but we just accept it for what it is. And that's a very hard place to get to, by the way, because when we're going through the throes of grief, it's very, very heavy. I always consider grief to be very big waves at times. It can be small waves too, but it's very hard in that initial phase of grief to find acceptance. So that's something that I help people navigate in their grief journey. And sometimes acceptance happens sooner than it does for some people. Some people it takes a little bit longer to get to, but it's our ultimate goal to reach that acceptance stage of things in our grief process. Because when we do, we're able to take those next steps in the process of healing. And that's really where we find our own empowered grief journey, is once we've created that acceptance for ourselves. So today I want you guys to know this presentation is your dedicated space for healing, growth, and transformation. I'm going to be sharing some insightful and inspirational stories about my own grief journey for you guys and give you some practical tools and actionable insights that can help guide you along your healing journey. And I want you guys to know today, as you're watching my presentation, this is all about honoring your journey. It's really about embracing your emotions and finding your strength in your own time. I want you guys to know you're never alone on this journey, and together we can navigate grief with courage and compassion. So let's get started. So my grief story, what I'll share with you guys is, I call it the gift and shitty wrapping paper. I don't have a better way to say it because everything that did happen, it was just like one bad thing after another. And for many, many years, I struggled to find the meaning and purpose in what was going on with me. So what I'll share with you guys on my grief journey, this started with my grandfather getting terminal cancer back in 2018. And that was a really hard moment of life because this was somebody I was very, very close to for, I think it was about 33 years when he passed away. But I was very close to him for 3 decades. I had spent most days with him. I helped him out with a lot of projects. So hearing about terminal cancer is a big shock because you know that the end's coming. And so you're going through a lot of anticipatory grief. You're constantly trying to find a solution, something that will not make that permanent or not make that happen as fast. In the middle of his chemo treatments in 2019, they got into a very bad car accident. My grandfather broke his entire left side rib cage, not only 3 weeks after having chemo. So he was in a really just a bad place of his own journey. And then he had the car accident happen on top of that. And I was there for the whole thing for him through that process. And it was very traumatic in a lot of ways. Hey, Ada, thanks for jumping on here. I'm very, very grateful to have this opportunity to connect with you guys. And so what I'll share with you about that, that was really hard because I tried to be there for him at 88 years old, going through chemo and going through the hardships of cancer and healing from a car accident and dealing with all the family chaos involved in that situation. At that same point in time, my grandfather let me know that it was time for me to move on with my life, by the way, do what I needed to do. And so I ended up moving to New England. And then I traveled back home less than a year after I moved back there. And my grandfather passed away in my arms one night. It was my first experience with death. It was my first really big grief journey that had hit me. And I'll share with you that moment when he passed away. I had no idea what to expect. I didn't know what was happening. I didn't even know how to respond to it. And it's almost like my brain shut down and I went into a complete shock. And that shock lasted a good 3 to 5 days, by the way. I didn't eat or sleep for 3 days. I didn't really eat much for a week. I was a very angry person after that for about 3 months. I went into a big depression. And And what I'll also share with you guys too, after that situation happened and I started to heal from that. And that's where I came up with this gift and shitty wrapping paper concept. After that happened, I went through multiple job changes, which was all sorts of fun. So we had loss on that side of things. And then in 2022, after losing my job, 3 months after that, I lost my first son to stillborn, and his name's Caden. He was a beautiful, beautiful little boy that you guys can see over here on the right-hand side. And I didn't know what to do after that. My world really collapsed. I went into depression for about 2 years. It was a very, very hard way to live through life. I didn't know how to even respond to my life at that point because after losing a job, losing my grandparents, it was a place where I just sat there and said, I have no idea how to navigate this. I don't even know what to do. And I don't even know what the purpose is, by the way. I don't know how to move on from this. I dealt with a lot of people, by the way, when I went through my losses that told me that I just had to get over it or let go of it or move on. You know, things happen, stuff happens in life. We've all heard those comments, by the way, when we go through grief. And what's really tragic about that is it writes off our experiences of life. It writes off our emotions because like I share with people, grief is a matter of the heart. It's not a matter of the mind. If it was rational, by the way, we could have no emotional attachment to grief in our life. And that's something that I have yet to meet somebody on my journey that's capable of that. I've yet to meet one. But if you are one of those, by the way, reach out to me. And so what I'll share with you guys is 2025 this year, I started the Empower Grief Journey. And the Empower Grief Journey is my coaching business because I decided to help other people navigate grief and walk away from societal norms and the stigmas and beliefs we have around grief because I saw that it wasn't really beneficial in helping me. And so what I do is I help other people because of that. And I also have a podcast that I've recently recorded 53 episodes on. I have 53 people that have experienced loss in all sorts of life. That could be child loss. It can be losing a parent, losing a grandparent. Sexual assault's another one I've talked to people with. People lost jobs. I mean, I've run the gamut of grief with people. And I will say that I've seen so many people be empowered by their grief that I'm trying to share this narrative out there that what we've been taught about grief really is not helpful. And so what I'll really share too at the end of the slide here is just my loss was relentless. And I wanted to share this with you guys to show that loss shows up in all different arrays, walks of life. It's not just associated with death. And that can be losing a job, losing a relationship. But I had two options, by the way, when I went through my journey. And this is what was hard for me during depression, is that I had to tell myself that I can define myself by these experiences and my life will continue to get worse, which it did for a minute. Or I could look for the gifts, the lessons, and the blessings in this moment. And that was even harder, by the way. But I will share with you when I did that. That's how the Empower Grief Journey was born. That's how I gave meaning and purpose to what my experiences were. And so I'm going to go into that here in a little bit. What we've been taught about grief is not only incomplete and wrong, by the way, it's harmful. It is very, very harmful to people. We've been conditioned to silence our pain. We've also, by the way, been rushed for our healing because other people get very uncomfortable with our grief process and kind of how we want to do things. And something about grief is that it's a very individual journey. Everybody watching this presentation, by the way, you've all experienced grief. And I will say that when we experience grief, it's all individual. It's a personal transformation journey. So nobody can tell you how to do it. And nobody can tell you there's a 12-step guide to it. It's really a personal journey for you to discover on your own. And that's why it's so important to have people around you that support your journey. It's something that really invites us to confront our pain. And I will say that when we go through grief, we do have a denial phase of things where we don't want to accept it. And we're really saying, I coulda, shoulda, woulda done this. If this had happened, maybe this wouldn't be here. I might not have experienced this if we go through that. And when we confront our pain, it's painful. It hurts a lot. I have grown men like me have cried and broken down. And that's okay, by the way. That's completely okay. Because when we confront our pain, we rediscover who we are. And we actually rise to our greater intention and purpose of life because grief aligns us with who we're supposed to be and walk away from shedding that skin of who we were. And so it's a very painful process at times, but it's one that gives us a lot of beauty and fruition of our life to go on and do bigger and better things in alignment with who we are as individuals. And so when we allow grief to guide us rather than shame us, when we begin to align with our true self and create a life shaped by our strength, our love, and our wisdom that we gain from it, beautiful things happen in this process. And this loss isn't for nothing. And this is why I tell people that in my coaching business, Caden is the one who set me on this path. My son that was a stillborn, he set me on this journey. And so I can not only sit here and say, I'm grateful for him and I love him dearly. I miss this child like crazy, but he gave me the most beautiful, biggest gift of my life. And I get to be here today to share this with you guys. So the Empowered Grief Journey was born because my mission, as you guys have heard me talk about in the last 5 minutes, is to change how the world sees grief, because I really think that we're missing the boat in a lot of ways and denying ourselves our ability to not just heal, but find the authentic version of ourselves and really go out there and do the work we need to do in the world in our own path. And that's really what grief lets us do. My Empowered Grief Journey, by the way, is a collection of grief stories and healing journeys from people across the world to inspire those experiencing grief or feel stuck in it, how to navigate it just a little bit easier. And so what I always say is we can walk this journey together. You don't have to walk it alone. And when we do walk the journey together and we find similar minded people or people who have experienced loss like we have, we can find that way through that process just a little bit easier. But we pick up a lot of things along the way that we learn from people who have walked this journey before us. And so that's what's so powerful about the Empowered Grief Journey. So what I'm going to share with you guys next is what I have learned on my journey. So I want you guys, if you want to take notes, I also want to offer this to you guys. If you want the copy of this presentation, shoot some messages over in the comments, and I'll be happy to email you guys a copy of the slide, because these are all the powerful tools and things I learned on my grief journey that I wish somebody had told me when I started going through this process. And so I'm going to get started with this here. The first one is that healing is a journey. It's not a destination. I can't share with you guys enough that when I started going through my healing journey, I had so many people that said things like, you got to get over it. You got to let go of it. You got to move on. Grief happens, life happens. The world's still going to keep going. I felt myself filled with nothing but rage when I would hear those comments, because it wrote off the experiences that we all have when we go through grief. And so what got me excited about hearing this phrase, healing is a journey and not a destination, was giving myself permission. And I'm helping you guys give yourselves permission, by the way. Healing's not going to happen at a certain point in time. You're never going to be fully healed from these things. If you treat it like a destination, you're giving up your emotional feelings towards that grief or that loss that you experience. And unfortunately, we're human beings having a human experience, and that human experience is a lot of emotion. And so for us to deny ourselves permission to have that emotion and experience it, and also at the same time, not really giving ourselves space to process it, we're denying ourselves the healing journey. And this is why I'll share with you guys really quickly. There's a lot of people that get stuck in grief, by the way, for 10, 20, 30, 40 years. I've run across it. You're not stuck. You just haven't figured out how to heal yet. And you also haven't given yourself permission to say, that's okay that I'm here right now. It's okay to not be okay. It's okay that I'm still on this journey. It's okay that I'm not fully healed. I'm sharing this with you guys to empower you to say that it's okay to not be okay. It's okay to be where I am on my journey. And my journey is exactly what it needs to be. I am where I need to be right now. And, part of this, and I'll break down the bullet points here, is just that your journey is valid. It's exactly as it needs to be. If other people are trying to shift you off that path, I'm going to tell you right now, don't do it, because you got to live your own journey. You got to live your own life, and you got to live your own healing path on your own terms. Like I said, nobody can tell us how to do that. Nobody can, guide us down that path. We've got to learn how to do that ourselves. And by aligning ourselves with the right people around us as we go through grief, that's where the strength comes in. And that's where we're actually given our ability to walk that healing journey, discover what it is, and find the gifts within it. And the other process about it too is grief isn't linear. It's never going to be this path like this. Grief looks a lot like this all over the place, like my hand's moving right now. Grief looks like that. And so A lot of times in life, though, we're conditioned to say that our processes of life are go to school, get a job, get married, have kids, do this, do that. There's this linear path that we've been taught about life. And when we experience grief, all of a sudden we experience it, grief starts doing this thing, and we start going, whoa, why are you turning left? Why are you turning right? Why are you going up or down? Why are you going all around? I don't understand this. Because our brains are conditioned to think linear, and they're not conditioned to go with the bends, turves, and curves of the grief process. And so what I want to share with you guys about that, this is a journey of transformation, not a completion. You're never going to end the process, by the way. Grief is always going to be there. It might be very loud initially. They'll be very quiet as time goes on. But it's not going to be a linear process for you guys. You will have waves of grief. You will have moments of life that remind you of something, and that grief will come flaring back up again. And it's just kind of how the process works. So give yourself permission to know that it's not linear. Healing also, by the way, another one out there, as you guys heard me talk about, is moving on. I don't like that phrase in the grief community. It needs to be stopped. Grief is about moving forward with things, because we can't change the past, but how do we move forward, right? If we move on from it, like I said, we deny ourselves everything that we need to learn and grow from this grief moment. So I would encourage everybody to change the phrase moving on to moving forward, because when we move forward, by the way, moving forward means we can take grief with us. And when we do take grief with us, by the way, it's one of our most powerful teachers. It gives us the most beautiful gifts, beautiful blessings in our life. And when we move forward with it, when we listen to it, it guides us in the place where we need to go. And that's a place in life, by the way, that we don't have to force or push or pull or any of those things, but we gravitate things towards us. And that's where life and grief have its full meaning. And grief is not about the pain, but it's about the evolution of our healing journey. And so grief over time, by the way, gets a little easier. I'm not going to full out say that it gets totally easy and everything. I can say that through my losses, it gets a little easier, but it still flares up. My grandfather's birthday was yesterday, and I was having a very emotional day for whatever reason. I didn't plan for it. I didn't ask for it. But again, grief is not linear. Grief likes to rear up and flare up. And so you've got to be able to learn how to talk to it and learn how to make it your best friend, because ultimately it is going to teach you things in your life that are very helpful and very useful to you. And so when you give it that space, by the way, beautiful things are going to happen. One of my favorite quotes that I have that I share a lot is that your grief is sacred. It's all about you. And I want you guys to know that your story matters. You're always going to have people try to compare loss and say they've gone through it or done this, but your story matters. Your story. And what I want you guys to know is let it transform you, but not define you. We're all going to have very hard emotions and very, very hard feelings when we go through grief. It's part of the process. That's why I said be kind to yourself. But you don't have to let it define you. Those are just emotions you're feeling. I'm going to jump into that in another slide. But you don't have to grieve alone. And we can always walk this journey together. My boy Tony and I have been walking this journey since we connected on a podcast. We've been doing that. People that are on my podcast episodes, we walk the journey together in those episodes. When you're able to go find those people that have gone through the loss the way you have through it, you're never going to be comparing losses, but you're going to get that confirmation of feeling seen and heard and understood. And that's what walking the journey together is all about. Another powerful message that I learned through my grief process, by the way, is that our emotions are messengers. That's actually what emotions are. How many of you guys, and I would love for you to put comments over here in the box, how many of you guys have been told to control your emotions in life? Or how many times have you heard that your emotions are out of control? How many times have you guys heard those messages? I'm gonna let you guys throw some comments in the box there while I'm going through this. Those are very common things we've heard as we've gone through our grief process in life. Even as growing up as kids, by the way, all of us have. And even as adults, we still hear it today, that our emotions are out of control, or you need to get your emotions in order. Those couldn't be further things from the truth, because when we go through grief, again, we're experiencing a high amount of emotions. We're dealing with anger, sadness, frustration, overwhelm, depression, upset. We're also dealing with happiness, joy, laughter. We're dealing with so many emotions going on in such a short period of time. And that can be very hard and very overwhelming in the grief process. It can be very overwhelming. And I've heard people say, I feel crazy, Chris, because I feel happy today. But I'm still really sad because I lost my grandfather a month ago. And I always tell people, hey, that's okay. That's grief. That's the way grief works. Today you're happy. That's okay. Tomorrow you might not be. So take it as you can get it, is what I like to say. Emotions are messengers. They're not things to be controlled. Whenever I hear somebody say that, by the way, to somebody who's grieving, by the way, I almost laugh because I say, this is an emotion in my hand right now. Notice how there's nothing here? Emotions are all up here. They're intangible things that we can't control, but we have to learn how to understand them. And so I always share that when emotions are messages, guess what we can do? We have more control than you think. Our emotions we can listen to, we can pay attention to. And so emotions don't need to be controlled or ignored or suppressed for that matter. Listen to them. Listen to them. Hold space for them. Treat them like a curious thing in your life. They're trying to communicate with you. Whenever you guys have probably been out in public before, I use this acknowledgement all the time that I've had little kids bump into me at the store. And I never know why, by the way, because I'm looking or minding my own business, but they'll bump into me. All of a sudden I go, oh, hey, what was that? Who are you? That same thing works for grief when you have an emotion. That same ideology works. That emotion is going to bump into you. It's going to hit you and kind of tap you here. And what it's doing is saying, hey, I got a message for you. I got something to share with you. I need to tell you this right now. This is how you're feeling. And when you make your emotions feel seen and heard and understood, by the way, that emotional intensity that you feel, it can be a tightness in your chest, tightness in your muscles. It just dissipates because you gave it space and you made it feel seen and heard and understood. And as grievers, when we're going through grief, like Christopher Wayne Jones here commented, his mom had stage 4 cancer with necrotic lymph nodes, and he had to watch her die slowly. There's a lot of emotion going on there. That emotion that he's experiencing, by the way, and I won't speak on behalf of him, but part of that emotion he's feeling is sadness. His emotions trying to say you love somebody a lot and they're going to pass away here soon. And you love them a lot. Your anger, by the way, isn't anger. Anger is a secondary emotion. It's just trying to tell you something. That anger is really saying, I have a lot of love for this person. I'm not ready to let go. I'm not ready to experience this yet. And so when you're feeling emotions, they're very, very heavy. But what you can do, by the way, is ask your emotions questions. And I encourage everybody I coach, whether they're at grief of loss of somebody from suicide, or grief of loss of a grandfather like me, or a kid like I had, I always say, ask those emotions questions, ask them powerful questions, because those are the answers you guys are looking for. Those are the answers that you are seeking. And so the top 3 questions I like to ask when I'm experiencing emotion of grief is, what do I need to hear right now? I put myself in that place to just listen to that emotion come through. Just let it come through. Don't put any filters on it and say, oh, I'm not allowed to feel this way, or I can't feel this way right now because it's going to make someone uncomfortable. No, give yourself space. Give yourself space as a griever to right now just say, what do I need to hear right now with my emotion? And listen for a few seconds without having a lot of thoughts or talking to yourself or anything like that. Just sit there in the quiet after you ask that question. A lot of times you'll hear that come up to you, that answer that you're looking for. Another one is, what is my emotion trying to tell me? That's another good question to ask. Like I said about anger, by the way, when I lost my son, I was making a box for him in my basement because I was a woodworker for his ashes, and that box wasn't cooperating. And I threw that thing on the floor really hard. I didn't think about it, by the way, because it was glued up, and I stepped on it and smashed my foot. I ended up in a boot for 6 weeks after that. That emotion of anger that came out that day, because I was very angry. That's happened a month after I lost him. That anger emotion, by the way, was trying to tell me, you love your son a lot. You care about him a lot. You're very upset he's not here right now. That hurts you, very hurt. And you need to hear right now that you're hurt. You need to say that you love your son. You got to let those emotional messages come out. What you'll find, by the way, when you allow your emotions to come through for you and you hear what I just said, those emotions come through. Notice how anger was the first thing that came out. That was the first emotion that came out. The second one was the important one, which is actually the primary emotion. And when you listen to that one, by the way, the tension in your body will go away. Your anxiety you have, by the way, will quiet down. Any racing thoughts you have, by the way, will slow down, because you're giving your emotions time to process. You're giving them time to heal. You're giving them your space. You're giving yourself space to heal. And you're giving yourself space to understand yourself. And more importantly, listen to the needs that you have, by the way, because a lot of times as grievers, we don't really get given space by some people. Some people try to box us in because they're uncomfortable with our emotions. They're uncomfortable with where we're at. They don't know how to respond to us. And so a lot of times we bury our emotions to kind of put on a mask to say we're okay, but we're not okay. And so when we're have the mask on and we got emotions flying around, it puts us in a heightened state of things. Our anxiety goes through the roof. We have racing thoughts. Our nervous system, by the way, is way out of balance. It's going all around. We can't focus. We can't think straight. We have, big, strong surges of emotion, by the way. That can be anger on an extreme level, crying and sadness on an extreme level. We're in a very volatile place as grievers, and it's very, very, very important to honor ourselves, give ourselves space and permission to feel our emotions. When you are trying to learn how to understand your emotions, by the way, what I will share is there's a big place there, opportunity to move from reaction of things to responding to things. And that's a really hard process when you're going through grief, because when you initially go through grief, it's very heavy. You're feeling a lot of things, and your brain is going like this constantly, moving fast. And it's really hard to get out of that reaction land because you're trying to fight through a lot of emotions all at once. And it can feel like a big giant balloon walking around over your head. And it can be very hard to just respond to something. It can be very, very difficult. But when you do get to a place and you find those spaces in between your grief where there's quiet, there's pause, there's time to reflect, there's time to ask emotional questions, ask yourself how you're feeling, what you need right now. Is there something I need to learn from this? That's another big one. When you give yourself that space to ask those questions, you move from reaction to responding. And when we're responding, by the way, to our emotions, we're listening to ourselves and we're giving ourselves exactly what we need. Because as grievers, we need to feel seen and heard and understood. That's a big thing as grievers that we need to hear. And when people don't make us feel those things, that's when we get angry. That's when we push people away. That's when we get very quiet and withdrawn. That's when we feel alone. We feel isolated. We feel nervous to stand up and speak up in front of people or share, for that matter. And so we feel like we got to do it alone. When we can get to that place of moving from reaction to responding, that responding place is where we have a lot of power. We have a lot of decisions. We have a lot of abilities to manage our grief in the way that serves us best. And like I said, I'm not here to tell you how to do that because that is a very personal journey. You yourself know your needs. But I want you guys to know that when you live in that responding world, you're giving yourself that ability to listen to yourself fully, and you're giving yourself the place to understand yourself better. And that's the place that your grief will feel seen and heard and understood. And it can, those waves that go up and down very big, it can start minimizing those a bit so that you can start processing your grief in a better way for you. One of the things that I'll go over really quickly too is journaling. Journaling your emotions is a powerful tool. Write down things like I feel, I am, I believe. Don't write down, by the way, that you are angry or you're this, or, I'm trying to find the right way to say this, but write down I feel or I believe, but don't write down I am, because you'll identify yourself with that emotion, and you're not your emotions, by the way. A lot of people have that one misconstrued. You're not your emotions. You feel emotions. Those emotions are messages, right? So if you feel an emotion, say, I feel angry, I feel hurt, I feel sad, I feel like crying, I feel those things. And then that gives you space, by the way, to ask those questions. What's that emotion trying to tell me? Now that I feel it, what's that emotion telling me? And then that puts you in a place of responding. So you can respond to that emotion. You now have a choice to decide how you want to handle that. And you can feel more grounded. You can feel more in control. And what this also do, by the way, is balance out your nervous system so that you can make better decisions that are more comfortable for you, that make your body feel calmer as you go through the process. So I'll end this slide by saying you're not your thoughts or feelings or emotions, but you're a human having a human experience. And what I want you guys to focus on too is observe your emotions, observe your grief, look at it, watch it, feel it, try to understand it, and then take your power back, because ultimately as an observer, you can do that. The other thing that we go through in our grief process is our triggers. Our triggers are our greatest teacher and our greatest opportunity to heal. As a griever, there's a lot of triggers that go through grief. And this can be people, by the way, trying to compare losses with us. It can be people trying to tell us how to heal. It can be people trying to take on our responsibility or our task of grief as their own, and them trying to fix us. And that can be very, very challenging for a lot of people. And it's why when we go through grief, or we're around people at grief, and we say something wrong, or we say something that they don't like, or that might be inappropriate, you'll get a very big emotional response from them as a trigger coming out. And that's okay, by the way. I'm going to share with you guys, triggers are okay. It's not something to be frowned upon. I'm giving you guys permission today to feel your triggers and understand them. Triggers are emotional messengers. They're just pointing to a part of your grief that needs attention. And back to, like I said, about emotions, if we try to control them, if we try to control a trigger, we're not giving it space to actually understand what part of that grief needs our attention. So one of the things we can do, by the way, is create awareness to this trigger. And we can always say things like, what am I feeling right now? Where do I feel this in my body? What memory or moment or meaning is attached to this situation that I'm in right now? I can share with you guys every holiday after Thanksgiving, when I go to the store and Christmas music hits, I get really enraged. It's because I always think about, if I had a son right now, or if he was whatever age, what would life look like? It's the first thing that comes to mind after Thanksgiving. I give myself that space to say, this is what I'm feeling. I'm feeling sad and overwhelmed and upset about this. My memory is that I had a son. He didn't get to live though. So now I'm always playing the what would my life be like if my son was here. I'm giving myself walking through that emotion. I'm walking through those feelings. And when I do that, by the way, the trigger starts calming down. The trigger gets a little quieter, because again, I'm going to that point of my grief that needs attention and saying, hi, I see you, I understand you, and I recognize you. And so what I'll share is your response to triggers can change over time. When we're really fresh in grief and it just happened, those triggers are very, very big, and they're very hard to manage, right? Over time, by the way, and as you work through giving your triggers some attention and some space, you're going to get those guys to change a little bit. So when you do get triggered, by the way, that trigger was probably this big when you first started grief. Well, now it gets down to here. And as time goes on, and as you pay attention to your triggers and give them space and listen to them and understand them, they get smaller and easier to manage, because you start to understand why they happen and what's causing them to happen. And you again get to step into that empowered place of, I get to decide how I feel about this. I get to decide what I want to do with this. And that's where you can step into your personal powers I coach people on. And that's where you can take control of those triggers. And by the way, sometimes they go away because you did the work to heal that trigger and understand yourself better, give yourself permission to be there with it. And that gives you a place, by the way, that you can heal that part of yourself as you walk this healing journey through grief. So healing, by the way, it happens through curiosity instead of judgment. A lot of people go through healing and grief with a lot of judgment. We have a lot of blame and shame and guilt that happens because, again, we're around people sometimes that want us to heal at their speed or don't fully understand us. And so we oftentimes put a lot of self-judgment on ourselves, and we say things like, well, I can't feel this way, or I shouldn't feel this way, or I should be over this by now, or why is it still bothering me? I'm going to encourage you guys to stop the judgment and stop beating yourselves up. The world will do that for you. Let them take that. But I want you guys to step into power again, in your empowerment. And what I want you guys to do is step into curiosity. And so for a moment, what I want to share with you guys about that is if you ever go to a store or go to a playground and you watch kids, kids are very curious. They like to touch things, smell things, feel things, play with things. They live in this curiosity place of things. And when they live there, by the way, everything is treated as new. Everything's treated as an experience, something to learn or understand or believe, create new ideals, things like that. When you're going through grief and you're trying to heal, that's the place you can do the healing. Judgment will take it away from you. Curiosity will give it to you. And so when you're doing your healing process, you want to ask things like, why am I still feeling this way? What's causing this feeling to show up in me? when you listen to your triggers, when you listen to your emotions, give them space, and you stay in that place of curiosity and ask yourself powerful questions, you're actually allowing yourself to heal. You're allowing those parts of yourself to come through. And when you're in that place to allow your curiosity to take over, that healing becomes very easy because you're really paying attention to yourself. You're giving yourself space by blocking out the judgment and the noise and the you should be here, this or that, the blame, the shame, the guilt. You're getting rid of all of that. And you're allowing yourself to just be you. And when you're in that place of curiosity and healing, when it's just you and you're giving your emotions attention, you're listening to your triggers, that's when those things start going away a little bit because you're giving yourself space to heal those things about you. So that leads me to my next slide here really quickly, which is safe people. I'm going to share with you guys when you go through the grief process, there are safe people and there are not safe people to be around. I wish somebody had told me this when I went through my grief with losing my grandfather and losing my son, because I didn't know the difference because nobody told me. And so the reason a lot of us stay stuck in grief, by the way, a lot of us do, we have surrounded ourselves with unsafe people. We unwillingly know this, by the way. And as like I said, when you're going through grief, you're in a very emotionally vulnerable place. And you're in a place where a lot of your sensors are down, a lot of your guards are down, and you're trying to take on things around you because you're just a sponge absorbing stuff. Because when you're in grief, you got a kind of a brain fog, if you will. And the reason I call it a brain fog is you're dealing with tons of emotion. You're dealing with a loss, and maybe you lost a loved one, per se. So you're dealing with estate planning, funeral planning, dealing with family members, dealing with friends around you. You've got so much stuff flying around. And it's very overwhelming. Thank you, Don. And so what I'm going to share with you guys about this is safe people. Safe people listen to you without trying to fix or minimize your pain. And so safe people hold space for you. This is why I do what I do, by the way, in the coaching space. I'm not here to fix people. I'm not here to tell them what to do or how to do it. I'm not here to do that. What I am here to do, by the way, is hold space for you. And safe people hold space for you, irregardless of things. They're not there to fix you or tell you what to do. They're also not going to minimize your pain. They're going to let you have your pain, have your emotions. They're also going to validate your emotions and make space for it. And what's really cool about that, by the way, is if you are around somebody grieving, and I like to use this example from a show called Parks and Rec, when a woman was going through grief and her husband kept trying to fix her all the time. And she just said, all I want to hear is, that sucks. That's all I want to hear. I don't want to be fixed. I don't want to be told what to do. Just tell me it sucks. And what I saw happen is when that interaction happened with this woman, when someone told her that sucks, she immediately calmed down because her need got met. Back to that, listening to our emotions and what they have to say. When we get seen and heard and understood, which is what that sucks comment is, all of a sudden we feel seen. So we're good. We feel safe and we feel like we're okay. And so the other thing safe people do, by the way, is they respect your pace and boundaries in the grieving process. People that are safe are not going to try to force you to move on or let it go or force you to heal on their time frame. Or if you have boundaries, by the way, you can say, I'm not okay today. I need time to be alone, or I'm not able to go do that with you today. And if somebody says, hey, it's been 6 months, it's been a year, are you still really going through that? Or you got to get over it at some point. Those are not safe people. Those are people breaking your boundaries. And as a griever, you need to have boundaries in place to protect yourself as you grieve. Because again, if you're not listening to those emotions and giving space for them to just be and exist, those are going to get crossed all the time. And you're actually going to end up dealing with, by the way, managing other people's emotions on top of your own emotions and trauma going through grief. And that's just something you don't need to be doing, because other people's emotions and feelings and belief systems are not yours to worry about as you go through grief. The only thing you're responsible for is you. And that's why I empower all my people that I coach grieving to say, hey, this is about you. It's not about other people. And so if you're having to do that, managing of other people's emotions while you're trying to grieve, while you're trying to heal, they might not be safe people for you. And that's a decision you might have to come to and might have to figure out how to navigate. The other thing safe people do is they support you without making it about them. And I love that. I love being around people like that. I have a few people of mine that I've met through podcasting that do exactly that. They don't make it about themselves. And they're there to support you just as you need it. Safe people, by the way, are also consistent, reliable, and gentle with your vulnerability. One of my podcasting people I did an episode with attempted suicide, and I'm just keeping him anonymous because I don't want to put him out there, but he shared a story about that. And he had a friend call him at 1:30 in the morning 3 times and then stayed on the phone with him for over an hour to make sure he didn't take his life that night. That's a safe person. That's somebody in your corner that says, I don't care it's late at night. I don't care what's going on in my life. I'm here for you. And when you find safe people like that, it's a beautiful thing. Unsafe people, I want to dive into that a bit because that's usually what happens. And I want to help you identify that to go through grief. Saying things like you should be over it by now, or at least, or but this. Be wary of those things that get said to you as you go through the grief process, because that's a person that is saying where you're at right now isn't important, or I'm uncomfortable with that. Please don't talk about it. That can be very dismissive and very invalidating of your feelings and emotions. And I can tell you right now as a griever, and you guys have gone through grief, just like Christopher shared in the comments here. If somebody was to say that to you and dismiss or invalidate your emotions or your feelings, those triggers are going to be very, very big. And you're going to say something you regret, by the way, because that trigger gets very loud. And what it's trying to tell you is that this person isn't safe. I'm not allowed to be who I need to be. I can't feel the way I need to feel right now around this person. And now I'm managing this other person, trying to get them to understand me. And there's going to be conflict with that. So what I encourage you as a griever is walk away from people like that, or just hold space, keep space and hold a boundary with that, because that's the last thing you need to be doing. I will share with you too, people that rush your healing to avoid their own discomfort, that too, you'll notice with certain people, they'll shy away from it or don't want to talk about it. People can only empathize with you to the level of their experiences they have in life. And when people do that, they try to close down conversations for you and don't make space or hold space for you. And that can be very difficult as a griever to be around those kind of people, because you're holding everything in to make other people happy. And that, by the way, is giving up who you are, and it prolongs your healing process. It can make things really difficult. The other thing you want to look out for too is if other people make you feel guilty or like you're a burden for expressing your grief. If they try to center the conversation around their own experience, those two are also signs to be aware of, that somebody might not be a safe person for you. The reason grief makes other people uncomfortable is, like I said, people can only empathize to the level of experiences they have in life. So if you're a lost parent like me and you've lost a child, I'll tell you there are people out there that will try to support you and be there for you, but the real good people that are going to help you grieve that process are going to be people in the lost community that have lost a child. And I always say that's a part of a club I don't wish people to ever be part of. I'm unfortunately part of it. But when we talk to a lost parent directly, somebody who has lost a kid, they get it. They understand it. They don't try to do what unsafe people do. They actually do what safe people do. And so we create a place and a space for us to express our emotions, our feelings, our thoughts, share our story. And it's a safe place for us to do so. If you've lost a grandparent or you've lost a parent before, I haven't lost a parent, but I've lost a grandparent. Go find those people that have had that experience, because they themselves are going to be the best people to help you walk through that process. And they're going to be people that will hold space because they understand you. They get you. And I'm going to ask you guys a question. Would you rather have somebody like that or somebody that has the characteristics of an unsafe person? Odds are you're going to want that safe person by you, because they're going to make you feel comfortable and help you in your healing process. The reason people get uncomfortable with your grief, by the way, is that your pain, by the way, might be a mirror that others are avoiding. And that can make them pull away. When you decide to step up and face your grief like you guys are doing, some people don't do that or haven't done it before or don't even know how. And so they've been navigating their whole life with grief and not actually taking time to understand it. So you're showing them, by the way, how to do it, and it's very uncomfortable for them. So if they pull away from you, understand that might be why they're doing it. I'm not saying that's all the time, but it might be a reason why they pull away. If somebody distances themselves from you, by the way, it's not about you. I want you guys to hear this really clearly. It's not about you, but it's about their unhealed wounds, and they're just not ready to be around you. And that's okay, by the way. It doesn't make them bad people, but they're just not people to be around you at that time. And grief, by the way, I want to wrap this slide up with this. Grief reveals who can hold space and who can ask you to shrink, and who can protect your peace. So I want you guys to really think as you go through the grief process, if you're having people around you right now and you're going through grief and you, for whatever reason, feel like somebody's giving you a weird feeling or a weird vibe, or just something feels off when you're around this person, I want you guys to take a reflection on this. Is this a safe person or an unsafe person? What's causing me to feel this way about this person? Are they holding space for me? Are they not holding space? Are they trying to fix me? Are they uncomfortable with me? Are they been holding distance from me a lot lately? Ask those questions. And again, it doesn't mean they're bad people. I want to make that really clear. They're not bad people, but they might just not be the people that need to be around you on your journey. And that's okay, because you can go find those people that are safe for you. So another part of the grief process is that grief is going to break you open. It's going to redefine what normal is. Your life isn't going to go back to how it was before. You're going to create a new normal. And that can be very, very scary, by the way, because as we're shedding the layers of who we were, we're going to step into the layers of who we're becoming. And grief is going to mark that line between who you were and who you're becoming. The person I was before I lost my son is a radically different person from who I am today. And that was a scary journey to walk that line. Grief dismantles your routines, your roles, your identity, and your beliefs. Be prepared to question a lot of that. You guys already are, by the way. I've watched people do this in grief a lot. They always say they're scared to do that, but they're subconsciously doing it. And I see it happen. And so what I want to shed light on is give yourself permission to do that. Give yourself permission to shed those old beliefs and identities. Maybe a new routine is what you need. That might be doing something uncomfortable or different from what you're used to, but you need it subconsciously. And so give yourself permission to try new things. It's going to invite you to rebuild from the inside out. And that's really what grief does to us. This breaking open process is not your undoing. A lot of people think that for whatever reason. You're not undoing yourself. You're becoming. And that's okay. That's even better, by the way. Grief doesn't have to destroy who you are, but it's going to reveal who you're meant to be. And redefining this normal gives you permission to change. And this is a thing that I'll share. People are very scared to change. Everybody is, myself included. I will share that. What I will also say, though, is life changes all the time. It's never the same. We always reminisce on the past because we have good memories of things. We wish things could stay longer than they're meant to be in our life. And I want you to know that's a very normal thing. But what I also want to share really quickly is that change is a good thing. Change is going to bring a lot of things into place that should be in place sooner, but they're not for whatever reason. If I hadn't lost my son, I wouldn't be here on this presentation today talking to you guys. I wouldn't be in the grief space helping other people through grief. Change happened for me whether I wanted it to or not. And so what I will share about grief, by the way, is that change is either going to happen to you or for you. And when I say that it happens for you, there's a lot of meaning and purpose in that change. And you get to control your destiny and control your path forward with that. And that's what grief is doing to us. Grief is pulling back the layers of the onion to unravel who are you at a core. What over here doesn't belong? What things are not serving you anymore? And that can be friendships, that can be a job, that can be coworkers, it could be family, that could be where you live, it could be what you do in life, it could be all sorts of things in life. But I'll share that when you get rid of the things that no longer serve you and you step into this new normal that grief puts you in and shines light on where you're aligned, what you feel great at doing, what you don't have to force but comes to you naturally. When you get to that place in your grief process, beautiful things will happen to you. And I will share, by the way, that that grief thing that you went through, whether it was losing somebody or losing a job or relationship, you'll look back on that and you will one day say, when you're at that place, you'll say, had that never happened to me, I would never be where I am today. And you will go from a place of a lot of hard emotions, maybe like anger, sadness, or frustration, to gratitude, appreciation, and contribution. It will swing that hard for you in the healing process. And that's where this grief thing that we all go through, it's just a stepping stone for us to become better in our life. And so when we see it as that place, by the way, we go off and do beautiful things in our life. So the other part I want to share really quickly is honor and celebrate your loss. This is a big one that's actually helped me through my grief processes. You guys can see down here, I lost all three of these people, by the way, 2 years apart. My grandfather passed in 2020 from cancer. My son passed away 2 years ago. as a stillborn, and I lost my rabbit I had for 12 years last year in September. So I had multiple losses hit every 2 years. I chose, by the way, because those were all very heavy for me, that I was going to honor and celebrate them. And grief doesn't have to be just what you lost. It's about how you carry it forward. These people left the physical presence of life, but they're still with you in memory and spirit, maybe your actions, your beliefs, how you live your life. So create simple rituals that keep your connections alive. For my son, I have a necklace that I carry every day with the poem that we had written for him the day that he passed. I also have on there his name every day to remind me what I do. And I have a tree of life that represents him. My grandfather, I celebrate every day by going sailing on a boat and being near the water. He loved that, and hiking on trails. I celebrate his life all the time. Finley, who's this little stinker rabbit with the hat on, had him for 12 years. I was very blessed to have him 4 years longer than most people have rabbits. I have 2 beautiful rabbits now because of him. I'm able to take care of more. So I adopted more. So celebrate those that you lost. Celebrate their, let your actions and reflect the values and lessons they taught you. Simply put, do that. These people that you lost don't have to disappear. Keep their memories alive. And let yourself guide your life, by the way, by things they taught you, maybe colorful phrases they taught you. Celebrate them by maybe going to a restaurant they really loved, or donating, or going to church, something that helps you navigate their journey that they had, and reminds you every day of how grateful you were to have them in your life. And I'll share with you guys too that joy comes along with grief. You can experience those things hand in hand. It does feel weird at first because you feel like I should be sad, but I'm actually happy. So give yourself the space for that. Healing, by the way, isn't just about surviving, but it's about carrying their legacy forward. So give yourself space to figure out what that looks like for you. And like I said, honor and celebrate those that you lost. They were big, big people in your life. And I know that for everybody out there, we all feel that. So honor and celebrate these people with passion. So to summarize our empowered grief journey that we just took today, this is about honoring your journey. It's about embracing your emotions and finding strength in your own time. You're never alone on this journey. And together we can navigate grief with courage and compassion. So your grief journey today, guys, for all of you that watch this presentation, how is your empowered grief journey going to look for you? I know you're going to discover it and you guys are going to find it. But I want you guys to focus on the gifts, the lessons, and the blessings of this moment. I want you to focus on that. I want you to find your community of people, because maybe people around you may not be the right people for you for whatever reason. That's okay. Nothing wrong with that. But find your people. I'm a lost parent. I go to the lost community when I have issues working through grief about my son. Those people get me. They give me space. I give them space back. Those are my people. Go find your people. I want to encourage you to do that. Your grief will take a whole different direction when you start finding your people. Your emotions are messages. I encourage you guys to listen to them. Don't try to control them. Don't try to suppress them. Let them out. Hear them. Listen to them. Give them space. And when you guys feel triggers, by the way, those are the emotions needing space. Those are the ones in your grief journey that are saying, hey, I don't feel seen. I don't feel heard. I don't feel understood. Give your guys a space for those things. Everybody in society is going to tell you you're too emotional, or you got to get your emotions under control, or don't be triggered. You're going to hear that stuff. Those are all lies. Triggers are your teacher. Emotions are your messengers. Use those tools to your advantage, because as you go through this grief process, those two guys, your triggers and emotions, they're going to guide you down this path of figuring out where grief is taking you. And by the way, that might be a new job. That might be a new career. That might be moving somewhere new. That might be starting a new family. That might be having another kid. It might be an array of different things, but listen to your emotions and your triggers, because those two things are going to give you the most power in your grief process and your healing journey. And those are what's going to make this process worth it for you guys. And it's going to give you so much empowerment to carry forward and move forward in your life with purpose and meaning, and never to forget the legacy of those that got left behind. So what I want to share is your grief is sacred. Your story matters. Let it transform you, not define you. You don't have to grieve alone. Let's walk this journey together. So I want to share with you guys on an outgoing message today. If you enjoyed this presentation, I would love to connect with you guys in the grief community. I've met some awesome people the last 4 months that have gone through an array of different grief stories and healing journeys, by the way. And we don't ever have to walk it alone together. We can do all of this together. So I want to share with you what I'm offering you guys is I do offer a free empowerment call. It's a 1-hour call where we just hold space. That's what we do. There's no judgment. There's no telling you what to do. There's no fixing you. Those things don't have space here. What does have space is just a call for you to make your grief feel seen and heard and supported, to discover how coaching can help you move forward with clarity, compassion, and purpose. I'll share with you guys that give me an empowerment call. You guys are going to learn a lot from that because I'm going to give you some good advice and some good tools like we talked about today to help you kind of discover how that empowerment journey is going to be for you. If you guys do want to work with me one-on-one, I do offer one-on-one coaching, and I will share with you guys, that's a real empowered way that I always talk about coaching is that a 3-month period of coaching is the best way to go with things, especially when you're going through grief, because grief has this weird way of doing a roller coaster all the time, up and down, and you're going to feel fine one day, not so fine the next. And doing a 3-month coaching window is a great way for you to really dive into those emotions, those feelings, those processes you're going through, start discovering those gifts and direction you're taking. And that's something I help people navigate a lot. And coaching calls are not just expensive calls, by the way, but they're places where we hold space without judgment, without any kind of notions of things other than to listen, to be seen and heard and understood, and discover where that process goes for you. So all of you guys attending the grief conference this year, I'm giving 25% off my 3-month coaching package to help you guys make it a little affordable, but give yourself an opportunity to get that attention that you guys need so that you can navigate this grief journey just a little bit easier. Another thing that I'm offering too, by the way, is a new group that I'm putting together, which is a membership group. It's called the Empowered Grief Collective. It's a $47 a month with a 7-day free trial on it. You guys can come in this group. I do weekly live coaching sessions in here, by the way, where I'll share a tool or some kind of way to help people through grief, but also hold a space for Q&A so people can ask questions and put their grief stories out there or discuss what they might be struggling with or what they might need help with. I have found that putting this collective together is that when we're going to build a membership group of people who are going through grief together from all walks of life, from all different cultures and belief systems, we actually can heal faster together and we can grow together. And we can do beautiful things together in this process of grief. So I wanted to give you guys a couple things there to offer you as you guys walk through your healing journey. And if you guys are curious just to learn a little bit more about me, you guys can reach out to me at empoweredgriefjourney.com. That's my website. You guys can learn a little bit more about my grief story. You guys can book your empowered call there. It's free, by the way. There's no charge for that. It's a free 1-hour call. I also want to encourage you guys to listen to my podcast, The Empowered Grief Journey. It is on Apple and Spotify, so you guys can find me on there. Right now, there's about 26 episodes that are released. I've got that same amount coming out between now and June. And then you guys can also follow me on my social media pages. I am very active on Facebook and Instagram and TikTok and YouTube and LinkedIn right now. So I'm very happy if you guys want to jump on and follow me on social media. I'd love that. I love connecting with people across the world with grief because despite our cultures, our time zones, everything like that, we are walking grief very similarly to each other in life. And I think that that's a very beautiful thing that we're doing. So I want to thank everybody for watching this presentation today. I want to give a big shout out to Tony Lynch, who put this all together, and Ada. I want to give you a big thanks, you guys, because it's meant the world to me to connect with you on your podcast, but also for you to give me a space to share my story about Caden. And I just want to wrap it up today that this story, thank you guys so much. My son, Caden, he was a beautiful little baby. I'm sad that I don't get to have him in my life, but to share his story and to be doing the coaching that I'm doing today with people and helping change the way the world sees grief, that little child gave me the biggest gift I could ever have. And I want to give it back to you guys in the best way that I possibly can. And for everybody watching and listening today, I'm very grateful for you guys, not just to support Tony, but supporting me and supporting all the other presenters on this grief conference. We all came together to share our walks of life through grief and what we've experienced to help you guys have some tools have some comfort, to be seen, to be heard, to be understood as you navigate grief. And so I want to encourage you guys to stay empowered and know that your grief doesn't have to define you, but it's going to propel you forward into some very beautiful things of life. So thank you guys so much. From the bottom of my heart, thank you.
And delivering the truth. What is that, you ask? Here at the Niche Nation, it's a 360-degree, no BS, self-discovery destiny. It's real, it's raw, and it's uncut. We deal with pain, struggle. We deal with the rock bottoms like no other. No age, no gender, no journey too deep for us to hold space. We are here as life tour guides to lead you to the calling. Grab a cup, take a sip, and enjoy the once-in-a-lifetime journey here at the Niche Nation.
Find a comfortable position and gently close your eyes. Take a deep breath in through your nose, hold it, and then exhale slowly through your nose, letting go of any tension. Serenity after the storm represents a comprehensive strategy to process grief and loss. 70% of women report feeling isolated during their grieving process. Now, simply focus on your breath. Inhale deeply, bringing calmness into your body, and exhale, releasing any stress or worries. With each breath, feel more grounded and at peace, knowing you are exactly where you need to be at this moment. Take one more deep breath in and exhale, bringing with you a sense of calm as you open your eyes and return to the world, carrying peace with you. Things are going to get worse before they get better. Grief is hard. Thank you for purchasing Serenity After the Storm. I hope that my experience with loss is able to give you insights and techniques to be able to manage your own personal journey with grief.
You have lost a spouse or a partner, and you are struggling to move forward after this loss. Let's talk about it. I am Meher Sayed, a grief coach dedicated to helping people navigate life after loss in this fast-paced and always online world. I know how overwhelming grief can be, especially in a world where people expect us to stay busy, show up, and keep moving. But grief doesn't follow a timeline, does it? It needs space, it needs understanding, and most of all, it needs support. But healing doesn't stop with one conversation. If you're looking for deeper support, I offer one-on-one coaching sessions where we hold space for your grief and your emotions and move forward at your own pace. Or you can join my extended grief coaching program if you're looking for extended and ongoing support. If you're looking to join a community where there will be others who have shared something similar in terms of grief and facing loss, you can join my Facebook community, The Grief Circle. And if you feel called to share your story, I invite you to be a guest on my YouTube channel, Grief Talk, where we share stories about life, loss, and learning to live again. Let's connect. Visit www.griefcoachingwithmeher.com and let's get in touch. You don't have to go through this alone. Let's hold a space together. I'm honored to be speaking at the Global Grief Conference this year, where I'll be sharing ways to navigate grief and holding space for it in a world that's moving too fast around us. So if you've ever felt like you're grieving in silence, where life rushes on around you, this session is for you. Don't forget to tune into my session on April 26th, 12 p.m. Mountain Time. See you there.
What do Postvention Collective and Journey Through Grief have in common? They are two businesses working hand in hand to educate, advocate, and support people left behind after a suicide. The act of suicide is surrounded by stigma, and that stigma trickles down to those left here to grieve. I'm Tracy Ozer, and my job is to bring resources and coaching services to the moms, dads, siblings, children, and others battling through this devastating loss. Postvention Collective is the premier education company bringing suicide bereavement trainings to our businesses, schools, behavioral health workers, faith organizations, and any others who want to learn ways to eliminate this public health crisis. Our mission is to equip communities with the tools and resources so that they can go on to support their family members, their colleagues, their friends, and any others within their circle of influence. Journey Through Grief is your one-stop shop for suicide bereavement support. Whether you want to try coaching to get your personal life back on track, or hear stories of loss and healing through our podcast or our YouTube channel, there is something for everyone. But most importantly, if you've lost someone by suicide, know that you're not alone, and we've been there too. Come into our community and let us earn your trust so that we can love you through grief.
What if you could hit reset? A place that actually feels like home. Because here you can finally breathe. At Rock Lake Earth Lodge, we let nature do the work. No pressure, no distractions, just space to process, to heal. to find your way back to you. Because life doesn't come with a manual. And healing doesn't have to be complicated. When you are ready to reset, we'll be here.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you are around the world. I welcome you and I thank you for being here today. You have now entered a sacred space, a space of honesty, a space of healing, and a space of hope. I want to set the tone and I want to take a moment to breathe. Um, let's take the time to take in a moment to breathe together. Inhale stillness and exhale distractions. Inhale calmness and exhale expectations. Inhale openness and exhale fear. As you enter this space, allow yourself to pause, to breathe in stillness, to breathe out distractions, to ground yourself in this present moment. I ask that you open your heart to receive what was always meant for you. Know that you are in a safe space here, that you all are seen, you are welcome to be here just as you are. So let's begin together from a place of calmness, readiness, and open-heartedness, and ready to receive. My name is Choice Simmons. I am an author. I am a poet. I am a licensed educational therapist, a certified grief and trauma informed coach. And again, I welcome you here. I thank you for joining me today as I present on my topic, Permission to Grieve, the Silent Struggle of a Grief Professional. Allowing yourself to hold the same space and the same grace that you offer to others. I would like to start off by opening up with one of my spoken word pieces. And the title of this spoken word is Permission to Grieve. A little about me. When I was younger in middle school and high school, I spent a lot of time with myself and I loved to write. I took the opportunity to write in different events. I had some of my work published. I've entered in contests, but I use spoken word and poetry as a way of healing, a way for me to connect with myself and to get my thoughts out of my mind and out on paper. It wasn't until I got older that I built up the confidence to share those spoken word pieces with people. And today I would love to share a couple of my spoken word pieces with you guys as we go through this journey with each other. Giving yourself permission to grieve. Thank you guys so very much. I do apologize for the technical issues that I am having. I thank you for your patience, and I want to come back and join you guys by speaking my spoken word piece, um, Permission to Grieve. They told us to be strong. They told us to move on, but they never told us how to breathe beneath the weight of what we have lost. Today, we give ourselves permission to tremble, permission to weep, permission to fall apart and somehow still be whole. We are not broken. We are not breaking open. Grief is not weakness, it is the evidence of love. And today we gather not to get over it, but to walk through it together. We are brave enough to heal. We are brave enough to feel. We are brave enough to grieve. Thank you. So today we're exploring the silent struggles we carry while helping others heal, and why giving others permission to grieve is essential. It is also essential for us to also give ourselves permission to grieve. Today, excuse me, you guys. Today, my presentation will be broken down into 3 simple parts: the silent struggles of a grief professional, carrying grief while also hiding it, the cost of silent grief, compassion fatigue, emotional exhaustion, and the loss of self, and then giving ourselves the permission to grieve, honoring our humanity, healing ourselves as we also help others to heal. I want to take the time to, again, take a pause. I want to do that just for you, but also for myself, as I feel the emotions rise inside as I am presenting to you guys. And as you guys know how it feels to walk through grief and what grief looks like when you are to navigate it in open spaces, such as when you return to work after a loss, or you find yourself in open spaces surrounded by people and you are present but do not feel present, do not be seen. I've learned to find different ways to calm myself and to center myself, find ways of grounding myself so that I could release the stress and the fears, the worry and the sadness that I may be carrying at the time. And so I would love for us to take the time to breathe together, to inhale permission to feel, and the pressure to perform. While I am a certified grief and trauma informed coach, I'm also a human being. And this topic that I am touching on today is so near and dear to me. It speaks to the fear of speaking up and speaking out as a certified grief trauma informed coach, as a grief specialist, a licensed educational therapist. I can go on and list the titles and the roles that I have accomplished and achieved in my lifetime. But one thing for sure is grief holds no weight to any person. When grief shows up, it doesn't care who you are, what you do, and how long you've been doing it. It attacks and it attaches itself to us. And it's a weight that we carry forever. And so I want to take that time and ask a question to you. When was the last time you gave yourself permission to grieve? Think about that. Whether you've lost your loved one or something or someone 1 year, 5 years, 20 years ago, it is important to find space for yourself and to give yourself permission to grieve. What grief are you still carrying that needs to be acknowledged? Think about it. And as we go on with this, with our time together, we will come back and we'll address those two questions that I just asked. When was the last time I gave myself permission to grieve? And what grief am I still carrying that needs to be acknowledged? Sometimes when you are in the profession of grief and mental health, coaching, or whether you're a teacher, a counselor, it is very difficult sometimes to show up in the space that you are there to help others as your true self. And this is something that professionals tend to do. We tend to hide behind our roles silently. And one thing that I realized in my time is counselors need counselors and coaches need coaches and teachers. And even as a parent myself, I have a parent. There's oftentimes that we look at the role, at who we are as humans, with fear of being seen as weak, with fear of being judged. And there's often times that we will silence ourselves so that we are not seen in those ways to people in the world. But I tell you that moving the mask, when you are able to remove the mask and to honor the truth of your grief and to truly find yourself, that's where healing begins. Giving yourself permission to grieve. By doing so, you allow yourself to be human and to be vulnerable. You allow yourself to heal the same way that you are trying to help others to heal. You're allowing yourself to see the pain and to acknowledge it and to dive deeper down within yourself and to understand that it doesn't make you weak. Grief, it does make you weak, but showing that you are also grieving does not make you weak. It makes you human, and also allows other people to see that you are not perfect, that you bleed just how they bleed, you hurt just how they hurt. And it's important that others are able to see that even through the pain struggles, that there is no right or wrong way to grieve. I want to make sure that everyone knows that your grief is your grief. We grieve because we love. And no matter how long it takes for you to get through the grief that you are carrying, I want you to know that you can get through it with hope, with love, and that surrounding yourself by others and finding support is important while going through the journey. The healing journey is not easy. Healing has no stopwatch. Grief cannot be in your heart. It sets its own pace of when it is mended and when it heals. But it is doable, it is possible. Healing again is not a weakness, and vulnerability is not a failure. Grief is just proof that you loved someone. I found it very helpful to begin speaking affirmations in my life as I've been going through my own grieving journey in this process of grieving. Even as a professional, I am still there. I'm still there today. I am on a journey of self-discovery and healing because, as we know, grief sucks the life out of you. For me, I'm not just grieving the loss of a loved one. I'm grieving the loss of myself. I was 21 when I lost my mom, and she passed on my 21st birthday. And when I should have been living what as 21-year-olds think our best, because we are now adults, we can now go buy alcohol, we're grown. I had to truly become an adult and take on ownership and guardianship of my younger brother, because one thing I didn't want for him to do was grow up in a system or feel the loss and pain of family and our mom. So I began to recently write affirmations, and I would love to take the time for us to take an affirmation break and just speak life over ourselves, even as we grieve. Affirmations are meant to strengthen us. They're meant to build us up, even when we are in a place, a sunken place, a low place, we don't see ourselves, and we don't have the positivity that we need to lift us up and to walk in our day to day. I use affirmations as a way of lifting me and speaking life, and I would love to share it with you guys as well. I would love for you to repeat to me. I am allowed to grieve. I am worthy of healing, and I am not alone. I am stronger today than I have ever been. I am not weak. I am whole. I am not broken. I am joy, even in my sadness. I am capable of showing up as my true, authentic self. Thank you for taking the time to take an affirmation pause with me. Affirmations are great ways of, again, building us and allowing us that space to speak positivity in our lives when everything around us is so negative. It allows us to see ourselves in ways that we may not necessarily see ourselves, because grief has blinded us with pain, fear, anger, and resentment. But I encourage you, take time throughout your day, speak affirmations over yourself, speak life into those dark places where you may not feel alive after losing your loved one or after losing yourself for something that was of such significance to you. I would like to ask a few more questions and allow you guys time to ponder these questions. What mask have you been wearing? Where have you hidden your grief? And what would giving yourself grace look like today? take the time to reflect on those questions and even place them in the chat. If you have any questions yourself, please also take the time to ask your questions as well. I will take a moment at the end of my presentation to answer any questions that you guys may have, as well as take the time to have conversation and reflect on the questions I have asked. I would love to share another spoken word piece. It's called Beauty Beyond Brokenness. What if healing isn't about erasing the cracks? What if it's about letting light pour through them? Today, we honored the ache. We stood in ruins and we found garden growing. Grief does not end, but it transforms. It reshapes our hearts into something softer, something stronger, something infinitely more human. Alone or not forgotten. And this is not the end. It is the beginning of a new kind of beautiful. It is the beginning of new spaces that you can enter with your head held high. It is the beginning, the reveal, unmasking of the pain that you have been hiding behind. It is the unveiling, the unmasking, the truth being revealed. Take that time to show who you are, to walk in the room, to glow, to shine bright. Allow the pain that you carry to fall by the wayside. Just hope for others, but have hope and love for yourself. Find peace within, the joy that lingers. Know that you are able to hold space and to show up just how you are. You will not be judged. You will be loved. You will be cared for. You will be honored. Honor yourself. Love yourself. And know that you are loved. Thank you guys so much. Even through the technical issues, even through my lack of voice, I pushed and I pushed through, you guys. I thank you for honoring the space that I am in. I thank you for allowing me to be in this space with you. And know that your roles don't make you. Grief has a way of showing up regardless of your titles. And even though you may feel like you are alone, you may feel like you are not able to share and to speak up and to be true about who you are and where you are in your grief journey, I ask that you put that lie to bed. You are able to show up just how you are. I am learning to show up just how I am, with the pain and seeking support. What are some ways that you guys could in a healthy way, can you live your truth and walk in your grief as you journey through it, but not alone? Ask yourself these questions. And what would it look like? If you have any questions for me, I'd love to take the time to answer those questions. I don't see any questions. I don't see any questions. But in closing, I would like to close with affirmation. And close this space. I ask that you breathe in strength that you already carry and know that healing is not a race. It is a return. Return to your heart. Return to your truth. Return to your right to grieve and to grow. May peace settle over you like a soft blanket. May you find yourself gently held by grace even after this moment ends. You can stay connected with me. Find me on Instagram at Beautiful Minds LLC _. You can find me at Charming Choices with an I _7. You can also check out my website at www.choicesimmons.com. I also make aromatherapy products. I use them for healing and for restoring the mind, the body, and the soul. So check out my website at www.charmingchoices.com. It's choices with an I. www.charmingchoices.com. If you have no questions, I thank you for your time. And I wish nothing but peace and happiness, love and joy as you find your way through your grief journey. And know that you are not alone. I'm here to support you. Thank you.
What up? What up?
What's going on?
What's going on? Give it up to Choice, man. You know what I'm saying? She was working through her technical difficulties and came through, man. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Unmute yourself, Snotty.
Thank you.
All right.
There we go.
How you feeling, man? How's the vibe with everybody, man?
How you doing, Quaalude?
Good, bro. How you?
Oh man, I'm still back here enjoying the show, man, and just taking it all in, one moment at a time, one moment at a time, just enjoying everything, just really just enjoying everything, man.
Yeah, my stepdaughter's birthday today. She turned 19. I forgot all about that thing.
Oh man, you're supposed to have been over there with her.
Oh, now I'm about to go.
Okay.
I'm about to go. Right. When this is done with.
Yeah, man. Happy birthday. Tell her happy birthday from us.
Yeah, she just turned 19.
Okay. Hey, that's a big number right there, man, especially for a young lady.
Yeah.
Most definitely. All right, Snotty, what you got for us today, girl?
I have a game that is called Alphabet Categories. So the way we play this game is the chat will pick a number 1 through 12. So the first person to pick a number 1 through 12 will go with. Then I'm going to roll this letter die, and it will pick a letter for us. So the topics are on these cards that you can't see. And then the letters are on the die. So chat, give us a number 1 through 12 to help us pick our topic. And I'll roll the dice. The die. That's our game. Okay, number 5. Pro sports teams that start with the letter N. We're going to take turns. So, Tony, you go first. And then we'll go Quaalude, then I'll go. And then, whoever messes up is out, and then the last 2 people will go.
So sports teams with the letter N?
That start with the letter N.
All right.
I lost already because I don't follow sports, so.
I know, right? Like she already started off cheating. I'm pretty sure she got a cheat list over there.
I'd have had off top. She said start with an N. I said the Nets.
That's what I was going to say.
That's it. Ain't nothing else.
Okay,
Nets,
let's pick another one. Number 5. Let's take
Mr. 20%. She
nah,
said
that ain't no team. The team is Patriots, so that wouldn't work. You can't say New England. It's the Patriots.
You know what? I say what I want right now.
Yeah,
I'm just
that ain't no
it
team start with an N.
Okay, we'll start with a new letter. And we'll start with the new topic. We're still going to use the number 5. It's going to be toys, starting with the letter G. Oh, my goodness. Okay, go ahead, Tony. Toys starting with the letter G.
Starting with the letter G. Toys? G.I. Joe.
Quaalude.
Toys with a G?
Toys that start with the letter G.
Gummy bears. That ain't no toy though. With a G? I don't know. I passed. I could.
Okay. How about a Garfield stuffed animal? Is that reaching?
That was going to be my next one. Garfield, because he was a stuffed animal, and they had toys with Garfield.
Okay.
We got Gumbo. Gumbo was another one.
Garbage Pail Kids.
Okay.
God damn it. All right. Let's see. Godzilla. They had. I already said G.I. Joe, Mr. 20%. Don't be taking my answers, trying to use them as your own. I'll be trying to do that. No, you cheating already.
Game Boy.
Damn it.
God damn it. Game Cats.
That was Choice. Choice said Game Boy.
Oh, Choice said Game Boy. Choice, put them in it. Oh, you know what, Choice? Don't be cheating. You over here in the private chat. You got to go over here in the public chat. I'm done with your stuff already. All right, I'm done with your stuff. Don't be trying to, you help me Quaalude out. He's over there in the private chat watching you.
No, it came up on the screen, bro.
Ooh, I got one.
It came up on the screen.
It ain't on the screen.
Watch. I bet you if she type anything in right now in the private chat, automatically it pops up on the screen, bro.
I don't have to type it up in the private chat. It's still in the private chat. It's not on the screen.
No, I'm saying when you do a private chat, like if you anybody type in anything, automatically it comes up on our screen right here. I don't have
because you still looking in the private chat.
No, I'm not looking in the private chats. I big screened it. That's what I'm trying to say. It comes up for you automatically the way you got it set up.
Oh, now see, Choice put in glow stick. We got glow stick.
I got one, y'all. Y'all been skipping me.
What?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Now, you've been cheating. That's why we skipping you.
I ain't been cheating. Y'all just mad because I'm good at the games.
What you mean? Of course you got the answers to the damn game.
I ain't got the answer. How I got a cheat sheet? I got a whole bunch of letters written down. A whole bunch of words written down for every letter of the alphabet.
You got answers on the other side of it.
There ain't no answers on the other side. It's the same thing. Y'all accusing me of stuff I ain't do.
Yo, come on. That's sleight of hand.
Mine is Gumby.
Look, she didn't turn the card around like this. She switched the cards under the camera.
Gumby.
Yeah, see?
That's my answer. Gumby.
That's why it turned up blurry for us.
Y'all are some sore losers, man.
You know what? We ain't sore losing. We just call it.
We ain't at all. We having fun losing. That's all.
Okay.
We just know when the shit is rigged. That's all. We having a great time.
That's it.
That's
okay,
all.
Gumby. Yeah, your turn.
Gumby.
I know y'all remember Gumby, right?
Yo, y'all really stretching on the toys because a lot of us ain't had them damn toys. Now, you might have had a glow stick, and if you old enough, you had a Gumby. But I know damn well Tony Lynch ain't had no Godzilla because I ain't had no Godzilla. I don't know where they had. Where you found the toy Godzilla at, man?
I found the toy Godzilla. Okay, so you remember back in the day when they used to have the Woolworth?
Yeah, I remember Woolworths, man. That's why
they
I used to get
have a tall
Green Army
Godzilla. Look, they used to have the tall guys that had the little thing in the back. When you did, it had the yellow tongue. I mean, the red tongue. Yeah. Yeah. Don't,
exclusive.
Man, come on now.
Okay. How about this? Next round.
Oh, I didn't say that. Green Army Men.
Are we still playing? Okay. Green Army Men. I'm going to go with a gorilla figurine.
That's called cheating.
That's caught off the dome.
Gorilla
I mean,
figurine.
y'all can say no, it doesn't fly, and then I'm out.
And ain't nobody had one of them neither. That's what you should have said. Toys you had that started with a G.
Y'all like that one? Y'all gonna let that one slide or no?
I mean,
you know what? I'm gonna give you that.
I mean, gotta let it slide because something tell me you really had one.
Yeah, most definitely, most definitely.
A gorilla figurine.
Which one you go with, Quill? I'm gonna give you your shot.
She still got the gorilla. Yo, show us the gorilla figurine. Snotty still got it.
What you talking about?
Hey, y'all remember that slime, that goo, that green goo?
Yeah, the slime.
Yeah, the one that used to come in the little egg, huh?
Kids are still dealing with. I got to get Zelia that. At least she gets slime, and they know how to make it. They know how to make their own. Yeah. Yes, sir. It got something to do with eye solution for the eyes, or like eye contact solution. I forgot the exact thing, but it's something. And Azalea's 10. Make her own goo, and you put the food coloring in it, change the colors. Yeah, bro.
Okay. Man, I'm gonna have to do that because I missed that. Remember those back in the day at Nickelodeon where they used to dump the slime on people?
Drop the slime on people.
Yeah,
you can't do that on television.
It's GAC, right? That's what
What's
they
GAC?
The little farting stuff.
Yeah, the little green stuff that used to come in the little eggs and stuff.
That's a good one, man. That's a real good one. All right, Quaalude.
Look. Choice to put up the she put up the.
We didn't need no GAC for the part sounds. We used to do the parts like this under the arm. Remember that?
I do. All right, so we got the ingredients to the goo. We got borax. Okay, contact solution.
Dish detergent. Yes, they do.
Yeah. All right.
So look around. At times that kids is doing that. You run around, you like, hold on, man. I know I ain't crazy. I know damn well this was a new Palmolive, and it's like this now. And they put it right back where the dish detergent go. But they making goo, bro. You ain't crazy. You ain't crazy. It didn't fall over. You ain't do that much dishes. Your kids robbed you.
Oh, all right. What you got for us next? Are we still doing G's? Because I think
we can do another one. And since y'all think I'm cheating so much, we'll have the chat pick the letter and the topic. So one person pick a letter, and then somebody else pick a
topic.
Naughty
taking that personal. We just playing with you, Naughty.
Nah,
did you notice? Tony, did you notice that when Snotty turned her head to the side? Snotty got good hair. You say that?
Hey, you know that I'm glad she virtual because I think she would have whipped both of us at this present point in time.
No, I would have ran.
I know y'all giving me a hard time, man.
I would have ran too, but then there's a side of me that would have been like, we got a jumper. I mean, at least we have a fighting chance. I mean, she may whoop both.
You duck maneuver and catch her with the spitball action. Just keep weaving on her. And dip. Man, get out of here. That's it.
Oh man. All right, so Snotty, you said you're gonna let the
do nowadays. You gotta film it. See, we left that part out. We old school.
Yeah.
Nah, nowadays you got to be like, oh, what? And film it.
Mm-hmm. Look, man, I am not about to go out like that.
What, filming them?
Ain't no sense of filming our downfall. Snotty, she over there kung fu mastering and stuff, man. You know what I'm saying?
I'm saying to avoid. I ain't punching no chick. So when Snotty get to swinging, I'm dipping. You gotta film it. You gotta take footage. You know what I'm saying? Definitely for parole. They be like, man, what happened? Look, what's happening. I was weaving. You see? Yeah. You gotta do that nowadays, man, because parole, they send you for anything.
Man,
right,
you know.
Look, Miss Asbury.
Like it wasn't even us. She started the whole thing. The whole thing.
Hey, yeah, I remember, listen, bro, I swear to God, I remember, my first week home, I walked into a bank robbery, bro.
What?
Literally. Mind you, I'm thinking I'm being slick because, ain't supposed to drive on parole, whatever, right? Initially, anyway, so I parked way down by Dunkin' Donuts. Call myself creeping up Central Ave walking. These dudes just robbed the HSBC bank across the street. They blocked the whole damn thing off. Not only me, the bus pulls up at that time. So that bus stop right there is where, the closest bus stop to parole. So it's like 10, 12 other people that came for parole that got off the bus. We all on the sidewalk like this in zip ties. Waiting to prove to them we ain't robbed no bank. And we all felons on parole now.
Jesus. What? Woo. I ain't got nothing to say about that one.
Right.
I'm not being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Jesus.
I'm talking about you can see the parole building from where we zip tied. But you know what's good about it? This is the first time that you see a bunch of criminals sitting around laughing. But we know that, you know why I feel good? We know we ain't do nothing. We crooks. Man, worry about nothing. Zip ties don't bother us at all. We've been, man, listen. Good.
Probably worse.
You know what I mean? And the beautiful thing about it is, guess what? Most of us had dirty urine. They ain't finna test us now after this. Man, we good. Man, take much time as you want. Take what time you want.
Oh man! So Snotty, you said you're gonna let the audience pick a letter.
They can't come
for the next. What we doing? We still doing toys?
Nah, we're gonna do something else. We're gonna play the same game, but we're gonna take the letters out of it, and we're just gonna play. So the topic, let's do magazines, and we'll just go in turn naming magazines. They don't have to start with a letter. We'll just name magazines. How's that?
All right.
So go ahead, Tony. You start it off.
You know what? I was always a fan of National Geographics.
Jet.
Good housekeeping.
Forbes.
Ebony.
Oprah's magazine. Oh,
what's that? What's that other one? Home and Body. Home and Body Works.
Source.
Ooh.
Sports Illustrated.
NFL Today.
Vibe.
Maxim.
Black Beauty.
Us.
Right on.
Penthouse.
XXL.
Martha Stewart.
God dang it!
Got a magazine?
Yeah, she got a magazine.
Yeah, she do. I didn't even think about that one. Yeah, she got a magazine. Did we say Time?
No.
Mad.
Time.
Mad magazine.
Mad magazine.
Better Homes and Garden.
I'm going with Mr. 20%. GQ.
Man, ran out of magazines.
No, we did. Well, look, I didn't put it on the bottom of the screen right here. Oh, there's two more in this chat. I don't know if you see them, Q.
That's cool that he's not stealing from the chat. Cool.
Nickelodeon.
Oh, I got one for y'all. East Bay. Remember the ones with the sneakers?
Oh man, I was just thinking of that, man. I was thinking of that. Couldn't think of the name of it.
Yeah, we already said Word Up. Let's see. There's Rolling Stone, Word Up, People, Newsweek, Elle, Composition, Cosmetology,
Complex.
My turn.
Yeah, that's a magazine. Complex.
I think the buzzer's about to sound, Tony. You got nothing?
I got nothing.
All right, it's just me and Q.
Popular science.
Good one.
Yeah, it's over for me because I'm trying to sit and look at, like, remember they used to have a magazine section. I'm trying to go through, and I had them at first, but over. Oh, Harley Davidson. Right. There you go. Bike Week.
Scholastics.
Car and Driver.
Popular Mechanics.
Car and Driver was a number one joint.
Yeah.
Oh, Cycle Trader. No. That's a magazine, the ones you get at the grocery store, right?
What?
Like when you coming out, they little magazines of the cars that are being sold locally.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Rob Report.
Hot Rod.
Hot Rod. Mini Trucks.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Penny Saver. That's another one.
Yep.
All
Everybody
right.
Penny Saver. I mean,
remember,
you're gonna go Penny Saver, then I'm gonna say Macy's. Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. All right, Macy's in the house.
In brochures,
Yeah. They had another joint. I don't know if anybody remember this, but remember back in the day, they used to have a bully book, the XL bully book, where you could order pit bulls off of them. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I used to. Matter of fact, back in the day when I was younger, I actually ordered my Black Belgium from that book. It used to be a book dedicated to nothing but the bloodlines of pit bulls.
I know what you're talking about too.
Yeah.
Montgomery Wars. I think I'm out of magazines, yeah.
Look, they over here turning it up. They got Right On. They got Wired, Montgomery Wards. That's it. Yeah. All right. I think it's not you out of magazines?
I think I'm out of magazines, y'all.
What you got, Q? Yeah, I think I'm out too. I think we didn't put most of them out there. I'm pretty sure there's more. You remember Planes, Trains, and Automobiles?
I don't.
They used to have the old model trains in there. They had the old model automobiles, and then they had the old model planes up. Planes up in there. You could read about them.
No.
Yeah, we used to get those in school.
Nah, that just means that you used to hang out in different sections of the library that people really didn't go in. I just had a vision just now, and I was just seeing you in the library with glasses this thick, looking at all them books that we was being cool over here, So we saw the movie though, Plane, Trains, and Automobiles.
Hey, sometimes that's what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? Look, we forgot. We forgot
like this, looking for a book. What y'all doing?
Hey, you know what? I came in the front when I was a kid. I used to have them big old thick glasses. We was poor. We grew up in the projects, man. You know what I'm saying? You got to get what you could. Your mic just muted.
I said your hand nature right now, your gestures just showed us that you got the rope. He used to having the rope on his. I
didn't have the rope. I did not have the rope, but I did have those. Look, them glasses was thick and it was tough, right? Get in the fight and didn't have to worry about nobody breaking my glasses. But bam, like yeah. I was doing that. Oh, travel and leisure.
Yeah.
Back in the days, people used to wear glasses with tape on them. Straight up.
No, I didn't have to do that. didn't have to do that. I had project glasses. What are you talking about? PC Mag. There's another one. PC Magazine.
Yeah, it is a good one.
Yeah.
Cracked. I was thinking about Mad TV. Cracked had a magazine, right?
Oh, yeah. They used to have the kid with the freckles.
Highlights had a magazine. Look at
Dude, High Time.
You said
High Times.
Yeah, remember High Time?
Yeah.
Yeah, because remember back in the day, you could get that you had to order that magazine from California. You know what I'm saying? And they used to have all the different strains of cannabis in there.
Yep, and they had the awards and all that.
Yeah. What was that other one? There was another one. Yeah, I can't even think of no more.
Right.
All right.
That was a good round, though.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of good ones out there that we weren't even thinking about that people still putting in the chats and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So what you got next for us? What you got next for us, Nada?
We're gonna play one more round of that, and the topic is gonna be, I put it in the chat, soda brands.
Soda brands.
Soda brands.
All right.
Soda drinks. Soda.
Oh,
brands.
I thought you said soda bread.
All right.
All
That's
right.
what it sounded like. You said soda bread.
Oh. So that's what we got. We got
Ain't that
soda
many.
brands. Who's starting off with?
I'll
Pepsi.
start. Oh, yep. That's exactly what I was gonna say. Sprite.
Sprite.
Okay. Fanta.
Mountain Dew.
Fizzy.
Big Red.
What is that? That ain't no soda.
What? Fizzy is a soda.
Fizzy?
Yeah.
Where at? Where they selling that?
They selling them in the 7-Eleven up here.
It's like the 50-cent soda.
It's like a 35-cent soda.
Oh, like the Royal Crown. That's the
Yeah,
cheapest soda on the market.
Yeah.
The RC Cola.
Ooh.
Faygo.
Ooh, that's an old one. Welch's.
Banging. Strawberry Welch's. I can't find it. The Strawberry Welch's soda is banging. It's hard as hell to find,
dude.
man.
I can find it. Look, they still selling in the stores up here. That the pineapple one, and they got a grape one. Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
That's everything, man. That Strawberry Welch, they'll be knowing about that, man.
Ooh, man, look, I still bring back memories, man. You know, I can still go to the store and grab them.
Yo, that was the one soda you fighting for the last bottle. You knocking chips over all that, man. Listen here. Listen, bro. One strawberry left. It's either we sharing it or ain't nobody getting it. Yeah.
Let's see. It's on you.
7 Up. 7 Up.
Barks.
Yep. 7 Up. Oh, there's another good one. Mug.
I said Barks.
Mug.
Barks is another good one.
Ain't that like ginger ale?
Mm-mm. It's like Mug root beer.
Oh.
Yeah.
Seagrass.
They
make
also,
ale.
Yeah, ginger ale. What's that other one? They got a mellow yellow. I was just thinking about that. Joyce popped it up in the comment section. Ooh.
I do like some Dr. Thunder.
Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Thunder though, and the generic
I ain't never heard that.
It's
I ain't never heard no Dr. Thunder.
Our little grocery stores brand up the street.
Yo, you should do a game like that, man, where you mention the item and we gotta name the knockoff brand.
Oh, that's dope.
You know, same thing but the knockoff version. Huh?
We gotta do it. We gotta do it.
Yeah,
they had the craziest name. She said Dr. Thunder, and they be having fruity loops. You know what I mean? Like, you never seen them fruity loops, and they come in the bag.
Hey, who remembers that drink that they banned? I want to say it's like Splurge or something. It used to come in a yellow and green can. They used to have a. Remember the one they used
Surge
to have?
or some shit like that. Was it called Surge?
Surge. Yeah, Surge. Remember they used to have people jumping off the bungee, jumping off the bridge, and when they got to the bottom, they exploded. Yeah, they were like crazy. And all of a sudden, this can is sitting there, Splurge. They actually banned that drink. Dude,
they banned it?
Huh?
They banned it, you said?
Yeah, they banned it. It was out for like, it was Surge. It was they had it. It was out for like a couple of years. And I think it was like a mixture between a soda and an energy drink. And the damn thing was so strong that people were actually overdosing on the damn thing. Yeah, it was like one of the first original energy drinks / sodas.
So it was like how they took Four Loko off the market when they found out that had the energy drink in it.
Dude, Four Loko is still on the market. What you talking about?
Not how it used to be. They used to have that energy drink thing in there, and they took it off. Well, in New York, they did. They took it off, and that ingredient that got that energy drink thing in there ain't in it no more.
Yeah, they still sell it, dude. That's like one of the most popular drinks out here in California. Like people going to the 7-Eleven and to some. Well, you can't even get it out the liquor store, but you can go into the 7-Eleven and it's like $1.50, and people buying them up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, they buying them up like crazy.
Yeah, that's one thing you can't do in New York. You're not buying no beer at no liquor store.
Yeah,
beer is beer.
See, I was telling somebody else that too. I was like, dude, back home in Virginia, you go to the liquor store to get hard liquor. You get beer out the like the regular stores. And they was like, what? I was like, regular you go out the regular stores and you go to the liquor store to get hard liquor. You can't. They don't have them. It's not a mixture. Look, we got Mr.
You
Pibb.
can get beer out the gas station. Beer is every store. If they sell milk, they sell beer.
Yeah.
In New York, not no liquor though. That's different. You got to go to the liquor store for that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Which that was the is in the word liquor store. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's where you get your Henny and your cognac and stuff from. You know
when you at the liquor store, when you see the bulletproof windows, you at the liquor store. You know what I mean? With the little slot. Yeah.
Yeah.
In the liquor store.
Hey, back in Virginia, they got to a point when you walked into the liquor store, the guy set up here, and you know what I'm saying, and everything was behind the counter, so you would have to get everything from him. You know what I'm saying? And then he would slide it through after you put your money in, he would slide it through the little cut in the bottom. You know, like you weren't getting
ours is yo, that's another experience too, you know, because they ain't never, yo, it's the windows so thick, they ain't never changed them, so they kind of foggy, you know what I mean? But it still never changes, you know, everybody, you got 20 people at the liquor store. When you get up there, that's why you're doing this ahead of time. So as soon as you get there, you still got to do, nah. Let me get that, nah. What? Over a little bit more. Nah, not that one. Up a little bit. That one, yeah, that one right there. Yeah. Nah, the other one on the other side of it. Yeah, that's how you got to do it at the liquor store. You know what I mean? You have to. Ain't no touching nothing. It's either a picture on the wall over here, and it ain't nowhere near the merchandise. You got to do the same exact thing for everybody. Yo, all yeah.
Hey, we still got some of the look, we got Squirt. Hey, did y'all know that Monster actually had a soda too? It's not just it's just not an energy drink anymore. Yeah, Choice put that up there. Monster, Prime, Snotty put in Sierra Mist, Mr. Pibb's Crush.
I thought that was like a juice or something.
No, so
like a nutritional drink
juice out there now. You got a different version in the soda.
Oh,
yeah, it's crazy, man. Like I watching.
You know what's crazy? I'm so old school, man, and when I go to the grocery store, it don't matter how much the soda aisle stretch. I'm still looking for what I want. All that stuff just look like color fades. Shh, there you go, Pepsi. You know what I'm saying? I like orange soda, Pepsi. I be old school, man. I don't even look to all the new flavors.
I try not to, man. I try not to.
Right.
That stuff ain't
The
got
older
no
I'm
appeal.
getting, it's more. You got to use more juices. That gas, be, man. I hate getting old, man. That gas be having you man down sometimes, especially if you get caught in your stomach. Like, oh man.
I tell you, as I get older, I can't drink the red drinks.
No,
anything with red in it just makes me sick.
Yeah, that red dye.
It does.
That red dye in there, and then like that blue dye too. Like those two right there. Anything with that stuff in there, I can't mess with. Right? You know what I'm saying?
Now
Which
hold
is
on.
cool.
What does that make you do? What are the effects of that red or the blue dye? Because I'm
It
drinking
just
the red
cramps
juice
me
right
up.
now.
It cramps me up really bad. Like as soon as I drink it, like my stomach will start cramping up, and then my whole body will just start to seize up and everything. It has me down. Like it's nope. I won't mess with it. The first time that it happened, I thought it was just a fluke.
Right,
I did
I'm
it
gonna
the
start
second
that
time.
after this.
Yeah, and I got maybe three sips into the second time, and after that, I was done. I was done. My whole body was like, "Oh yeah, watch this," and getting sick off of that was no joke. Like everything was cramped up.
Brighter. All right. Ain't nothing wrong with the orange flavors, right? Yo, it's a lot of. I'm being genuine with asking because a lot of questions that we don't be knowing, and a lot of times we don't be really paying attention, no doctor and all that. You know what I mean? Thinking of the good health habits and all that. You know what I'm saying? Especially like me, I still be drinking Kool-Aid. But I did notice how I have drinking Kool-Aid less and less. I got a jug of Kool-Aid sitting in the refrigerator, been in there about 2 months. And it's red for the same. I was thinking, yo, something wrong. I'm like, man, I remember saying to her, and I threw a bucket out before. Like, yo, hold up. Is this possible to have Kool-Aid go old?
No.
I'm like, man, yo, this it tore me up. Like, what's wrong with this Kool-Aid?
Remember when we were kids, we was able to drink all the Kool-Aids, all the flavors of the Kool-Aids, and they never mess with us, right? You know what I'm saying? Now, if you try to do it, it's what they added into it. Like it's changed. People think I'm playing. There's something inside of it now that doesn't sit well with me or anybody for that matter. Like you got to be a different breed to be drinking that stuff, man. But I think what's happening now is that whatever's put inside of these drinks or in our foods, this food coloring, is affecting the way people's health is, because there has been an increase in, all these disabilities from the time that we were kids up until now. Look at the increase, but look at the quality of food that we had.
We was paying attention to the milk, the cows. It was the Kool-Aid. That's how you got 9-year-olds that's 5'8". You know what I'm saying?
Look, check it out. Choice. The red dye was said to be connected to ADHD in kids and linked between behavior issues. Yeah, that's what I thought. There's been here's another one. You know what I'm saying? It causes the allergy reactions, and it's linked to cancer. Look at the increase of everything nowadays.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That red dye is no joke, dude. That red dye is no joke at all.
I can't do it. I can't do it.
Ooh,
even
that's
like
crazy.
red
When you
sauce.
get old.
Huh?
Look, check that out. Have you ever tried that? The Kool-Aid powder can clean steel pots, make them look new. Dude,
I know that prison Kool-Aid stainless steel.
Yeah.
I know that much.
Dude, nah, man. I'm good. I'm cool on all of that. I be making my own juice and stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? Things that ain't got sugars in it. Like I be juicing like my favorite juice is a green machine, which is nothing but it's spinach, kale, green apples, and cucumbers. And I'll blend all of that stuff together and juice it out. It's probably one of the best things I'm drinking, man. And it's all natural. And it's crazy.
See, all this making sense now. Yo, do you know that I swear to God, man, and I never thought of this shit till just now, brother. Now in prison, everybody be writing everything up, man. Anything somebody figure out to write up, they gonna write it up, man. You know what I mean? But I remember people having a class action lawsuit. I want to say it was in 15 or 16. Make a long story short, ain't no more flavors of juices in prison. Ain't no more color Kool-Aid. It's all clear. Every last bit of it is clear. Straight up, ain't no more flavors. Like somehow, like they might say, all right, this is lemonade or this is what. It's all the same exact color. It looked like water, but it's Kool-Aid. Only in New York State prison. And they used to have these pills they used to give us when you got an extreme headache, like instead of Tylenol, they used to call them medicine D. That's one thing I found out about, and them don't exist out here. But you can get stabbed, or you can have a toothache. Medicine D. You get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. Look, check this out. That's a good one. Lemon water. You know what I'm saying? People don't know about that neither, man. Like the older I got and I started becoming a lot more health conscious when I got into bodybuilding and personal training. You know what I'm saying? I learned about alkaline water and how it balances your body, right? You know what I'm saying? The higher the alkaline in the water, the better it hydrated you, right? And your body could accept it a lot better. And so I started adding, like lemons and oranges to my water.
That's serious. That's truthful.
Huh?
That's truthful. The alkaline water. What about natural water? Like I got natural mountain water down the road, literally.
Well, the natural water, the one thing that you got to be careful with that is that some of the minerals that they put in there are combines to the metals in your body, which in turn causes you to have a lot of medical problems. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. So you got to be careful with the mineral water. You have to be careful with it.
I don't trust it. So I was just asking. I ain't been in the country long enough to trust none of that shit coming out the mountain. I drink bottled water.
Yeah. Well, you got to remember, you know what I'm saying? You got to remember too, most of that water that comes out of the mountains is not filtered, right? You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy because it's still, I mean, out here in Colorado, we got the mountains and people will tell you, don't drink that water. Do not drink that water, right? Because the animals drink it. They pee and poop in it, right? You know what I'm saying? And so you got all of those chemicals coming, or all of that feces and stuff coming down, and you put that in your body. It's natural waterborne pathogens that attack everything in your body. That's why in turn, you know what I'm saying, you start having real serious problems. You know, just because
where I live at, right? Where I live at, ain't no black people. So that water not made for me to drink anyway.
It does. You got to know how to look. Here's one that people don't think about, right? You know what I'm saying? And Mr. 22% put it up there. And I was going to say this. The best thing that a person can do is drink volcanic water. Anywhere there's a volcano, drink the water that's there.
Why?
Because the volcanic ash and everything actually filters out the water. It takes out all natural born pathogens, right? It's already hot. So it's just filtering through. And the water that you get out there is cleaner than anything that you can drink.
So it sounded to me like the new lick is that volcano water. If you ain't drinking no volcano water, then you ain't drinking no water.
Well, let's think about it this way, right? Well, think about it this way, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're out, say for instance, I do a lot of camping, and sometimes I go out there with nothing. You know what I'm saying? I just be out there just having some fun and everything else. I'll go out there. I know how to start a fire. I'll take the rocks and throw them inside of a water bucket, right? Throw the water up in there and let it come up to a boil, and then I can drink that water. It's already, you know what I'm saying, that the heating process brings it up to a boil, which allows you to be able to, you know what I'm saying, kill off all of those pathogens.
Who you be camping with, bro?
Me, and I got a few other homies that we go up there. We just like kids, man, you know what I'm saying? Just like when we was kids, we used to go out, learn how to make bow and arrows, little spears and stuff. Man, I know how to trap. You know what I'm saying? I do a lot of fishing and stuff like that.
That would be a hit TV show.
Yeah, I do it all the time.
Camping.
Man, I do it all the time. Camping is cool. I love getting out in nature, man. I take my fishing poles and stuff.
Yeah,
man. I'll take my fishing poles.
If you had 10 black campers, how many would have hiking boots?
None of us.
None.
What you need hiking boots? Where are you hiking to?
Huh?
Where are you hiking to? You
What
going
you
to,
mean?
you going to a
If we
place,
going to a campsite and you know, I'm just saying, though,
no,
you know,
no campsite.
we ain't prepared for
No
that.
campsite. No, you're not going to a campsite. True camping is going out to the middle of the woods, finding yourself a little spot, little flat ground. You know what I'm saying? Putting up a tent, and then you go around. You put everything else together. You know what I'm saying? Where you using nature to actually, you know what I'm saying, do everything. So your rocks that are around you, the trees that are around you. I mean, it's always good to have like a machete or a little small saw so you can, you know what I'm saying, chop up wood and everything, you know. But you go out there, man, you can fish, you know what I'm saying, if you know what you're doing. I go out there and I spend anywhere from 7 to 14 days out there at a time. Just me and nature. You know, I'm up in the mountains. You know what I'm saying? So if I get by a lake, I know how to fish. I know what I'm looking for. You know what I'm saying? Everything that you need is already provided, from the worms to the little sand shrimp and everything. You do everything like worms and everything like little sand shrimp. And then you catch yourself a fish, you chop the head off, take the innards out, you put up a little trap. You get anywhere from raccoon to possum, you know what I'm saying? You know, depending on what you're looking for.
Double cheeseburger, bacon double cheeseburger, fries. Get none of that out there, man. Listen,
Hey,
you on your own, bro. You on your own. I'm gonna tell you
hey
what.
man, don't knock it until it's done.
Hold up. Ain't no service. Yeah, camping trip done with.
Yeah, no, I love it because I don't want to have service. I want to be out there where it's just completely quiet, where I can just connect to nature, man. You know what I'm saying? Sit back and just have a good time. It's quiet. I'm alone with my thoughts. I got my feet in the ground. I'm touching the earth. I'm connecting in a different way. You know what I'm saying? It's just me and the elements. It's peaceful. I ain't got to deal with the noise of nothing. No city noise, no cars around, no people running around, no chaos, no nothing. I'm just at peace, connecting with nature and the creator. Right? You know what I'm saying? I can listen to him. I can get my shit together. You know? And there's nothing else like it. Nothing else like it. You know? I mean, you got your bears, mountain lions and stuff, but they ain't messing with you. They ain't even thinking about you. Right? You got your wolves and coyotes out there. They ain't thinking about you neither. You know? Hell, man. You know what I'm saying? Nature is a beautiful thing if you know how to treat it and respect you. It's when you mistreat nature that nature comes back and go, now I'm gonna tear your ass up. So, nah, man. Troy said, Quaalude, you want glamping, not camping.
You see, I got a fly swatter, man, because I left the shack open, left the door open, man. Flies and came up, man. So now I'm definitely not a good camper. I'm gonna be out there with the fly swatter, the off spray, all that, man.
Yeah, that ain't gonna do nothing for you. Hey, everybody. So it's already 2:30. Mike is in the backstage. He's waiting and everything. Snotty, I thank you again for coming on. Quaalude, man, thank you for making this weekend a lot of fun. You know what I'm saying? Snotty creating a new game for the conference and everything, man. We definitely got to connect again. You know what I'm saying? This is the last day of the Global Brief Conference, man, and make sure people know how to find you. Please, you know what I'm saying?
Look forward to next year too. This was a great experience, man.
And hey, we already got a new game section, so we already planning out next year. You dig what I'm saying? So yeah, man, we're about to make it happen again. We're definitely going to make it happen again. And Juneteenth is coming up. Snotty, she's going to keep us informed of everything, and I'm going to keep my people informed of everything, and we're going to make it happen. And, with that being said, guys, go and enjoy your day. Snotty, get some rest. All right. And both of y'all stay blessed. Please, you know what I'm saying? And from my family and my heart to y'all, man, you know what I'm saying? Thank you. Love you, man. You know what I'm saying? And guys, enjoy the rest of the show.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Another one.
And they're gone. Hey, everyone, it's Michael Gersh. I am back. Just in case if you were here yesterday and you thought it may be just a tape running with the same old jokes, I have a different shirt on, so it's kind of nice. I want to thank Tony, Quaalude, and Snotty for making me want to pee after that long discussion about drinks. I'm a firm believer that Orange Crush or grape soda is probably the best. And you know, these 3 days, I just want to start off with this big, long conference. You know, Tony is like Jerry Lewis in a way. He's the leader of this conference, always on, always there. I'm going to call him Jerry Lewis from now on because he's just that much fun. And he put all this stuff together. It reminds me of the Jerry Lewis telethon. Also, the whole thing with the camping, Tony said he's out there for 7 to 10 days. It's Tony and Aaron Rodgers out there finding themselves for 7 to 10 days out there, just killing possums and eating rabbit. But that was very fascinating with the camping. I would probably do it for 2 or 3 days, and that's about it. But 7 to 10, no, I can't do that. So, but thank you all very much for coming out. If you were here yesterday for my little segment, I'm going to try to do some different jokes if I can. My name is Michael Gersh. As I said, I am a stand-up comedian, but today I'm sitting down. Comedian, photographer, speaker, and author. It's like I'm a Renaissance man is really how it goes. And I know there's Mr. 20% saying hello. I don't know what happened to the 80% of him, but his name is Mr. 20%. And it's good to see him back as well. But it's a wonderful day. The sun is shining. I live here in Northeast Ohio, and I'm not originally from Ohio. I'm originally from Miami, Florida, and I chose to live in Ohio for the weather. Yeah, where yesterday it was like 40 degrees and almost snowed. But I'm originally, like I said, from Miami. I chose to live in Ohio because I like it for the most part, but also I went to college here. I went to Ashland University on a swimming scholarship. I got my master's degree from the University of Akron, and I chose to go into comedy as a career. And people go with, hey, Michael, with all that education, why did you go into comedy? 2 simple words, childhood trauma. That's right. My parents put me into a Speedo when I was 4. They threw me in the pool, and they go ahead, survive. That's trauma for you. So from age 4 to 21, I wore a Speedo twice a day. I smelled like chlorine, and I shaved my legs a lot. I started to shave my legs before my face. That's not right for any guy to do. So that's trauma for you. I am a proud graduate of Miami Palmetto Senior High School, where we graduated other people that you may have heard of. Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, the Surgeon General, and also the newest Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown. That's right. We all went to the same high school. Different periods. Bezos was a little bit ahead of me. So let's review the top 4 grads, shall we? Yeah, Bezos, the Surgeon General, the judge, and me. That's right. You have me. The other ones didn't want to show up, but I care because I'm here. Ketanji, the judge, she was my class president, and people ask if I knew her. Did we hang out? Were we in the same classes? No. She was smart. She was in all those AP and honors classes, and I was in detention, which is why I'm a comedian. And of course, the hardest part about doing this is not knowing if anyone is laughing, because it's just me talking to myself, pretty much how my day goes. Just usually it's the voices in my head. So hopefully we can bring some humor today to you all, because we know humor is a healthy coping mechanism. And I'll talk about my story as well as time goes on in my segment. Like many of you, I'm tired. Today is Sunday. I was up late. I got a phone call, though, waking me up, letting me know that I am now a father. So I'm pretty excited about that news. Yeah. Happy to report that phone call was the wrong number. Woo! Because there's nothing better than starting off your day than crapping in your own bed. That's fun. It was a number I didn't recognize. It was a 33 area code, because sometimes you erase people's phone numbers. So I didn't know who it was. So I answered it, and it was a girl. It was a girl that goes, "Hi, Dad." Hell no. Click. No. And I'm 54, and the girl sounded like she was 20. So it's not. So it can be possible, right? No, it can't. At 54, some of my friends were like, "Oh, Michael, you can have a child now. You're still young enough." I went, "No, I'm not changing diapers at my age. If I'm changing diapers at my age, they're going to be mine. That's the way it is." I don't think I could do the whole potty training type of stuff, because I walk in my friend's bathroom, and one time there's a box of Cheerios in the back of the toilet bowl. I'm like, "Oh, look, snacks. I'm going to be here for a while." And I didn't know what the Cheerios was for. So I asked my friends, and I said, "Hey, Brian, what's the Cheerios?" He's like, "Well, it's for Will's aim." Any of you parents, put this in the chat. If you tried the Cheerio method before, you throw the Cheerio in there, and it's for his aim. Look, I'm 54. I need a Cheerio with a little blinking light on it at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. That's what I need. It would be fantastic. 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. As you get older, all you younger people, no idea what the hell I'm talking about, guys. But one day you'll get there. Oh, yes, you will. Let's see. The parent thing. And you know what? You can't even punish your kids anymore without getting in trouble. Back in my day, if a kid swore, what was punishment? Soap, right? Because back then, soap tastes like shit. But you can't use soap anymore because now soap is like mango flavored, orange, strawberry, cucumber. It's not punishment. It's a fruit cocktail, for crying out loud. And also, did you know that researchers discovered to raise one kid from birth to age 17, it costs $300,000? Yeah. How many parents would a refund right about now? I bet a lot more. Show of hands out there or put in the chats. I don't know how many chats we have. I don't know if we broke the internet this year, Tony, or not. But if we did, yay, congratulations. I'll be 55 this year, and I'm excited about that. I hope to have a big birthday party because when I turned 50 during COVID, I got screwed out of two things. Number one, I got screwed out of a birthday party because remember how we celebrated birthdays during COVID? Our friends lined up on the front yard, right? And we lined up in the front yard, and our friends did that slow drive-by, and they honked, and they threw gifts at us and kept on going. That was fun, wasn't it? And then also, I was dating a vegan at the time, so I got screwed out of a real birthday cake. Yeah, no offense, vegans. She goes, don't worry, you won't be able to tell the difference. Yeah, bullshit. People who lost their sense of taste during COVID could tell the difference. And no offense, vegans, I'd rather have another kidney stone than ever eat something vegan ever again. Oh, yeah. And then if you never had a kidney stone, let me tell you how bad it hurts, okay? I'm Jewish. I was praying to Jesus for help. Yeah. Yeah. And, put in the chat if you ever had a kidney stone. And I've talked to women before who gave birth, but also a kidney stone. And 99% of the time, they say the giving birth hurt worse than the kidney stone. No, the kidney stone hurt worse than giving. I don't even know my own material. So I'm looking at Mr. 20%, and he goes, time to reconnect with my child. Let me tell you something, Mr. 20%. It's been a long, long time. She's never called me. No Father's Day gifts, no birthday gifts, no calls. Apparently, it was a wrong number, that luckily, because that happened quite a few years ago. So we'll see what happens. But, oh, yeah, the kidney stone. I get easily distracted, people. That's what happens. The kidney stone, mine got stuck between my kidney and bladder for a whole week, so I had to get an emergency operation to get it out. And the doctor used 2 words in the same sentence to describe this little operation that no man should ever hear. Yeah, laser and penis. Yeah, the last thing I wanted was a team of doctors playing Star Wars, my pee-pee. No thank you. And I wasn't paying attention the day of the surgery because I was stressing out. And they wheeled me in the operating room into the operating room. And they went, Michael, put your feet up in stirrups. Yeah. So I had a C-section, and the Speedo that I wear, covers it all up. So I'm kind of good like that. So it's kind of nice. I'm a member of Gen X and AARP, which is nice, which means I'm bitter about everything. And I get more excited about air fryer recipes than I do sex. That's what happens. Kids, when you're out there, it's I remember, it feels like just like yesterday, I was the cool kid. I had my box with all my cassette tapes in there. Now I have a box for all my meds. That's fantastic. The reds, the purples, the blues, all those type of things when you get older. I also realize now that I get older, I can't eat the same things like I used to. Spicy foods, forget it. I wish I could meet someone to invent a Pez dispenser for Tums. That's what I want. I think that'd be fantastic. Let's see. It was Sunday. Last night I ordered pizza for dinner. And I don't know how many of you guys eat pizza a lot like I do. You get it delivered. I think the pizza companies are getting out of hand with the notifications. Like Domino's will give you a notification when it's being prepped, when it's in the oven, out of the oven, in the car. It's like an Amber Alert for your pizza. It has to stop. It's getting out of control. My father was a school photographer. He was a school photographer at NYU. And like my dad, I'm also a photographer. Excuse me. Even today, I went out shooting. I was shooting where I live in Northeast Ohio. We have a steam engine that came by in the Cuyahoga Valley National Park. So I was shooting that, and I went out to another park and I shot some birds. And we're not shooting, but photography. It's slang, right? A couple cardinals, bald eagles, which is awesome, and living in Northeast Ohio, you have to pay attention to the weather. Like I said, yesterday, rainy, it looked like it was going to snow. So I have to watch the weather report. And a couple of months ago, the guy out of Cleveland was saying, hey, be careful out there. There's going to be some snowflakes hanging around. And I thought he meant people would get offended too easily. That's the smartest joke you're going to get from someone who went to Ashley University in Ohio, people, okay? And I really hope you guys are laughing, and it's just not me talking to myself thinking I'm doing very well. This is very difficult. My friend Ray is a people photographer, and I had lunch with her not too long ago. And do you ever run into someone who gets the wrong impression from your conversation, eavesdrops a little bit? So Ray and I were at Panera's. If you've never been there, it's a restaurant where you have to wait in line to order something first, then you go sit down. So we're in line. I go, hey, Ray, what are you doing this weekend? She's like, well, I have to shoot a bridal party. I have to shoot my neighbor's dogs and cats. Then I have to shoot a baby. And when she said shoot a baby, the woman in front of us turned around and gave us a very weird look, probably not knowing we're talking about photography. So I noticed it, and being immature, I said, hey, Ray, when you shoot a baby, are they laughing? Are they sleeping? I mean, what exactly is going on there? And like 5 minutes later, the cops showed up. So that was fun. So the moral of the story is mind your own business, people. That's what happens. I will say this, not too long ago, I bought a shirt and I got home and the security tag was still on. And all my friends were like, hey, just go on YouTube and figure out how to take it off. I'm like, I'm not going to do that because I'm stupid. If I tried doing that, the blue dye will go everywhere. So I took it back to the store, and the woman said, "No, you were very smart. Not to try it because people will do it and they get the blue dye." And of course, trying to be fun, I said, "Yes, I wouldn't try that because all my money has blue dye on it." And like 5 minutes later, the FBI showed up. So. I will say this. I know I have like 13 minutes left to start into my story and why I'm here. When I was 8 weeks old, my brother, my mom, and my dad, we were involved in a car crash. We were hit by a drunk driver. And the force of the impact was so great, it totaled the car, and the four of us were taken to the hospital. And my dad had to get stitches on his face from the windshield. My brother, who was 3, didn't have a scratch on him. My mom was taken into surgery. And as for me, every bone in my body was broken. My skull was completely fractured from one side of my head to the other. So the fact that I am 54 years old and sitting here in front of you, trying to make you laugh is nothing short of a miracle. And this is my best day. Just like when you woke up today was your best day. My injuries were so severe. The doctors were telling my dad, well, your infant son is touch and go. And my dad was doing, he was already, suffering all that trauma because here the doctors were telling him about me, and my mom was fighting for her life too. With all my injuries, the only thing I ever wanted to do as a kid was be a comedian. And luckily for 30 years, I've been able to do that. I grew up to be a competitive swimmer. I love the photography, anything in life that brings me joy. And unfortunately, my mom died the next morning due to her injuries. So now you're looking at the mother's child who never knew his mom because of a drunk driver. She was 28 years old, and I never had the chance to run home from school and say, hey, Mom, look what I drew for you, or hey, Mom, what's for dinner, or hey, Mom, I love you, because of a drunk driver. The word mom isn't in my own vocabulary. The word mother is, and it's usually followed by another word when I'm stuck in traffic. You too, right? Yeah, you know that word. But I've dedicated my life for about 30 years trying to prevent other people from drinking and driving, whether it's high schools, the military bases. I've spoken to courts and DUI offenders for the last 11, 12 years, and I blend a lot of humor into it. And I firmly believe that if you can make someone laugh and make a difference in someone's life, then they're doing something pretty special. And I think that's what we're doing here with this conference in terms of sharing expertise. You've heard a lot of stories, and a lot of the speakers are counselors, and they have that nice, soothing voice. And I don't have that. I wish I did, because everyone's nice and calm, and I sort of have like a New York accent, probably still, and a little bit more all over the place. So yeah, I've dedicated my life because I didn't want my mom's death to be for nothing. And it's often said grief and trauma gives us purpose. That car crash gave me purpose. Now, I don't want anyone to feel sorry for me, because me and my brother were also raised by a Jamaican woman named Dolly. Now, Dolly is 5'4", Jamaican woman who came into a 100% white Jewish household. Can you say culture shock? Because God bless Dolly. She started she came to the family, but it's only supposed to be part-time, and turned into a lifetime role. She'll be 94 this year. I say she loved me as her own. She beat me as her own. It's just those wonderful things. And she loves telling stories. She always loved blending the cultures together. Like if you've ever been to Jamaica, Jamaicans love something called curry. Not like the curry we get here in the States, but curry is so hot, you bleed out your eyeballs. So one year for Passover, Dolly decided to make curry matzo ball soup. Yeah, I have never heard a rabbi scream, Jesus Christ, that's hot before. We never saw him again. And she loves telling stories. A few years ago, after my dad passed away, we were doing the unveiling of his cemetery, of his headstone. And we're sitting around, and she goes, I remember when you were in your cage. I was like, cage? You mean crib? She's like, no, cage. I went, well, that explains a lot now of how I was raised. But God bless Dolly, because I wouldn't be the person I am today if it wasn't for her. And we talk about people that come into your life, with grief and trauma. And here's a woman that stepped into a motherhood role. And you don't find people like that often. And a few years ago, I published my book. I know what you're thinking. Oh, crap, he's literate too? Yes, I am. It's called The Magical Life, A Son's Story of Hope After Tragedy, Grief, and a Speedo. Because I was a swimmer. I'm not wearing one now. That would be weird. You can find it on Amazon. You can find it on my website, michaelgersh.com. It's my story. It's Dolly's story. It's for anyone who's gone through trauma and grief. And we have the ups and the downs with it. You'll laugh, you'll cry, but also inspired too. I wrote it because a good friend of mine, Greg Morton, who you may have seen on America's Got Talent, made me promise to write the book. And I'm glad I did, but it was my journey. And I didn't really finish it, unfortunately, after my father and my aunt passed away in 2018. In fact, tomorrow will be the 7th anniversary of my aunt passing away. And she used to leave me and my brother Jeff phone messages if we didn't answer her, and she would always end it with, "I hope you're out having fun." So today, that's why one of the reasons why I was out doing photography, because for her, I was out having fun, and we need to do that in our life. As hard as my dad and her death was 90 days apart, that put me in a spiral, because I emulated what my dad did with his grief and trauma. I hid it inside like men usually do. And what's nice about this conference and meeting people like Tony and other men, how we feel so free to talk about our emotions and grief and trauma. And even though I told my story for so long, I never really dove deep into the grief and trauma. And I went into grief counseling. I had to, because there was one moment in June of 2018 where I didn't think I was going to see the end of that week. And my friend Ray, who I talked about before, was taking new headshots of me. And she said, "We can't use these pictures because you have sad eyes." And she was right. And the eyes are the windows of our soul, right? And our friends who know us very well will know when we're hiding our pain. And she she knew it, and she called me out on it. And I went to counseling that week. And one of my friends is a grief counselor, and I had lunch with her that week also. And she said, "You don't look like yourself." She goes, "Why don't you fill out the application and get yourself into counseling?" And I went home, took me another 2 days, and I filled out the application, and every question on it was almost yes. I did have one no on there. I was not pregnant, so I had that going for me. But that saved my life, and I had a plan, and I remember almost going through with it. And the last thing that I remember that really stopped me was, well, I can't send my brother and Dolly and family members back to the cemetery 3 times within 6 months. And, and thinking of my friends, like who went through the death of one of our best friends who was a drunk driver. And I remember what that pain caused them. And I didn't want my friends going through that. And so I went to counseling. It was the best thing, one of the best things I ever did my entire life, because I am here with you and able to still use humor to make a difference in people's lives. And I know I have a few minutes left. I'll bring Tony in a few seconds, but I'm going to finish a little bit of the comedy with this. Two things. Number one, colleges have changed a lot since COVID. Do you know that some colleges are starting to put the morning after pill in vending machines? Yeah, it's a horrible idea. Because how pissed off you get when a bag of chips gets stuck. That's one of my favorite jokes. I'm laughing at it because that the idea of that in the visual still makes me laugh. The last thing I'll finish up is about my dad, who passed away, as I said, 2018. My dad, kind, loving man. Always wanted my dad's help, and but he also wanted me to learn independence. I remember when I was a kid and I couldn't spell a certain word. I go, "Hey, Dad, how do you spell this word?" Thinking he's going to help me out. He's like, "Well, go look it up in the dictionary." I can't. I don't know how to spell it. Duh. He's like, "Well, sound it out." Yeah. Great advice you give your kid who's in speech therapy. Really? Thanks, Dad. I love you too. All I know is since I'm at 8 years old, I wanted Sally, who sold seashells by the seashore, to be swallowed by a shark. Yeah, I practiced that all day. So that's speech therapy, and even me fumbling over words now, the doctors, when I started speech therapy, no one knew it was because of the car crash and the fractured skull. It could be, we don't know, but I still have, issues with certain words and sounds. Like I remember in speech therapy, I couldn't say like SH a lot. So, words like that, like shut so I was, or shout. So I was in my room practicing the word shit for a really long time. You see how good that was? That was pretty good. Mr. 20%, I'm not too sure in terms of which one that was a good one, but I'll say all of them are good today. How about that? And I'll finish this with a joke. My last one that I like. When I was a kid, I used to forge my dad's signature, not like on checks. I'm not a criminal. Don't judge me now, people, but on report cards. Because believe it or not, I would get D's and F's. And my teacher would say, "Here, Michael, here's your report card. Make sure your dad sees it, signs it, and bring it back tomorrow." I'm like, "Tomorrow? You'll have it back after lunch. How about that?" Folks, my name is Michael Gersh. You can find me at michaelgersh.com. You can find my photography on Gersh Pics. Tony, if you want to come back in for the last few minutes, my brother, we can wrap this up. I hope that
What's going on, my brother?
I hope that was fun for the people. Thank you, Mr. 20%, the dad joke. Yeah, I appreciate that. And once again, I hope doing this, it was a nice break and it brought some humor and laughs to people who are watching this conference.
Well, man, we still got a few more minutes, man. We're waiting on the next presenter to come in, man. And you know what I'm saying? I got a question because I've been wanting to ask everybody this. You know what I'm saying? You was here last year. You got the chance to meet a lot of the presenters. You got the chance to see everything come together. You know what I'm saying? You've seen the difference between last year and this year, right? You know what I'm saying? And the things that we added in, what has been your experience so far with all of this, as well as anybody else? You know what I'm saying? Anybody that's been rocking with me for the last 3 years since we started this. What has been your experience with this? Has it been, hopefully it's been educational and filled with tools and resources and people that you can connect with on a different level, right?
Wait, I
You
was
know,
supposed to learn something? Damn it. You didn't tell me that. What I liked about it was the strength the speakers have to share their personal stories to help other people, because it's not easy to do that. And for them to have that inner strength to go, I'm going to volunteer and do this for other people to learn and to feel like they're not alone in their depression or grief or trauma. I love that. And everyone has a different story. You know, grief and trauma, you know, we go through similar things, but everyone's story is so different and powerful. That's what I love about this conference.
Yeah. And it's been an amazing experience just watching everything come together the way that it has, you know, and having the new faces along and bringing, you know, participating in this as well, you know. And, you know, like I said, big shout out to Heat Detector, you know what I'm saying? He's been getting his house together for the baby, you know what I'm saying? Baby just came home today with him and his daughter and everything. And, you know, so, and having the addition of the game section, I think that's been pretty cool too, right? You know what I'm saying? And watching the creativity, not just with their presentations, but with the people who have sent in their infomercials and things like that. You know, I never really thought about doing that, but then I was like, you know, why not? You know,
Right.
because the simple fact of it's an advertisement for people to tell people who you are, right? And talk a little bit more about your business as well. You know, so people know what's out there. And that, I think that's a huge difference from the first time that I first became a men's grief coach up until now. I'm starting to see that traction come. I'm starting to see people look for resources or know what's available and getting the necessary support that they deserve, man, and need. And just to be a small part of that, you know what I'm saying? Because big shout out to all the presenters, you, everyone that's been here for like the last 2 days and even today. You know, I know it's been a long weekend, and you know, just to watch the excitement, you know what I'm saying? Big shout out to our presenters, man. Big, huge shout out to them, you know.
You're right. Those like those commercials, whatever those spots were well done too. And I'm thinking, oh, look, like it looked like, again, it goes back. This whole thing reminds me of the Jerry Lewis telethon when you have those breaks and they're doing those things, and it's like sponsors, but they're amazing. And I think, you know, what you learned from the first one carried into the second one. From the second one, you learned into this one, and think about next year what you learned and what you can do better and have. You know, it's always a learning experience through these type of things, especially through the internet, where I saw in the comments, you know, we got shut down or whatever 4 times. You know, we're at the mercy of the energy. It's not like we're all in a conference center somewhere, right? We're relying on technology, and you know, each year we'll get better. It's not like we're just using 2 tin cans and speaking into it to everyone to hear.
Right.
We have audio, we have visual, and you know, we're all connected, and I think that's a beautiful thing.
And that is a beautiful thing, because look, we live in a technical age now, right? You know what I'm saying? There was a few things I wanted to add in, but my buddy, he got called away to go do a bigger project and everything. So I was going to be adding in children's animations, which, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's still going to be a thing. It just wasn't able to be done this year. So we're shooting it for next year. You know what I'm saying? You know, we're going to be adding in some more stuff next year as well. You know, we got, I was just talking to another colleague of mine. They want to have a segment to where kids could come in, that was going to be something that I was going to be adding into the podcast segment, right? You know what I'm saying? So we're in the process of making that happen. And I think it's just going to expand the horizon of the amount of people that we're going to be able to reach, you know? And, you know, I've had some other people reach out to me, some other big names, like, you know, that they were like, hey, sorry, couldn't make it this year, because most of the people I know, again, out there doing some major things. So they got some pretty big movies coming out and stuff like that. And so, you know, really looking forward to next year, man. I really am. I'm looking forward to just reaching and being able to be of service to more people, you know what I'm saying? And maybe even seeing where that takes us, you know?
Right.
And then plus we're encouraging people like those individuals. Look, man, I said this last night on a conference on the Trust Tree. If you think that this conference is, you know what I'm saying, is something, I encourage you to do it bigger and better than me. You know what I'm saying? Now it's going to require some things. It's going to require you to think outside the box and be very, very creative. You know what I'm saying? Use your imagination. I'm just a guy that's sitting back here with an imagination and just said, you know what? What's going to happen if I do it? The worst thing that can happen is I fail, right? But it's still not going to stop me from doing it. It's still not going to stop me from doing it.
Well, yeah.
So,
I mean, and nothing. I mean, if we don't learn from those failures, and I don't think you're failing at all. I mean, I think the fact that this is the third year shows that you're succeeding. Now, if you're eaten by a bear out in the woods, then someone has to take over. So you better leave notes behind.
Well, that's what, you know what? I've been doing that because, you know, I love to go camping out in the woods, and that is a possibility. You know, I can't keep running from bears. I'm getting old, Mike.
Do you see Quaalude's response? He's like, "Oh hell no, no." He's like, "No." He's like, "You know, like go to a campsite." You're like, "Nope, we might just go out there and where no one's around." And he's like, "Yeah, no, I'm not doing that."
Hey, you know what? I want to give a huge shout out to Ada, man. Because of the simple fact of all the stuff that you guys see, the scheduling, you know what I'm saying? The materials that's been put out. I have to give that big shout out to Ada because she's the one been behind the scene, the creative aspect of it and everything, putting all that stuff together, right? You know what I'm saying? And to be honest with you, man, it wouldn't have been possible. I would have been back here trying to get everything done, and Ada was like, "I got this." You know what I'm saying? And I wanted to step in and be like, "Ada, let me know what you need me to do." She was like, "No, I got this." Right? So huge shout out to Ada, man. You know what I'm saying? Thank you from the bottom of my heart. You know what I'm saying? For everything that you have put together. You know what I'm saying? Your time and your energy, your creativity, and just being, because Ada's been with me since the beginning. You know what I'm saying? Even before the conference came around, I met Ada, and she's still here, right? You know what I'm saying? As well as Choice. Let's see. There's a lot of people right now. My mind is just all over the place. You know what I'm saying? So if I didn't say your name, know that I'm really, really, you know what I'm saying? My heart is with you. You know what I'm saying? I can't wait to do this again. I really can't. This is our third day. Still 3 days.
Right.
3 days of just amazingness, man. You know, and so, you know, it does my heart good. It really does. You know what I'm saying? We just got LinkedIn too.
Yeah, as it should, you know, because you're doing it for a higher purpose, right? And the synergy and the connection we have with so many people, and with this group of presenters from last year, and how that's going to carry on to like friendships and bonds over time. It's a beautiful thing, man. So, you know, what you're doing, Tony, is wonderful.
Most definitely, man. You know what I'm saying? I definitely appreciate that. Have you told people where they can find you, Mike?
I mentioned it earlier, but they can find me on michaelgersh.com. That has the links to LinkedIn and Facebook and Instagram. But on Instagram, it's just my last name, GERSHEPIX. Facebook is just my last name, GERSHE. Even on Instagram today, you can see the pictures of the eagles, the birds I took as well. And then LinkedIn, I can't remember what LinkedIn is, but you can find it on there. It's too complicated. In the book, Magical Life, A Son's Story of Hope After Tragedy, Grief, and a Speedo. Amazon, Borders, not Borders, what's the other one? Barnes & Noble. And if you email me directly, you want an autographed copy, I could do that. I'll send it out to you. I think it's about, with shipping and handling, about $30 now. But I'll sign it, personalize it, which means I'll devalue it for you by doing it. And when you're done reading it, you see the thickness, it will level off a table kind of nicely too. So it's multifunctional. It's like a transformer when you're done.
Oh man, you know what? You're amazing, dude. For everybody out there, I just want to give you a heads up. So we are starting to get kicked off of the social media platforms. You know what I'm saying? Facebook is slowly but surely kicking us off. I want to say I appreciate the traction that we're getting over there. But if you aren't watching it on any of the YouTube channels, do me a favor. If you don't want to miss anything, head over to the YouTube channels. We got Unwrap the Podcast. We got Jay Lewis is up there. We got Roosevelt's, and we also got mine, which is Brief Let's Talk About It podcast. Go to YouTube, you sign up to any of those podcasts, any of those YouTube channels. Continue watching the show. So because something tells me, you know what I'm saying, we're not going to be on Facebook, LinkedIn, or even Instagram for too much longer. All right, you know what I'm saying? So, guys, yep, there we go. We're about to get kicked off. This is the sixth time on these status. So it's happening. It's slowly but surely happening. It's shut down on all the social media platforms, which is not a bad thing. It just means that we got some traffic coming up in there. Guys, thank you, Michael, for tuning in. Rachel, thank you for being here. And you know what I'm saying, and definitely got to connect with you again. You know what I'm saying, I've had some technical difficulties and stuff like that, but I think we got it all fixed, worked out, and things like so. Guys, we got Becca Stackhouse coming up next. All right, you know what I'm saying, and she's going to be educating you guys as well. So with that being said, yep, there we go. I don't think it's going to let me back on this one, but that's okay. That's totally afraid. Okay, let me go ahead and remove that one.
How many monitors do you have? Because I envision you have like 20 monitors in front of you in this big console, like a mad scientist right about now.
I got 6 monitors, so I'm monitoring all of the platforms, because you got to remember we're streaming across 117 different platforms, anywhere from YouTube to Rumble to Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, all of them. And you know, I got 62 on Facebook. I got another 65 on Rumble. You know, and you know, Instagram is going good. So everything has been working out. You know, saying LinkedIn is up and running. It kicked us off, but it let us back on. So it's slowly but surely it's starting to happen a lot more frequently. So they're slowly but surely dropping out. So again, if you guys have not already, head over to any of the YouTube channels that we got up there to continue watching. You know what I'm saying, and stay tuned. Again, you know what I'm saying. Becca Stackhouse coming up. We still got more people coming. So you guys sit back and enjoy. If you're at home, turn on your TV, watch it from up there. You know what I'm saying? I'm still, yeah, I know, 100. I know. There we go. I'm still sending out the YouTube link. So if you're on Facebook and you follow me on Facebook, the link is there. You know what I'm saying? All you got to do is go in there. I'm not even asking you to subscribe, but if you do, I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? If not, just sit back and enjoy, please. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Just sit back and enjoy. We on all the streaming platforms, and we on your TV too. All right, Michael, thank you for all the love and respect, man, and thank you for your comedy. Thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for your story. You know what I'm saying? Everybody give Michael a huge shout out. Go find him on his social media links. Go to that book. I've read it. You know what I'm saying? You guys are going to be cracking up laughing. You know what I'm saying? But he's going to take you through a journey of emotions of his journey. You know what I'm saying? And when he says that he's a Jewish Jamaican, wait till you read the story of that one, right? You know what I'm saying? And I still, every time I read it, I'm just like, that's what we're talking about, you know? But
you know what's interesting about that was people when read the book, they go, they don't want to meet me or talk to me. They want to meet Dolly.
Yeah, I still want to meet her too.
I know.
Yeah, I think she's going to become my friend more than you. Mm-hmm. And then you're going to be jealous. You're gonna be jealous. You're like, Tony, I thought you was my friend. I'm like, Michael, go play somewhere. I'm here with Dolly. We about to sit in the kitchen. We about to make some oxtails, right? You know what I'm saying? We're about to make some Jamaican jerk chicken. And I'm not even gonna share it with you, Mike. That's cool. Yeah, I'm not even gonna share it with you. Okay. Me and Dolly gonna sit down, we're gonna eat it all in front of you.
You go ahead. I'll take your tent and go out in the wilderness.
Ooh.
And your machete. How about that?
You know what? I don't like the way you play. Take that, okay? I don't like the way you play. I don't like the words you're using right now.
You're taking food off my plate, man. What are you doing?
Hey, yeah, man. So we're gonna get ready for the next one. Guys, sit back and enjoy. Mike, thank you again. And you know, you got a schedule coming up too, don't you? You're gonna
it's on my laptop. I gotta look at it. But
All right. If you get a chance to come back in the comments and pop them up in there,
Will do.
that way we can give people your schedule so they know when you're doing your speaking and when you're doing your comedy.
Okay.
So you know what I'm saying. Make sure that people know how to find you, man.
All
Most
right.
definitely.
Will do.
Hey, everybody, enjoy. I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Find a comfortable position and gently close your eyes. Take a deep breath in through your nose, hold it, and then exhale slowly through your nose, letting go of any tension. Serenity after the storm represents a comprehensive strategy to process grief and loss. 70% of women report feeling isolated during their grieving process. Now, simply focus on your breath. Inhale deeply, bringing calmness into your body, and exhale, releasing any stress or worries. With each breath, feel more grounded and at peace, knowing you are exactly where you need to be at this moment. Take one more deep breath in and exhale, bringing with you a sense of calm as you open your eyes and return to the world, carrying peace with you. Things are going to get worse before they get better. Grief is hard. Thank you for purchasing Serenity After the Storm. I hope that my experience with loss is able to give you insights and techniques to be able to manage your own personal journey with grief.
Hello, guys. Let me get my presentation up. There we go. So, welcome to my presentation. I am going to be talking about finding your authenticity through loss. It's something that I find is very important, as being your authentic self and really true to who you are. And so I am motivated, and I want you to discover a life that you are truly adore every single day and gain an understanding of a deeper you. So I'm going to start by giving you a little bit of who I am and my background. The pictures that you see on the left part of the screen are just some of what make me who I am. I love lavender. I love lighthouses. I love traveling, and I love water. So those are just some things about me. But the heart behind Stacked Intent is education, and it is to help you find a deeply authentic you. And it is helping you with growth. It's helping you with transitions and learning just to love your everyday. And the things that have driven me over the years are really to help people understand healthy relationship and how to be your authentic self in all kinds of relationships. And I am crafting every bit of my business around that concept. And so I run the programs and I help shed light on relationships. And I'm not just talking about romantic relationships. I'm talking about all kinds of relationships that matter to you. And one of the biggest ones being you. And so my favorite ways to do that, I love presenting. I love doing in-person workshops. I love writing my newsletter and my blog and my podcast as giving you resources that are just out there, online courses, and so many other ways. And on my podcast, I've got some amazing co-hosts that really help me there. And so I've done some seminars and retreats, and all of this comes through my education, my life experience. I have a certification for family life education, and that has really helped me be able to cultivate how we really look at relationships and what they look like. So personally, I have a little bit of a history that has some loss within it. I've lost all of my grandparents at this point. We've had a miscarriage. I've had some financial struggles and loss. I've had some friendship losses, and I've had some career changes. And so we're going to kind of dive a little bit into each of these. we're going to go through the journey, and I'm just going to share a little bit about my journey in building my business and why I think it is something that's really important for you to dig into and find. So I'm going to start with the grandparent loss. So we each have a journey across our lives. And so I lost my first grandfather, which is in the second picture there, and I lost him to a glioblastoma. And that was really before I had much of a relationship with him. I was really young when he passed away. And so I remember parts of him. I'm told there's some parts of him that I'm like. A lot of what I remember is stories, glimpses of this. And so that was a loss that it was a part, but it wasn't one that totally affected my day to day. And then I lost my second grandfather when I was in my first semester of college. He passed away from cancer, and it was quick. He went in sick to the hospital, and then he passed away a couple of days later. And then in 2022, the week that I got married, I lost my maternal grandmother, and that's the one right there with the rose. And she passed away that Tuesday. And so she's one that had a huge impact on my life. And she is one that helped me through some really large things in life. And she was a big prayer warrior for me. She and I wrote letters back and forth all the way through college. And I learned some really cool things about my grandmother in those letters. She gave me her love story of her and my grandfather. She gave me her favorite Bible verses, her testimony. And we had a lot of other conversations that went through those letters. But she also was one that I got to call and I talked to. I had a friend that for a couple of years lived close, so I got to go visit both my grandmothers on my way back out. And then I had some other friends and things of that nature. And then we went on a road trip, and I have to tell you that if you have a chance, go on a road trip where you really don't know what your destination looks like. And choose some people that you like to be in a car with and just get in the car and go. And me and my parents and my two grandmothers drove to the Outer Banks, and we drove up and down the Outer Banks. We explored the lighthouse. We found our hotel on our way there, and it was probably one of the funnest trips because the conversations you get to have are just so incredible. And so it's important. And then she walked me through one of my boyfriends and breakups. And she walked through my master's delays with me, some overpayments, and then a couple of other things as well. And so when she passed away, it was a challenge because I lost my grandmother that I talked to, that I knew was there, and it was a process. And then a couple months later, my grandmother passed away in March, and so my next grandmother passed away in September. And so that was then my last living grandmother, and she's the one with the party hat. That was one of her birthday parties that we had with that side of the family. And so it's just that. It's getting to really learn about those people that are in your life and finding the time to really enjoy some of that allows everybody to really enjoy that aspect. And then a couple years ago, I had a significant financial loss in my life, and it was hard and it was challenging. But what I learned through that, so I bought a house, and then about 3 months later, I learned that I had been overpaid for 2.5 years, a third of my paycheck. That's a good chunk of a paycheck in case anyone's wondering. But I had built my budget. I was living on I had my budget. I had to revisit it. And what I learned in some of that is it's where some of my programming was born out of. It's where some of my drive to make sure people really understood what their budgets look like, that budgets aren't a bad word, that budgets are really important and they're very helpful. It's really where I fully defined what I call the waffle theory. And if you are curious about that at all, I'm going to see if I can drop the link to my course suite in the chat. And that there's one, well, you can go to stackedintent.com and look at my course suite, and it will help you do that. And so you can go look and see what the waffle theory is. There's also a blog written on it, but it's simply understanding your finances. Even in financial loss, even in financial challenges, it's knowing what you need. It's knowing what's important to you. It's knowing where you stand, and it's having a drive to understand. Because if you don't understand your finances, then it's just overall completely challenging. And so it's important. It's important in understanding that authenticity of yourself in your loss. So next, I'm going to touch on friendship loss a little bit. And I have personally experienced friendship loss from childhood all the way into the past couple of years. And it is one of those things that we all encounter as we move through our life. But that doesn't have to make it any easier, because every time we have losses, it is one of those things that is so challenging to us. But building a healthy relationship is totally vital. And so they provide emotional support for us. Friends can provide a sense of well-being, helping us combat loneliness or those feelings of isolation. These connections can also reduce stress. They might even offer that listening ear to give us a fresh perspective. They can also help us with healthy habits, like maybe keeping us accountable for physical well-being that we want. Through meaning conversations, friends, they can also help us foster some of that personal growth, that authenticity in ourselves. They can bring us joy and give us reasons to celebrate. But sometimes we lose them, and we don't just lose them to things like death. Sometimes we lose them to chaos of life, miscommunication. There's all kinds of reasons occasionally that we lose a friendship. And so it is one of those that is challenging. But in this, I would encourage you to keep yourself vulnerable. Keep yourself in a place that you look for healthy. And sometimes the best place to start is to have a healthy you. And so if you don't have a healthy you, digging into that and really digging into a healthy you and healthy what you want to look like, so that you can show up as that best version of a healthy friend. Career changes. So this is one that we can face at any point in our lives, right? Because we can face career changes from right out of going in to 20 years into a career. I didn't realize I would face one as soon as I did. I also never thought that leaving the job that I love truly, but that I did have a desire to leave, would be such a hard thing, because I truly loved my career. I truly loved the community I got to reach and what I was getting to do every day. But that transition of that loss is definitely one that put me in some isolation. And so you got to recognize that. When you are looking at your authentic self, you've got to recognize what that can do. And so stepping away and finding what you need, finding the support you need, and being able to vocalize it in a career change of finding your authentic self, it's an important aspect. And it doesn't mean that it's going to happen overnight. It may take a little bit of time, but it's definitely finding that. So we're going to talk a little bit about miscarriage. And this one's hard. And it's one that you don't always get to hear about until you've had one. And then you have conversations and you talk to people regularly that have either had a challenge getting pregnant, had an infertility journey, or they've had several miscarriages. And you don't know that. And it could be that people choose not to have kids, or they've just had such a struggle that it happens. So the picture that you see in this slide was about when we kind of thought I had miscarried. We found out we were pregnant, and then within a couple of days we miscarried. And so my husband and I met in 2020, and then we didn't start dating until June of 21. We got engaged in September of 21, married in 22. So while our path pathway to getting married became swift. We were both very confident in where we were and what we wanted and how we wanted it to build. But our strong foundation and genuine friendship played some key roles into how we both handled this. As we matured as a couple, we were able to choose and expand our family when the time's right. We relocated in that 2022, and then a lot of what I talked about happened all at the same time. And so finding and keeping that authentic self in all of this was definitely its own journey. And it's a journey that if you find yourself there, it's not necessarily an easy journey, but it is definitely one that it is worth continuing to dig back into yourself. And I really wanted to make sure that miscarriage is one of those that it took some deep introspection into what I wanted to be next, what I wanted to take from it, and how I wanted to learn to move forward. And so our journey unfolds, and as we anticipate our family growing, there's still a loss of this baby. And so I want that to comfort somebody. You're not isolated, and the friends around you may have struggled or be struggling with it as well. And so that's where that support system comes important. And miscarriage, it affects so many of us. And miscarriage can be so hard because it's sometimes often a taboo topic. And it goes unspoken and leaving many individuals in grief where they may be in some kind of silence. It's our culture. We lack a language and space to be able to talk about miscarriage or talk about stillbirths, despite how common sometimes it can be, occurring in about 10 to 20% of births, according to Mayo Clinic article in 2023. So it is often a subject that only is acknowledged after somebody's experienced it. And it's a welcome to this club. It's a hard one. And it's not so easy. It can be isolating. It can be such a painful journey. And it certainly is not one that we want to be a part of. But nearly 20% of individuals experience a miscarriage. And then depression and anxiety symptoms can follow 1 to 3 years after. So there can be guilt. There can be numbness. That all comes from this kind of experience. And it's not something that we are well educated on. So that would be a challenge. Find your authenticity, but educate yourself, especially if you're around someone that's been there. It is not something that we hear. It's about 15 to 20% of pregnancies experience a miscarriage before that 12-week mark. And so with little contributions from that, it's normal. It is a normal part of a baby being healthy and a baby not. And so after the loss, it's experience. And so somebody just needs your support, needs you to show up. And if you're the one that's experienced the loss, you need to find the ways to show up for yourself. And we'll talk a little bit about some of those in a second. So why I found a baby loss to affect me. I found it to affect me in a few different ways. Some were during celebrations. Some was figuring out what my safe spaces were. Some were finding open communication. Some were feeling the feelings. Not just being, oh, I'll be fine. It wasn't that far along. It'll be okay. But really feeling them and understanding them. And then self-affirmation, quality time, workouts, gardening, and self-care books. So we're going to dig in to each of these just a little bit. So with celebrations, I love to celebrate people. But after I experienced the miscarriage, finding that authenticity just came with putting myself into the decorating or the food. There are plenty of baby announcements that you see, especially after we miscarried. But I love to meet new babies, and I love to make sure that people who are pregnant, because you don't know everybody's journey, get to feel celebrated, whether that is through the gifts that you give, making them a meal, donating to their meals, hosting or decorating baby showers, and then providing some encouragement along the way. Whether it's just showing up a note, dropping a fast text, but what helps you feel you're most connected in a celebration when you may have lost yourself a little bit? So, and some of these I decorated. I learned how to make balloon arches, and I have had so much fun doing some of those. Or I baked, and it's finding that connection. Safe spaces. So, safe spaces was something that took me a journey to find. And not all of our friends are safe spaces during a miscarriage, because not everybody understands. And while that can be something that hurts us deeply, it's important for us to find somebody that offers us true encouragement or something that feeds our souls. And trying not to give emotional space to those who feel while you're processing your loss. And remember that postponing grief, it's really not going to go away or disappear. It's going to show up until you kind of handle it. So finding your most authentic self is just important, and it's helpful, and it'll come back when you don't expect it, if you don't handle it. One of my favorite places to do this in the last year was my mom and sister and I went on a trip, and it was a trip that allowed for The Art of Living Well was the title of it. And we got to, it's where you see me journaling in this picture. We got to reflect. We got to really see what we wanted life to look like. And it allowed me to come back to what I need some of my safe space to look like. And that's important. Open communication. You want to make sure that you're communicating with the people in that safe space that you found. That I found the comments like, you don't have kids yet, or aren't you ready to make your parents grandparents? Those are not always helpful questions, even when people are just trying to make comments. And so you can land very difficult depending on who says it. And if it's a stranger, it's not going to hit you the same if it's somebody that's a close friend. Some people may not know that you've experienced the miscarriage, and so their words aren't going to be as painful. But it might not carry the same weight. But that's okay. When those in your inner circle who might know make similar marks, it can be more personal or hurtful. So giving yourself the permission to sit in the discomfort. And that is one thing in finding your authenticity that I find to be so important, is you have to sit in the discomfort and you have to reflect on what you need most in that moment. Do you need to go explore? Do you need to just go sit by some water and sit in some quiet? Do you need to travel? What do you need? Finding those things that you need. Feel those feelings. That's a struggle sometimes, isn't it? So it is okay for you to feel the loss and whatever comes up for you as you experience the loss of what you could have been. This one was really hard and really big when it rolled around to us seeing what our miscarriage's baby's birthday would have been, because there wasn't one. And so it's something you'd love to celebrate, but you might not. You're not throwing a party. They're not taking steps, but you got to feel the feelings. You got to go through it, but you got to come back to, what do you need? What can help you find that true connection to yourself? Self-affirmation. This is one that I've always found to be really important, of speaking positive to yourself, because do you realize that if you take a moment to pause and think, how many negative things have you already said to yourself in a day? Here we're at almost 6 o'clock in the evening, so we've had all day to think about it. And so speaking positive to yourself is one of those that I have found to be helpful through grief, through my life. And it's not always easy, but it's always helpful. For me, I love to have encouraging notes. And so whether those be from my husband, my parents, my niece, my friends, or even ones that I've written to myself, I place sticky notes around the house. I have them in my office. I like to write on the bathroom mirror, which means if you share a mirror with me, sometimes you get to look at that too. But in all of this, I did write a 30-day self-affirmation challenge. And so if you go over to the Stacked Intent website and you go to the Stacked Intent free resource page, you'll see that 30-day self-affirmation challenge. And so find different ways to love yourself and what that looks like. And you can do that all for free. It doesn't take you costing very much to find that at all. Quality time. I am a person that loves to have my schedule planned to a T. And sometimes can find it hard to make adjustments. However, our schedule has not been planned to a T lately. It just hasn't worked that way, just in the transitions and the way that it's been. But I like to have things to look forward to, whether it's a lunch date with my friends, a lunch date with my husband, time that me and my husband are spending together, weekend that I get to see my whole family, or a trip I get to travel on. I love to travel. And so quality time can be traveling with different people or traveling alone. This all are important. It's all time that you spend. And so finding your authentic self, what does quality time look like to you? Does it look like just you and your partner? Or also, it's learning some quality time with yourself. What does quality time with you look like? So quality time for me personally can look like sitting down and do my devotional and my journaling, or going for a walk with my dogs, or just sitting out in the middle, or sitting on some water and just floating. So what does quality time for you look like? Think about it. Does it involve other people? It can be just as recharging to have other people a part of the quality time. Workouts. Working out can be one of those that can be a challenge in our day, but it is so important, and research shows that we really need to have 150 minutes of workout a week. And so you can break that up however you need to break it up. You can break it up into 10-minute segments. You can break it up into 3 sessions that equal 150 minutes. However it works best for you is what you need. If you can't go do an hour workout every day, then that's not the workout that works for you. I personally found in high school that working out was important. It was a great stress relief. It helped my daily function. But during the loss of baby M, I found my drive to be a little harder to find. But I did find myself meeting myself on the jiu-jitsu mat regularly. And I set up a gym on my parents' back porch, or walks, or outdoor time, or the one that helped me train. And so it's also one of those things that's really important for health balance. It is important to build my workout routine so that I could sustain it and be able to remain mobile. It helped me in finding the space to work every single and most days. I did find that I do better if I have a 25-minute workout, because I can make myself see how achievable this is, how important it is, and my mental self appreciates it and handles it. So what's important in that takeaway is what works best for you. Are you a parent that's taking a kid to an athletic and you can go walk around the field while they practice? That can be what your workout looks like. It doesn't have to look like walking into a gym or being in a class, but it can be as simple as going out for a walk. I gotta walk my dogs every day right now because that's the way they get to go out and do some exercise and movement. And so what do your better exercises look like? Another one that I found that really helped me through these losses was gardening. Getting my hands in the soil and digging. I have always loved to have flowers. I've always had them in the yards. I've always planted 5 or 6 dozen rose bushes. But in 2023, I particularly took on having a raised bed, which you see in front of the dog right there. And we have blueberry bushes. We had hundreds of tomatoes that came up off our tomato bushes that year. And cucumbers and a couple other things as well. But what really found it is it just got me outside in the sun, which research shows when we're going through grief is really important to us. And it's really, really helpful for us. So our self-care books, this is another place that I really found some help for myself in the years of transition and loss. I've always really enjoyed self-care books, leadership books, all of those kinds. But this particular one, I just needed some help. So through those struggles and out of my time, digging some different digging, and after we got married, I just needed some new things. And so from the time about 7 or 8, I've always journaled and done my devotionals at night. Well, as I got married, that didn't work anymore. The night became when me and my husband got to connect and really talk about our days and what was going on. And so it just didn't work for me to do my journaling then anymore. And so I spent about 1.5 years figuring out, and my husband helped me, where I could replug in this nightly journaling that I had done for so long at the same time. I mean, I'm talking about I would go to bed when I was like 8 and spend like 2 hours reading. And so that is what I looked. And so I found all kinds of different books. I read Green Lights. I read How Are You Really? I read Unexpected. There's so many different books that I read in that year and different devotionals. And I have a blog that is fully written on the books and the impacts that they had. But my encouragement here is find the books that help you. Find the books that can help give you maybe what some of your thoughts are and that you might have had before you had a loss, to help you reconnect to that part of yourself and what you want to be the most. And then I went to a retreat, and I found a retreat to be really helpful in finding that connection of that final authenticity back to Becca. So I've got one coming up in November, and I would love to invite you. And if you'd love to know more, you can head over and you can drop me an email, or you can just find, and it's at stackedintent@outlook.com. But today, I hope you found encouraging. I hope that you find a journey to your authentic self and a journey through loss. I have truly found myself, and I've always loved myself, but the last couple of years, I had to find the journey back to loving my everyday and loving Becca. So imagine this retreat that is crafted for you, who you truly get to be. So we've walked in your shoes in different ways, and we understand some of your struggles and how it can guide you. And we want to be here to help you find the strongest version of yourself and the most authentic version of yourself, because all of us love authenticity of you. And so whether you're feeling stuck or overwhelmed, or just ready to find some real growth in finding that experience of what has made you, come join us. So the 3 pictures that you see here are myself and my 2 co-hosts for my podcast. And we invite anybody to come. We have limited spots at our retreat, but I am so excited. I'm a yoga teacher. I founded my Stacked Intent, and I'm a CFLE, but I am thrilled to help bring you self-care for your everyday routine so that you can learn through this time of focusing on you how to truly love your everyday. Then the one in the hat, that is Ashley, and she is a certified nutrition and wellness educator. She is a family and consumer science county extension agent, and she cannot wait to share resources and help you reconnect with your healthy version of self. And then Sarah is the other one that you see here, and she's a marriage and family therapist. And so she is excited to help you find your rest and peace and connection in yourself. And so we just would love to have you join us. Our retreat is November 13th through the 16th. And you can find more about it on my website, which is stackedintent.com. And so lastly, as I close out today, and I appreciate you all for joining me, if you want to see tips and tricks and have a weekly email delivered to you to give you some resources on being your most authentic self, come join my email list. And I talk about relationships, I talk about nutrition, finance, and then I throw other topics in there occasionally. And I do that on my blog, my email. So my blog and my email coincide. So you'll get a blog that has some really in-depth information, and then you'll get an email that has quick tips. And then my podcast follows the same format. And so I'd love to have you a part of my community, and I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of the Global Grief Conference today. Thank you, guys.
Single fathers, we are the chief cook and bottle washers of our entire family unit. It also means that we're blessed to be seen in our children's eyes as superheroes. We get the chance to participate in all the milestones of their lives. Now, the single fathering experience, it may be difficult during that parenting journey. The benefits, they greatly outweigh the challenges.
What happens when the life you knew ends? When the person you love the most is suddenly gone? When the world keeps moving but you can't? I lost my mother when I was just 17. And with her, I lost my home, my protector, my place in the world. For years, I lived in survival mode, moving from couch to cot, fighting through college, working, studying, failing, getting back up. Alone but never abandoned. Because something sacred was happening in the silence, in the sorrow, in the struggle. I wasn't just surviving, I was becoming. I was being refined by grace, by faith, by fire. I didn't return to the woman I used to be. I was reborn into the one I was always meant to become. Today, I speak so others can rise. I share so others can heal. I believe so you don't forget how. You don't have to go back to who you were. You can become someone stronger, someone wiser, someone more whole than ever before. You are not broken. You are being rebuilt. I am Roosevelt Sofeld, a story of loss, a testimony of hope, a life reborn through faith, purpose, and unstoppable courage. Hello, good afternoon, or good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here today. My name is Roosevelt Sofeld. Thank you so very much to the producers, to the people who have made this beautiful program, the Global Grief Conference 2025, an opportunity for us to share our life story. Today, again, my name is Roosevelt Sofeld, and today I'm going to be talking about a word that has helped me very much in my life, or a word, let's put it this way, that has shaped every chapter of my life, and that word is courage. Now, I am a mom, I am a daughter, I'm also a nurse practitioner, I'm an immigrant, and I am a woman who have lived a story that I believe many have lived also, perhaps in silence. So today, I'm about to speak about, again, courage. Now, let's go to the next slide. Okay, so every story has a beginning, of course. My story, well, let's go back to the first one. I'm sorry. It's, let me see. Okay, let me do this myself. Okay, very good. Okay, sorry about that. Trying to control the, okay. So every story begins, of course, in the beginning. I was born in Colombia, South America. I was born in the 1980s during a time that there was some violence, of course, and then unfortunately I was also born to beautiful people. My dad, my mom, they were both teachers, but at the same time there was some dysfunctionality. Nothing perhaps out of the ordinary, unfortunately. Many of us have lived in dysfunctional families. And so, but my childhood was not an easy one, let's just put it that way. And that I talk a lot about in my book, The Courage to Succeed, A True American Dream. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that. But one of the things I want to mention is my mother, Rocio, that was her name. Like I said, she was a teacher. She was also an artist. She was a dreamer. And she she standed with such a kind strength that at the time I didn't understand. She gave herself even when she had nothing left to give. I watched her work through tears, betrayals, poverty, you name it. So that is the beginning part. And again, I'll talk more on that again on my book. I talk a little bit more about my childhood. And then there's also a story of betrayal. So again, I'm not gonna, tell you the details on that because you have to read the book. But as you can see this slide here, there's also pain. Pain is an inevitable part of life, but it's also a very, very powerful teacher. It reveals our resilience, deepens our empathy, and it also prepares us with greater strength ahead. Now, if you can see here a casket, that gives you an idea. In my case, my story, I lost my mother when I was 17 years of age. Not easy. I was the only child, still the only child, no brothers, no sisters. So I found myself pretty much alone. Now, one of the things I want to mention here is a lot of times things happen to us, right? Like bad things, good things, bad things, right? And in my case, losing my mother to me at the time was like, okay, what else? What worse could happen to me, right? But again, life goes on. And this is there's a chapter in my book that called Curveballs because as life progresses, you find there was a chapter in my life on motherhood. And again, that's what it felt like. It was curveballs that were thrown at me. So just when I thought that the worst had happened, that wasn't perhaps the case. So now, let me tell you a little bit about what is courage. All right, so there is a definition of courage, right? And again, it can be defined as mental or moral strength to persevere or withstand danger, fear, or difficulty. It also involves facing challenges, adversity, or danger with determination, bravery, and resolve despite personal fears or doubts. Now, a courageous act typically involves taking action in the face of risk or even uncertainty. Perhaps it's driven by a sense of duty, honor, moral conviction. It can also manifest in various forms, from physical acts of bravery to moral courage, standing up for one's principles or beliefs. But overall, courage is about overcoming fear and demonstrating strength in the face of adversity. So now that is kind of like the overall definition of courage. But I personally learned early in life that courage isn't always loud. Sometimes it's very, very quiet. It is, to me, courage is the decision that we make every day to get up, to keep on going, even when no one is cheering you, even when, like I said, no one's cheering you. So you just got to keep on going, right? So courage to me is not the absence of fear at all. It's actually standing in the face of it, with trembling knees, and you're nervous and your heart is pounding, and you're still taking that first step forward. Now, let me take you another slide here. So again, there's a slide. Courage is not the absence of fear. It's standing in the face of it. Now, this is something that I also talk a lot in my book. It's here it says belonging, but there's a chapter in my book called Belonging, Not Fitting. And what it actually meant to me, I'll tell you what it is. It comes in this. About when I was 20 years old, about 23 years ago or so, I arrived in the United States for the first time. I had no family, I have nobody. I'd never been to the States before. And I did not know much English. Perhaps a few words here and there. So I didn't come with a map or a guidebook, just a lot of dreams and of course courage, because again, it was that sense of I gotta do this despite of, right? So I started with the basics, learning the language, working low wage jobs, attending college classes at night, so on. And so in every step, I reminded myself that, hey, Roosevelt, you might be afraid, but here you are, right? So that mantra kept me going, and um, and it made me feel like, no matter what, like when I felt invisible, when others judge my either because of my accent, question my qualifications, and so on, and so on. Anyway, so I became a nurse, and I'm very, very happy for it. Many years later, when I became a mother, courage took a whole new meaning. Both of my pregnancies were very, very difficult. And so I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for a miracle of God. But again, that's something that I discuss in my book. And then the whole belonging, me wanting to be part of a culture, not so much fitting in because someone told me you are Hispanic, Latino, therefore this is how you're supposed to be or act. Okay, resiliency, very important word. Again, that is pretty much courage. Is choosing to love through fear. It's standing beside your child's crib in a hospital and whispering you're stronger than this. It's waking up after dawn and after a sleepless night and then determined to show what resilience looks like. It is knowing that your past may be hard, but your children will inherit something different. And then really faith. Oh, thriving before faith, thriving. You can see it here on the slide. Thriving is deeply personal, I believe. It's not about following someone else's script. It's about aligning your life with your own beliefs, your values. It's about embracing your unique journey and finding meaning even in the chaos. Faith is also, for me, a very, very important part of my journey to who I am today, to the woman I have become, also discussed in the book. And then the gift of community. The gift of community is let me just say it this way. To me, true resiliency is found not in isolation, but actually through the support of and love of others, the encouragement of those who walk alongside us. So through every hardship, through betrayal, loss, poverty, even bullying, I've learned that, again, courage is not about being the loudest voice in the room. It's about speaking truth in love, standing in grace, and honoring your story, even when the world wants to write it for you. So my story is not perfect. Yours perhaps is not. Nobody's story is perfect, but it's your story, right? And so even when the pages steer, even when people say your story isn't worth telling, and so on. And then the last thing I want to mention here, then after all that, there's always a new beginning. And every ending holds the seed of a new beginning, an opportunity to write a new story that's filled with hope, courage, and the promise of something better. I wrote the book, The Courage to Succeed, a True American Dream, and I'm also speaking to you today here to remind you that courage lives in each one of us, but in also in forgiving, getting up, showing up for others, and believing that any dream, whether it's the American dream or any dream, isn't just about success. It's about having the courage to believe that it is possible. So all I want to ask of you today is, where in your life is courage waiting to be awakened? Is it in that job that perhaps you've been scared to apply for, a conversation you've been avoiding, a dream that you have placed on hold, on a shelf? Whatever it is, I hope that today reminds you that free speech isn't free, neither is courage, but it's worth everything. So thank you so much for letting me share a little bit of my story with you. And if any of my words have touched you, even one heart today, then my journey here was worth every step. I invite you to connect with me at info, that's an email, info@rosabellunscripted.com. You can subscribe to my podcast. Also, I have a podcast called The Life Unscripted Podcast with Rosabel. Also, go to my website, rosabellunscripted.com. You can find all my social medias and so on. I just want to encourage you, if you can, to read my book, The Courage to Succeed at Your American Dream. I promise it's not just my story, it's a mirror. You might see pieces of your own journey reflected in it. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to introduce my co-host for this presentation, Julius Justa. Thank you.
There we go. Good evening, everybody. Welcome from Cape Town at about 12:30 in the morning. So in the AM, very, very early over here. I'll be talking to you about grief today and sharing some of the insights from the grief I experienced when my father passed. But before I do, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge Rosabel and congratulate her on doing a good job. She's an exceptional creative author, podcast host, and you should definitely, if you're not already, be having a look at the work that she does and the message that she's putting out there. So with that being said, I'm going to try and keep it nice and short. This is very informal for me, so it's not really rehearsed as much as I would, but I feel like when it's authentic, it translates better. So I'm not exactly sure if you guys can see what's been shared on the screen. Can I get an indication if you guys can see what I'm sharing on my screen or not?
No, but I think you can just go into your website, or Tony maybe can help us put your slides on.
All right, let's see. Okay, so the screen sharing has been enabled. But if it's not, then it's also okay. I mean, I can maybe just towards the end show you a specific image that I wanted to share with you. But other than that, we can just talk about the experience. So in 2002, around this time, about 3 years ago, my dad went in for his second heart operation. They were just going to put in some stents to alleviate any discomfort, but there were complications. And what was supposed to be a 2-3 hour procedure turned into a 5-day nightmare, which effectively culminated in the passing of my father. So I remember getting a call from Botswana, which is also in Southern Africa, at about 4 o'clock in the morning. It was my stepmother from the hospital sharing that my father had passed. And true to his spirit, he was fighting until the very, very end. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but there were numerous resuscitations, and it was really apparent that he wanted to be here for us and wanted to stay. But I think at the end, it just made more sense to surrender. And for me, that was the first time that I really lost somebody so close to me. And in the coming months, coming days, coming weeks, months, and years, I would come to realize that when one loses a parent, essentially you lose an anchor. You know, they are there when we are born and we grow up, and wherever we go out and explore and venture, we are always tied to them. They become our safe space. They become our haven. And as we go out in the world and we return and we out and return, they are our only constant. And when you lose a parent, it is effectively the loss of that tether, that security. And if not dealt with intelligently, mindfully, and within the community of your family, you are at risk of becoming untethered. And when that happens, it could lead to a variety of ailments, including addiction or of one sort or another. But thankfully, I have a wonderful family structure. It's not conventional by any means, but we made peace with that a very, very long time ago. And instead, we decided to focus on honoring each other, on allowing everybody to be human and to be supportive. And I think all of that started with my dad and the conversations we had around the time that he was getting divorced. But yes, to get to the grief component of it, throughout my creative career, I've come to realize that there's a healing element to the creative act. So whether that's writing, whether for me that means taking photos, for other people that's music, whatever the creative act might be, there is a healing element to that because it allows us to process the unresolved emotions. Because when the process remains unresolved in the nervous system, it triggers us. And those triggers look different for everybody. For me, it looked like escapism. It looked at a certain stage at not taking care of myself, not eating healthily, what have you. But through the support of my family, I got to a point where I could sit down with some of the photos that I'd taken, especially while in Botswana for my dad's funeral, and just for a 3-month period, write raw energy, just get that emotion out on the paper and make sure that the nervous system has processed those emotions. And since then, since spending those 3 months and building the art collection for my landscapes collection, there's been a tremendous source of calm and peace, and the need to escape and to mood manage has fallen away. I'm not saying that I'm eternally healed. I think it's far from that. I still grieve the loss of my father, pretty much every day, but I've come to terms with it. And I've come to realize that grief is the love that remains. It's the reality that that person and all the opportunities that you had envisioned for yourself or for that relationship are no longer possible. And it's important to acknowledge those ambitions because they are worthy. And through the grieving process, you give yourself the opportunity to mourn, to let go, to be grateful for the moments that you did have. And perhaps in a certain extent, learn from the experience so that you do not end up regretting the things that you didn't say, but instead you can feel a sense of certainty, of gratitude for having the freedom and the opportunity to tell a loved one that you care and to thank them for their guidance. So that's pretty much my insights from the grieving process. If we do get a moment to upload the photo that I'd like to share with you, it's a photo I took the night before my dad's funeral, and it's a photo of a sunset in Botswana, which is the wild veld. It's a very raw, untouched nature. And the reason this photo is so significant is because I remember as a kid, when I was maybe 8-9 years old, my dad and I went to go watch The Lion King. And none of us had known what to expect. And when Mufasa passes away, that was essentially my introduction to death and a realization that my dad would not always be there. And for anybody who's seen the film, that there's a really moving moment early on where Mufasa explains to his son, and he says, everything the light touches will someday be yours. And that photo of the sunset is just a reminder of that experience. of me stepping into my own manhood, being grateful for my dad and the path that he's shown me, the support that he's given me, but also taking the reins for my adult life and saying, well, now it's my turn to rule. It's my turn to be the man of the family. And I'm just so grateful that I have the emotional maturity, that I've had the guidance and support to be that kind of a person and to be that man. So that's pretty much my story. Very short and sweet. I think from here on out, Rosabelle and I will be going into dialogue and opening up the floor to questions. So, Rosabelle, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Julius, I believe you can upload on the presenters. I believe you can upload them there. Do you, it says here.
All right, let's see what happens. Yeah, it says there was an issue with your file. So I think the file might be too big. Let me try and see if I can share the screen. All right, can you guys see the screen?
Yes, beautiful.
All right. So these are photos that I took in Botswana leading up to my dad's funeral. Just to give you some context, he and his wife, my stepmom, moved up to Botswana maybe 5 years before. And they started building a new house and a new life for themselves pretty much from scratch. And the sad reality is I never got to visit him while they were building, while they were preparing. I only got to see the end result when I went through for his funeral. And in the photos that I'm including, I just want to share with you sort of like the raw nature, because it's a beautiful reminder for me that the last chapters of my dad's life were filled with beauty and nature and God. And that always just brings me so much solace. I'm originally from Johannesburg, which is like the New York of Africa. So it's very easy to get lost in, the business, the traffic, the confusion of it all. But to know that my dad could just spend his last couple of years with his creator in nature brings me a lot of peace. And for any South African or any person who's ever been to Africa, they understand that connection with nature and the healing that it brings. So part of nature is decay, part of nature is death, part of nature is suffering. And that's all we can hope for is for a complete experience and to learn from the school of life what it is ready to teach us. This photo here, just so that you know what it is the carcass of an elephant that had been slain maybe a month or two ahead. And instead of it being removed, the tradition dictates that it has to be left there so that the land can feed from it. So that means all the jackals and the ants and all the other little elements in the ecosystem play a part in bringing the body that is from the earth back to the earth. So ashes to ashes, dust to dust. This is the photo that I was telling you about. So if you do go to my website, under the landscapes collection, this piece is called Legacy. And it is literally the sun setting on my dad's life. And it's always just been a reminder to be thankful for the time that I've had with him, but also to be present while writing and preparing my own chapters and writing the book of my own life. Here,
beautiful. Sorry.
Thank you. These last couple of photos is sort of like it's a bit more abstract to try and explain, but it's me maybe from 2 o'clock in the morning, late at night, when the full moon was out, with my camera and my tripod, and just talking to God and to the universe internally, and taking photos of the night sky, of the property my dad had built, while mourning his loss. So these are pretty much the views that my dad had every night as he went to bed, and it's such a pleasure, it's such a joy, such a blessing to know that there was so much serenity for him. So I'm not sure if you can see this, but this is actually the grave. This is the tree under which my dad's ashes were laid, and you'll see that in the tree there's a little board
Yeah.
with an inscription. And yeah, to give you some context, we got the call maybe on a Thursday, and about 5 days later, myself and my mother from Cape Town were joined by my sister and her husband from Charlotte, North Carolina, and my brother-in-law's father from France, and then my stepsister too. So the six of us ventured from our respective points in Cape Town, flew to Johannesburg, from there flew to Namibia, and from Namibia took a 4x4 or a truck and drove all the way to Botswana to go bury my dad in his backyard, effectively. So that trip in itself was a wonderful opportunity for us to reflect and prepare. And I think the fact that we were together with each other so raw was one of the most important factors, because we all felt it and none of us expected it, but we were all there for each other. And I don't think I could have asked for anything more than that. So to give you the rundown, this is a photo of my family and everybody who came through for the funeral. And this is the house that my dad had literally built. So he bought the land, he laid the pipes for the water, he installed the solar grids and made sure all the electricity was up and running. And week by week, day by day, he would buy bricks and all the materials you would need to build a house in the middle of the bushveld. And this is his lasting legacy. So here's a close-up of the family. Apologies if we are not all camera ready, but we just needed to record the moment. This is the road into the piece of land. And oddly enough, this the street sign is not officially on the map. It was actually smuggled in by my cousin while she came to visit. And I think she maybe stole it from somewhere while she was a student. But yeah, it's just always nice to know that there is a home for me and my family. And yeah, that's pretty much all the photos for my presentation. I'm going to stop presenting right now.
Wow. Thank you for sharing. So beautiful.
You're very welcome.
So much. Wow. I was going to ask something, but I was into the pictures. So beautiful. Wow. It's amazing.
Sure. But if you have any questions, please.
Anybody has any questions? I mean, I was like, it's just simply beautiful. If you don't mind me asking, how old was your dad?
How old was he?
When he passed?
He was about 63. I think he was 62, and he would have been 63. He missed his 63rd birthday by maybe 6 days.
Oh, wow.
So his birthday is coming up. It was the 20th of May. So every time, like every year around this time, it's an opportunity for us to reflect and to honor his message.
Beautiful.
Or honor his legacy.
I want to take this opportunity, for those who don't know, that video that first played with our presentation, that was the work of, creative work of Julius here. He helped me, he guided me through it. He's been like a true mentor for me doing all this work. It's very so I just wanted to thank you so much.
You are
We did
very
it.
welcome.
Yes, we
But
did
I
it in
also
record time. Yes.
want to congratulate you and thank you for showing up, because it is a collaborative effort.
Yes.
If you did not show up and put in the effort that you did, it would not be as solid and as strong as it is. So you're also allowed to pat yourself on the back.
Yes, thank you. And that's why I talked about courage. Courage is an everyday thing. It's, again, when we wake up, sometimes we want to show up, but circumstances and when we push through, it's not always easy. It's not always easy.
Yes.
Sometimes we have families, and I have little ones sometimes that demand me, but I'm always there. So what I've done, and I tell people, if I had to go to bed a little late, or if I had to spend extra time with them, so that way when I'm doing this, they don't miss me so much. So be it right before this presentation, I make sure I took them around. So now they're like, okay, mommy, spend time with us. So therefore, I don't want them to feel neglected. So yeah.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's very mindful of you. So
Yeah.
for me, I'm kind of like on the opposite side of that spectrum. My housemate for the last couple of years has been my mom, and it's just an interesting dynamic, because when my parents separated, my mom and our relationship sort of like faded into the background. And it's only been since 2019 that we've been able to reconcile. And for the first time, I really feel like I have a mother. And with that comes a really exciting and interesting dynamic. But it also requires a lot of patience from all parties and clear communication. So, yes, I also had to spend time with my mother tonight, so that when I started doing this recording, she would feel that she had been seen and that she had been supported. So just a reminder that there is a circle. The way you take care of your kids right now, eventually they will start taking care of you too.
Yes, it is. It's a beautiful work. One of the things I love about doing what I do, it's how if we are honest enough to put in practice what we preach. That's one of the things I always say. I always want to also lead by example. I don't like just to tell people like, hey, do this, and I'm not doing it myself. So I'm always trying to do that as well, because it's part of that honesty. How do I expect other people to do as I say if I don't do it myself? So when I talk about taking care of ourselves, courage, family, all those things, it's like, okay, I gotta make sure I also give them my undivided attention, all these things. So
yeah,
yes.
I look forward to that chapter of my life, family and kids, steadily working towards that. But I have heard sort of like an expression or somebody saying that kids are like having little Zen masters that move in with you 24/7, and they constantly remind you of what you are lacking and where you can grow. So I wonder if that is what the experience would be like for me, because I can see that there's a lot of space for me to grow and develop my patience, to learn more about unconditional love and what it means to really be a provider. But with that, I mean, also comes growth and the reward of knowing that they'll be okay. I think.
Julius,
Maybe, yeah.
there is something. Remember, we were planning to have you back on my podcast. There's something I wanted to ask you, and if you have any more slides that you can share with us, I really appreciate it. Maybe we can go over your website. Let me tell you. One of the things I love about what you do in photography is, and I started looking at your website, every picture you have taken has story to it. And if you don't mind, if you want to take us, perhaps if you want to pick a few and kind of tell us a little bit of story behind it, because I just find it's fascinating.
Sure. Just give me like a minute or two to set it up for you.
But while you do that, because healing again, for you looks like, you know, the photography, the art that you do. For me, it's writing. And so, but also I find a lot of healing when we can immerse ourselves in those pictures and the photography and what's behind it. Um, like I mentioned to you at one point, you know, I work in a hospital, and as I walk the hallways, there's all this beautiful art in the walls, and there's so much meaning into it. But for some reason, I'm always wondering, like, what was in the mind of whoever made this? Because some of this, I have an idea because it shows the terrain here in Texas, but it doesn't. Yes, so I want you to walk us through a little bit of. I've been fascinated by your work, and I would like for people watching to see what is it that you do.
Sure, thank you. So what you're seeing here is the landing page. And from here, there are different ways to navigate towards the art. But the key thing that I want to bring to your attention is the message at the top of the website. It says, art that heals, invite mindfulness into your sanctuary. So, I mean, every one of us has a favorite song or a song that we've listened to, written by a musician that helped us get through a heartache or celebrate something beautiful that happened in our lives. And the reason I use this example is this is the case where the artist got to write something, got to create something, and in that process got to heal. You know, if it's a sad song about a breakup, they have the opportunity to get it all out of their system, share it with an audience, and, you know, for the most part, the artist feels that they've processed and that they've healed. But something that is never taught to you as an artist when you go to film school or art school, what have you, is the impact that your art can have on others. Because, you know, the artist has written their love song or their loss of love song, and it gives the audience the permission to grieve, to lose, to feel all the relevant emotions. And that's exactly the same thing that I aim to do with my work. So you touched on it earlier that for all my artworks, I write little narratives. I mean, there's a reason behind it too. It's just so that there's no overwhelm. Because, you know, if you just look at a picture by itself and there's no context, the brain starts racing. It starts creating its own narratives.
Like that one right there, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Abandonment. Oh my God, that was my favorite.
Oh, I'm glad that you liked it. Let's quickly click on it and then we can go. Like you can see the collection. But yes, this is me in Charlotte a couple of months after my dad passed. And sort of like it's the beginning of my grieving process of acknowledging the abandonment that I felt when my parents got divorced. Just for context, I was an exchange student in high school. I was maybe 16 years old, went to the US for a semester. And when I came back, my parents had gotten divorced without telling me anything. So it's very much the case of, welcome back, surprise, we're divorced, and the impact that had on me and my fundamental years. So now everything's a lot better, and I've definitely dealt with it. But it's important to acknowledge sort of like those instances so that your nervous system can process it and let go of it.
Yes.
So this is from my landscapes collection. I'm not going to read it verbatim for you, but I will show you that here at the collection info, there is an opportunity for you to go view the actual collection and the narratives that accompany them. So let's start at the top. We have the abandonment. Like I said, it's about me feeling abandoned and seeing that same abandonment in a bridge in North Carolina that just absolutely served no purpose other than being a reminder that there used to be something here. And that hit hard. But in being creative and turning it into an art piece, I somehow like use the form of alchemy to transcend that message of abandonment and now give it or present it as an opportunity to process, to remind, to heal. Below here, we have a piece called Nurtured. This is was taken from one of the first trips me and my mom took after we were estranged. So when she moved down to Cape Town during lockdown and COVID, we took the car just to go see the flowers bloom. And it's a beautiful, serene moment. Just a lot of nurturing elements, you know, the flowers blooming, the blue sky, the farm in the background. It always just reminds me of that maternal instinct. I'm not going to go through the entire collection. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to go back and then ask if there are any specific pieces people would like to know more about. Now is the opportunity for me to go there and expand on a specific narrative if they would like to.
Tony, are you in the background? Are you able to, do you see any of the questions that perhaps the viewers have? Anybody has any questions? Let us know.
Well, while we are on the Shadow Work collection, I just want to bring out the piece called Fear. Bring it to your attention because you touched on that earlier, the importance of courage. And the piece Fear is written as an acronym, and it's from the sort of like the Tony Robbins school of thinking, where if you break down the word FEAR, it could be F everything and run. But for the courageous, for the strong, it means face everything and rise. And I created this piece during lockdown just to remind my fellow creatives that everything is going to be okay. And even though there's a lot of uncertainty, there's also an opportunity for us to grow and to rise above the circumstances we find ourselves in.
Very good. You know, you said fear, and also you mentioned something, the strength. It's so interesting because when I talk about courage and fear is like, I don't know, I don't feel strong, but somehow I'm standing there, you know, like doing what I'm supposed to do. So somehow I don't know whether you get the strength while you stand there. I had no idea, I had no clue how that works. I just know, like, yeah, I'm afraid, but I'm here. That's my mantra.
But
I'm not saying I'm afraid right now. No, there's no need to be afraid.
Yeah, but I think being afraid is completely natural. We all experience fear at one point or another. And the trick or the objective is not to avoid fear. It is to acknowledge it and to take action regardless of it. And that's the definition of courage, in my opinion, is making the right decision when it's easier to make the not right decision.
Absolutely. Now it says paso a paso.
Yes.
Tell me about paso a paso.
So Paso a Paso is effectively the third collection that I created, but it's the first one that was peer reviewed. So around the time when I was creating this collection, I became part of an art collective called The Art of Selling Art, led by Jason Matias. He's based in Seattle, Washington. And he gave me some great guidance on how to present my art and turn it more into a business than just a form of therapy. So I came up with the Paso a Paso collection. It's just some of the moments of my later seasons in Ibiza. For those of you who are not aware, I was a high-profile events photographer in Ibiza for about 7 years. I covered more than 1,200 events for some of the biggest names in dance music. And it was a wonderful opportunity for me to learn about what being a successful artist looks like, what success looks like and what it takes. But also, I mean, Ibiza is known around the world as the capital of escapism. People go there from all over to escape everything. and the forms of escapism vary. I think a lot of people think when you go to Ibiza, it's nightclubs and alcohol and substances, but that's not the only thing. People go for yoga retreats. They go for 5-star cuisine. They go for experiences in nature or water sports. Whatever you want to escape from or escape with, you can do on that island. And because of the nature of my work, working as a photographer or a photojournalist, I got to mingle with all the pockets. I got to interact with all the different pockets of Ibiza and see escapism up close. And one of the golden eggs or the golden nuggets of that experience was in observing that there were people on the island who would attend and participate, but only minimally. They would only go to a club maybe once every couple of months. And if they were drinking or going to a yoga retreat, it's only every now and then. And the reason they weren't escaping at such a large scale is because they had figured it out. They had learned that the trick is to build a life that you do not have to escape from.
Absolutely.
And that's been sort of like the guiding light for me as I develop my career and navigate adulthood. Is if I have a life that I enjoy, that I'm excited about, there's absolutely no reason for me to escape from it. But also, in the same breath, I want to mention that a little bit of escapism is not only healthy, it's necessary. You know,
I mean, we can escape and come back as long as we come back.
yeah, that's the key, because so many people, they escape and then they want to keep on escaping, and it's when they are not present that their entire lives fall into imbalance.
Right.
And then
that's
the
part
recovery.
of healthy grief management. Well, we're almost coming to a close here. I want to thank you so much for being my co-host on this
Anytime.
presentation. Thank you so much for showing us what you do, for sharing your story with us. It's been a true pleasure. Is there anything last? We got like 1 minute to say one last word.
No, I just want to say that wherever you are is exactly where you're supposed to be. And it's important to realize that life is always happening for you. It's not happening to you. So whatever you're going through, look for the positive, look for the opportunity to grow. And with that mindset, you can overcome almost everything.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for all you listeners. Just remember, whoever you are, whatever you are, you do have the courage. You have the courage to start that new project, new dreams, everything. Please remind us, Julius, where people can find you online, how they can connect with you.
Sure. To view my fine art, you can go to fineart.juliusschuster.com. That's fineart.juliusjooste.com. You can find me on Instagram at juliusschuster.com, juliusschuster.fineart. And also, you can find me on Roosevelt's podcast and her blog. We talk about my art quite extensively. Yes. I ship in, I print and frame in Germany and ship to 48 countries around the world, including the US. And I'd be more than happy to have a free one-on-one consultation with anybody who's interested to talk about my art. I also want to show or mention that the art all comes with downloadable assets. So you can have your art with you at all times, whether that's for your smartphone, your iPad, your watch. There's always a mindful trinket to help you on your journey. So that's it.
And also, Julius is a content creator as well. He's also a mentor. So, I mean, there's so many things that he can help you with. He's amazing. I can attest to that beautiful work. Thank you, everybody. You can also find me. All you got to do is go rosabellunscripted.com. You can find all my social media buttons out there. The Laugh Unscripted podcast. I'll see you there next time. Thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody. Chat soon.
What happens when the life you knew ends? When the person you love the most is suddenly gone? When the world keeps moving but you can't? I lost my mother when I was just 17. And with her, I lost my home, my protector, my place in the world. For years, I lived in survival mode, moving from couch to cot, fighting through college, working, studying, failing, getting back up. Alone but never abandoned. Because something sacred was happening in the silence, in the sorrow, in the struggle. I wasn't just surviving, I was becoming. I was being refined by grace, by faith, by fire. I didn't return to the woman I used to be. I was reborn into the one I was always meant to become. Today, I speak so others can rise. I share so others can heal. I believe so you don't forget how. You don't have to go back to who you were. You can become someone stronger, someone wiser, someone more whole than ever before. You are not broken. You are being rebuilt. I am Roosevelt Sofeld, a story of loss, a testimony of hope, a life reborn through faith, purpose, and unstoppable courage.
What do Postvention Collective and Journey Through Grief have in common? They are two businesses working hand in hand to educate, advocate, and support people left behind after a suicide. The act of suicide is surrounded by stigma, and that stigma trickles down to those left here to grieve. I'm Tracy Ozer, and my job is to bring resources and coaching services to the moms, dads, siblings, children, and others battling through this devastating loss. Postvention Collective is the premier education company bringing suicide bereavement trainings to our businesses, schools, behavioral health workers, faith organizations, and any others who want to learn ways to eliminate this public health crisis. Our mission is to equip communities with the tools and resources so that they can go on to support their family members, their colleagues, their friends, and any others within their circle of influence. Journey Through Grief is your one-stop shop for suicide bereavement support. Whether you want to try coaching to get your personal life back on track, or hear stories of loss and healing through our podcast or our YouTube channel, there is something for everyone. But most importantly, if you've lost someone by suicide, know that you're not alone, and we've been there too. Come into our community and let us earn your trust so that we can love you through grief.
I ain't everybody's cup of tea, and here's why. I have spent the past decades traveling, digging, and delivering the truth. What is that, you ask? Here at the Niche Nation, it's a 360-degree, no BS, self-discovery destiny. It's real, it's raw, and it's uncut. We deal with pain, struggle. We deal with the rock bottoms like no other. No age, no gender, no journey too deep for us to hold space. We are here as life tour guides to lead you to the calling. Grab a cup, take a sip, and enjoy the once-in-a-lifetime journey here at the Niche Nation.
Hello, good evening. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Michelle Marie Bonilla Julian, and I am MJ Bond. And behind me is Cecilia Gonzalez. She's my partner in crime. And we are founders of Frequencies y Mucho Más. We are located in Aguada, Puerto Rico, and we provide energetic healing. We use frequencies to help alleviate grief and help you transition and shift your life so that way you can get through these hard times a lot better. So grief isn't something that you fix. I found in my journey in Frequency and Mucho Más, we are a global shaman. And what we do is we use the frequencies around you, whether it be sound, whether it be singing, whether it be conversation, or as spiritual coaches, we help you shift not only the frequency in your mind, but even in your chakras. We work with your inner body to help relieve the stress from losing the ones we love. So grief isn't something to fix. We don't fix anything here. We help it. We ask to shift and to move. It's something that in waves, it comes. It's just like with grief. For me, my grief story is that I've lost my husband, and within less than a couple of months, I lost my mother as well. And it really took me on this journey of deep down sadness. Like I wasn't sure who to be or what to be. And something different happened to me. I started feeling petting on my hair. I started feeling these whispers, these voices, these energies around me. And it made me realize, am I not alone? And then I took this deep dive into find out what is grief? What is it for me? Because it took me a long time to get off the floor to recognize what it was for me and how to shift it. And one thing I'm going to say, grief is different for everyone. Everyone grieves differently. And there is no rules. There are no rules when it comes to grief. It's just finding ways to bring peace into your body. And that's what we do at Frequency and Mucho Mas. We assist in finding the peace within and letting you find it come out in your world around you. So it's through certain tones and frequencies and using special languages and sounds that help us hold a frequency that words fall short. We don't rush you. We give you a complete understanding of your body. We talk to your heart. We talk to your chakras, and we allow them to express their sadness as well. And then what we do is we come in and we give not only Reiki healing, which is energetic healing, we sit with you and we use sounds. We use frequencies. We use sounds bowls. We use waves to help you relieve stress. So what we do is we take the attunement of all the frequencies that we have around us and we utilize that. We use crystals, we use energetic healing, we use sound therapy, and we bring them all together. And we call on the spirit guides, the angels. We call on God and we ask for their assistance in assisting you in relieving the suffering that you go through. It's not about not suffering. It's about suffering differently and seeing the loved one differently and lighting your load. Because in my world, my loved ones have shifted to a new reality. It is me that's been left here. And I have to learn how to shift my frequency and adjust. So with these frequencies that we do at Frequency and Mucho Mas, we help you to align your body, to recognize and take care of you, because you are still here and you need to be assisted on this journey without the one that you love. So at Frequency and Mucho Mas, we come together and tonight we want to play for you. I can give you, you've had a beautiful day with all these beautiful speakers coming in. I would like to just humbly play and shift your energies and ask you to take deep breaths in and understanding that by taking a breath, you connect with your spiritual body. By feeling a sound, it shifts the thoughts in your mind. Even by singing when you're feeling sad, it really helps change the vibration within you. And you are here and we want to work with you, helping you shift that energy. So grief for me, once again, like I said, it was a long, hard journey. But then I found the tools. I found the help that I needed. And at first it was prayer, and then it became meditation, and then it became speaking to the angels and the ancestors and the loved ones, knowing as a channel that I can hear and sense them. And we all have this gift. But what happens when we fall into grief, we lose it. It becomes clouded. And with the movement of frequencies, it helps adjust you. So it lightens the load. So you can hear, you can sense, you know, those hairs that stand up. It's somebody coming to say, hi, I'm still here. I'm still with you. For me in my personal life, I've had to shift the missing of them, their physical body. But I still love them. I still at Christmas buy them a gift. I still serve them the plate of their favorite foods. I still celebrate them. Do I miss them? I do. But I celebrate the moments that I had with them. I celebrate the love that we shared and all the memories that I keep in my heart. And that's what keeps me alive. That's what keeps me going. And now I smile knowing that my husband always walks with me and my mom is in my ear all the time, still reminding me not to do the things that I need to do. So this is what grief is to me. It is about shifting the frequency of it and changing the way we see death. So what I'd like to do is, Cecilia and I would like to play for you. We'd like to give you a beautiful sound healing to adjust your frequencies. And not only are we going to play sounds, we're going to give you sound energies as well. What is this? This is energies that we receive. There is no time and space. So what it means is all you need to do is take a deep breath in and connect with your heart space and feel. And just like you can feel these frequencies, you can feel your loved ones. You can feel them with you. So join me this evening as we play this beautiful sympathy for you. And this is dedicated to everyone you've lost. We are sending you grief love, knowing that they're always with you and you're never alone. So we're going to start. Go ahead. And these are different hertz frequencies that you're hearing right now. There is a frequency for your root chakra that assists in moving the energies. So if you listen to a 396 hertz, it helps structure, it brings vitality, and it makes you feel safe when you're alone. For your sacral chakra, if you listen to 417 hertz frequencies, it calls in your creativity. It calls in the energy of creativity and it helps with the emotions that are stuck in your sacral chakra of your loss. For your solar plex, 528 hertz frequency brings you balance. So when you're feeling out of balance and lost, listening to some beautiful 528 frequencies assist in bringing you back in your balance, back into your body. Now for your heart. Your heart is the biggest impact because it keeps everything, all the pain from now and the past. And not only this lifetime, all the lifetimes that you have lived. So when you're heavy in your heart and you add some 639 hertz frequencies, it brings in compassion, love, and makes you feel alive again. So and we rise up to the throat chakra, and in your throat chakra, it's about listening and communicating and speaking your truth. And when we grieve, we don't want to ask for help. And asking for help is so important. So by activating 741 frequencies musics, it helps open up your communication. It helps you to feel and speak your truth. Just take a deep breath in. And as we rise up in the frequencies, our third eye is where we see, it's where our pineal gland is. And when our pineal gland and our third gland is blocked and cloudy, we don't see, we can't receive the messages from our loved ones. So to open up that third eye and be able to see, if you activate some 852 hertz frequencies, it brings in insight. It reconnects you to your hope and lets you see past the illusion of sadness. And as we rise up into our crown chakra, and our crown chakra is really in charge of our whole physical body. When our crown chakra is out of balance, you are literally completely out of balance. And to activate and reconnect with your body by activating 963 frequencies, you connect with your conscious, with your higher self. And it aligns you and brings you back into balance. It brings you calm. And it helps you understand that it's time to let go of pain and suffering. So we're going to play a beautiful symphony of all these frequencies for you and activate frequencies that help your heart feel lighter and alleviate some of the discomfort that we go through when we're in grief. So I'd like you all to take a deep breath in for us. And I'd like you to hold it for 4, 3, 2, 1. And let it go slowly. Make sure you drop those shoulders. Let's take another deep breath in. Holding it for 4, 3, 2, 1. Letting it go. Let's do it one more time. Take that deep breath in. And you notice when you breathe, the thoughts in your head go away. You're connected with your body. Your heart rate pulsates and you are back in alignment. That's what the breath does for you. Now we're going to begin, and I'd like to start with some water energy because water is movement. So let's move anything that is not serving you. It feels like you're in an ocean, flowing. Let the frequency float away anything that doesn't serve. Take a deep breath in. Let it go. And let's shift the frequencies. I want you to think of something you love, something without a doubt, the first thing that pops into your mind that you absolutely love. It could be a person, it can be a place, and it could be a thing. Whatever it is that makes you happy. Happy. And I want you to hold that image in your mind, in your third eye, of that thing that makes you happy. And I want you to breathe in that happiness. Breathe it into your lungs and feel it entering your body until every cell in your body feels that happiness. Now I want you to allow that love frequency to rise up. Let it rise up through your entire body, out into your aura. And just feel the love floating all around you as you float in your love frequency. This is the frequency where you connect back with your heart, with your loved ones. Allow this frequency to rise. Now, if you feel really stressed out and discomfort in this frequency, take a deep breath in and just hold on to that love. It is the greatest frequency in the world. And take that deep, refreshing breath and feel the love expanding your heart space, allowing yourself to just be. Now, if you have a lot of discomfort and stress in your life and you're feeling very overwhelmed, frequencies. There are many frequencies that can help, that you can put on, and you don't have to buy them. There's so many on YouTube that I invite you to find. Now, if you have a lot of pain in your body, the frequency of 174 helps alleviate that pain. Frequencies help vibrate pain, just like getting a massage or sitting on a massage table. These frequencies can literally move the discomfort out of your body. Now, if you're feeling a lot of guilt and fear that you just can't get rid of, by playing 3696 frequency, it helps release the feeling of guilt, especially when you lose someone. Why? What do we say? Why wasn't it me? Why did it have to be them? Let's use this 396 frequency to release that grief from you. And know, as you breathe in, it's moving the energy in your heart. Now, healing is so very important in what we do. And when you allow healing to come in, you allow this vibration into your body. So when you need extra healing in your life, by playing the frequency of 528, it helps. It's called the miracle frequency or the love frequency. And it helps restore the emotional balance within your body. So the frequency of 528 helps restore the emotional balance within your body. Now, your heart is always the one that gets attacked first when you lose someone, because your heart, for me, my heart just get really small. And by playing 639 hertz, it helped open up my heart, and it helped open up the frequencies that I needed to know that I'll be okay. finally I had to say, I had to let go. And how do I let go? Because letting go is so difficult. This is easy, but to truly let go of something, an emotion in your heart, is difficult. So by using the frequency of 852, it assists you in allowing the frequencies to flow and move out of your body. So please enjoy the frequencies that we give you so you can allow these frequencies to enter in your system and whatever it is. I feel some of you have your shoulders really tight, work, the weekend, the family, stress. By listening, you allow the energies to move that stress out and bring you calm back into your body. Listen and enjoy. The gongs provide a harmonic sense. Take a deep breath every time you hear the gong. And how did that make you feel playing that music?
Very peaceful. Knowing being able to assist everyone created such a great difference within myself as well.
It is such an amazing thing to be able to play frequencies and have them. They change the way you feel. They change your mood. They help you shift. And even if you sing, yam ram bam lam, yam ram van lam. Your voice is a frequency as well. By singing and shifting the energy within, it helps bring peace back into your body. So Cecilia came to me a couple of years ago, and she is not only my partner now, but she is a client. And it's about changing frequencies in her. When she first came, she had this sadness about her. She had a great loss within. And it wasn't loss of death, it was a loss of relationship that felt like death to her. And by bringing her and playing the frequencies for her and sitting her in energies and working on her and just being a positive influence and always helping her, assisting her in the present moment, because we live in the now. And by reminding her that right now, she is alive and she is okay, and that she has so much to give, it has helped her change her frequency. And the healing got to a point where she never wanted to leave again. And here she is. And she just stayed with the beautiful frequencies here. But these are what these great frequencies do. They help shift you. You hit the gong drum and the gong. They help shift you. Now, I'm going to pull it up. This is a quartz bowl. These are one of the frequencies that assist in helping you to alleviate. We play many frequencies here to assist you and help you to shift. So I hope you're enjoying this experience. And drumming is important too. So if you are a drummer and you love to drum, take a deep breath in and feel the frequencies around you. How is this making you feel? Frequency and mucho más. We assist you as global shaman to shift the frequencies within you using sound, using crystals, using energies within your body. We open up a portal to your soul, and we ask your soul to assist you in relieving the suffering, the sadness, the pain, the depression, anything that keeps you stuck from moving on in your life and really, truly living your soul's mission. So I hope you're enjoying this little sound therapy. We're going to play for you a little bit more. We're going to play a little louder so we can shift that frequency deep within. And if you have any questions, please utilize the chat comment box and give us a comment and let us know. Let us know how this is feeling for you, what's coming up for you, how you sleep tonight after you hear this beautiful experience. Right now, I'm hosting a retreat, so behind the camera, there are a whole bunch of ladies listening to this frequency as well, enjoying it, connecting, opening up to it. Ladies, so we're going to play for you a little bit more so you can enjoy it. We're going to activate all our frequencies for you, and I'm going to ask these ladies to also activate their frequencies. So ladies, activate your frequencies with me and join us in sending healing to everyone. You know, there is no time and space, so if you're watching it now or in the future, receive this good energy on this beautiful new moon in Taurus. This is a new beginning, knowing that you can use frequencies to assist you in your life, in your healing, with your relationships, with love. Each one of these frequencies are assisting in relieving, in helping, and bringing. And I'm so excited to be playing here with you. And one other thing, if you haven't noticed, one thing it really well does, it brings out your inner child because you get to play. A lot of the times we forget when we're grieving to play, to giggle, to enjoy. And by playing sound frequencies, it really insists in your play. So let's play together and let's enjoy some frequencies. And before we end this beautiful session, let's not forget to breathe. Our breath is so important when we're connecting with ourselves. So let's take a deep breath in together, holding it for 4, 3, 2, 1, and letting it go for 6. Let's do that again. Take a deep breath in. Holding it for 4, 3, 2, 1, and letting it go for 6. Just let out all that air and reconnect with yourself right now. And see how you feel. How are you feeling, ladies? You feeling good? How are you feeling back there?
Perfect.
Feeling good. How are you guys feeling? Are you enjoying this? Are you feeling it in your body? You feel your little inner child is out. You feel lighter. All this is the beginning to help relieve and bring down grief in all forms. Because we have to relearn what death is. We have to relearn how to handle grief, knowing that we are here and we keep their memories alive in our hearts and how we live. And at the end of the day, your loved ones don't want you sad and crying. They want you to live not only for them, but for you. They want you to live for you. So once again, I am MJ, and this is Cecilia, and we are from Frequencies in Mucho Mas. We are located in Aguada, Puerto Rico, and we are global shaman. We provide hypnosis therapy and beyond, whether it be in person or online. We provide services of healing, whether it be in person and online, because we don't believe in time and space. You're receiving exactly what you need when you need it. And we are grateful. So we wanted to thank you for having us and enjoying this sound experience on this beautiful new moon in Taurus. And it's about calm, knowing who you are. Stop being so stubborn and allow yourself to truly heal and love yourself completely. So, with that being said, I think I have 1 minute to go. I just wanted to say thank you and give my gratitude. Gratitude to my ancestors, to my loved ones who passed away. Thank you for assisting me in finding my path. And I'm truly grateful to all of you. Thank you. May you have a blessed evening and good night.
What if you could hit reset? A place that actually feels like home. Because here you can finally breathe. At Rock Lake Earth Lodge, we let nature do the work. No pressure, no distractions, just space to process, to heal, to find your way back to you. Because life doesn't come with a manual. And healing doesn't have to be complicated. When you are ready to reset, we'll be here. What if you could hit reset? A place that actually feels like home. Because here you can finally breathe. At Rock Lake Earth Lodge, we let nature do the work. No pressure, no distractions, just space to process, to heal, to find your way back to you. Because life doesn't come with a manual. And healing doesn't have to be complicated. When you are ready to reset. We'll be here.
Find a comfortable position and gently close your eyes. Take a deep breath in through your nose, hold it, and then exhale slowly through your nose, letting go of any tension. Serenity after the storm represents a comprehensive strategy to process grief and loss. 70% of women report feeling isolated during their grieving process. Now, simply focus on your breath. Inhale deeply, bringing calmness into your body, and exhale, releasing any stress or worries. With each breath, feel more grounded and at peace, knowing you are exactly where you need to be at this moment. Take one more deep breath in and exhale, bringing with you a sense of calm as you open your eyes and return to the world, carrying peace with you. Things are going to get worse before they get better. Grief is hard. Thank you for purchasing Serenity After the Storm. I hope that my experience with loss is able to give you insights and techniques to be able to manage your own personal journey with grief.
Hey. Hi, everyone. Well, it's the third day. Global Grief Conference. 3 days. Wow. Tony, come join me.
Yes, Miss Ada.
Please and thank you.
I am here.
Sound like the genie. I am here.
I am here. How you doing, Miss Ada?
I am good. I'm good. I've been watching everyone since Friday. Oh my goodness. It's been great. It's been amazing. Just seeing all the energy, the people sharing, people contributing. It's been great. I wanted to praise you for bringing the conference third year here. And I know you don't get sleep, but I know you're going to get some sleep after this, right?
Well, no, because after this, I got to get everybody's videos out. You know, like it never stops for me. You know this.
Okay, sometime this week, you're going to get some sleep.
Well, maybe. Okay. I'm not making any promises, okay?
Don't tell your body that.
I may take some time and just get some rest and just enjoy all of this that has been
let it
coming
soak
together.
in, right? Like
just let it soak in, like watching how everything is coming together, guys. You know what I'm saying? It's been amazing. For you guys that don't know, you guys heard me talk about Ada when Mike was up here, but Ada is
I'm your co-host. I'm your other partner. I'm crying.
Yeah. She's been behind the scenes doing all of the creative work with the scheduling, you know what I'm saying, the promotional material. She's been pretty much keeping me in line as well, and it's been amazing, So huge shout out, man. If you guys are in the chats and you're listening right now, give Ada a huge shout out. Like she's been here. As a matter of fact, Ada, we've known each other for some years now, right?
Huh?
And we've known each other for some years now, and you've been with me since the beginning.
Yeah.
And so you've seen the whole transformation of how all of this has come together over the years. And what are your thoughts on everything? What are your thoughts?
Oh wow, it's been a journey. Just thinking about the first time that we had our meetings and how so many things have changed in the aspect of the presentations and how we've gotten even better and better. And the internet has cooperated so far, better this year than the other 2 years. And that's been great. It's been great. Yeah.
I know, right? It's to see everything, um the finished product of everything, right? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Because I know for, it's easy to talk about it. It's easy to talk about these things that we're adding in, but it's a different story when you actually see it face to face, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And you see the idea and the dream come together. But then you watch the people, that have been attending and watching and, throughout these last 3 days. And I know it's been a lot. And, unintentionally, we end up, unintentionally, but it was a good thing. We end up adding in a game show slot in here, you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Right, and then, big shout
At A, B, C, and all the way to Z. That's the way we gotta be.
out. And sometimes some of the alphabets got to get replaced with other alphabets.
Oh my God. Well, it's been one of our missions to bring grief and education and all the aspects of grief and the possibilities and the educating and the healing, so many things for grief. And I know just as much for you as for me. And this is so important that we get the word out there and educate the people, excuse me, people as to the aspects of grief and stop being a silent society about it because it's nothing more normal than grief than someone passing on or us passing through things that like our health or lose a home, lose a job. Those are losses, and we need to acknowledge them and march through them and process them. And this whole conference is all about that, giving us the opportunity to speak to the public and give them all this stuff that we know they can actually use.
Yeah. And the crazy part about it is that I'm sitting behind scenes, monitoring everything, and it's been good watching how people are interacting, and things like that on all the platforms, and we've been kicked off of all the platforms. So I mean, today, they just let us back on Instagram over here, but we've been kicked off all the platforms going
I
on
saw
11
I
times.
saw the one for Instagram. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, and as soon as it got kicked off, I was able to go back in and let us back on,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Then it kicked us off again. I was able to go back in because I kept messing around with it and finally let us back on. And then two of the channels that I had on Facebook, it's not even letting us back on anymore. Now that's not a bad thing, it just means that our goal of reaching these people, reaching our communities
Yeah.
is working. We're reaching so many more people. Now, before we get too far into the conversation, Ada, introduce yourself to everyone, right? You've been behind the scenes watching everything, putting your comments in the comments section. You've been watching it just as well as I have, and you've played a huge integral part in the building of this beautiful, beautiful conference. Introduce yourself, Ada,
I,
please.
I stood on because I had that responsibility of the application of being of seeing something being born like a mother, a mother hen. So I'm watching my children and doing this and stuff like that. So appreciate you. Thank you. Yes,
Most definitely.
my name is Ala Malaven. I live in Puerto Rico. I am a transformational grief coach. I am also an author, a speaker, NLP practitioner, a yoga instructor, and what else? A mother, grandmother, sister, an aunt, other roles in my life as well. And what else can I say? I don't know. We're sort of like timid about who we are, right?
Yeah. You
I'm a
know,
passionate, compassionate, loving individual. I strive for equality, peace, and love for all.
most definitely. But you also, saying your passion for this work as well, like
Yeah.
share a little bit of your journey with the people so they get a better idea of why you're so passionate about the work that we do. Because you're one of the founders of the Global Grief Network, and so what I'm saying, and you've been able to watch the Global Grief Network grow as well. I mean, I think we're almost up to 310 members and still
No,
growing.
more, no?
Well, I don't. When I checked it today, I think it was right around 308. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully, the people out there that are listening, if you're looking for a
Yeah.
place,
Join
you
the
know what
group.
I'm saying, to connect with other grief workers, grief practitioners, trauma informed coaches, or maybe even some people who have some amazing podcasts, that is the place. Come and join us, right? We are steadily growing this network. We are international, right? You know what I'm saying, with the people that we know. So tell the people that's tuning in, how did you get into this work? Why are you so passionate about this?
Yeah, well, my journey, I have a lot of losses in my life, and one in particular was in 2015, June. My son-in-law passed away. I'm already choking up. This is part of it, guys. Um, and I saw that before he passed away, he was put in palliative care, and how the service was okay, but it should have been better. And then, the after effects of how he passed away, and the kids, and my daughter, and how grief was handled, then I was like, no, if at some point I see my opportunity, besides being a life coach, get into this aspect of grief, then I want to do that. So I got into a program later on, and yeah, I went into the thanatology course in one of the universities, and it just happened to open probably at the end of the pandemic. So it was an opportunity for me to really dig into this particular work. And I do a lot of pro bono. So I do it
Yeah.
from my heart. Money is not something that I strive for. I mean, we all need money, but if I see someone that needs to have a moment of processing or expressing their grief, I'll sit down with them, and we'll get through it and give
Yeah.
them all the options. And that's another reason why I wrote my current book. I just published it in December. It's called Serenity After the Storm. And in that book, I have most of my, I can't say all because I've lost so many people in my life, my parents, my boyfriend, my son-in-law, like I said, my uncle, my friends. So my dog. Yeah, had all those losses, and the aspect of grief was something always interesting to me, and how we don't process it in life. Although we talk about life coaching, we really don't talk about passing and how to deal with it.
Right. Now, I want to talk to you about. So I want to talk about the different forms of grief, right? You know what I'm saying? The different types. I think a lot of people don't know how to put words to these things, right? You know what I'm saying? Although they experience it, like, Devon was on earlier yesterday, and she's really really into anticipatory grief,
Yeah,
and a lot of people don't even understand that neither, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And that's a very common form of grief that people really don't think about. They're just in the moment with these people. And when we talk about anticipatory grief, the definition is in the name.
Yeah.
It's pretty much, focused around people who have been diagnosed with a terminal illness. Say, for instance, you got a family member or loved one that has terminal cancer, and they've just now went into ICU. Now you're sitting there with your loved one and you're watching them go through this terrible thing, knowing like you're anticipating the inevitable,
Yeah.
right? Which takes you through a totally different journey. And it's almost like fast paced, right? Because you know what's happening. So in some really crazy form, you've already accepted the fact of that your loved one is going to pass away. They're going to transition out of this world.
And the thing there is that there's two people or a couple of people there processing grief, the individual
Right.
that's ill and the family members. So they're all going through their own processing of grief.
Mm-hmm.
And
And you know, here's another form of grief that people don't really understand neither: complicated grief. You know, that is a really, really, that is a really strange grief if you don't understand it.
Yeah.
And it very messy. Like I almost think, aside from sudden loss, a sudden grief, complicated grief is probably one of the more tougher ones to try to grasp around. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it all depends on the complicated grief. They might need a therapist besides a coach. You know, a coach and a therapist can work hand in hand, but if it's really a complicated grief where there's a lot of possibility of trauma behind it, yeah, sometimes we might have a coach and a therapist intervene with that processing of that grief.
Yeah.
So
Now, do you?
Mhm.
I guess when you said that, I was telling somebody, I was doing a podcast with a young lady, and I was telling them, I was like, look, I got 5 different people I go to. Reason being, right? When you think about a therapist, for as us being grief coaches, we carry a lot, right? We carry a lot of people's trauma there, you know what I'm saying, and a lot of their emotions, because, and I could be wrong with this, but I do believe that that majority of us, 99.9% of us, are really, really deep empaths, and we can feel those things when we enter into a room, right? And I do think it's important, you know what I'm saying, when it's just like, it's like going to a doctor, so to speak, right? A therapist may be specialized in one area,
Yeah.
but then you may need someone to help you deal with your mental health, right? You may need someone to help you deal with, your suicidal ideation,
Right. Yeah.
right? You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I encourage people, if you can, get someone who specializes in these different areas.
Yeah.
And I think that's why I fell in love with grief as well.
Yeah.
Watching the different people in those different walks of life that specialize in these different forms of grief and trauma, mental health, and addiction. Like, there's going to be a totally different way to deal with someone who's an alcoholic than you deal with someone who's an heroin addict.
Yes.
Right? You know what I'm saying? You would think that they go hand in hand, but they really don't.
No, they don't.
So what are your thoughts on encouraging people to go out there and seek multiple, a few people that specialize in these different areas?
Yeah. Selecting a coach is not so much like what their niche is or what their specialty is. There has to be some kind of rapport. You have to connect. And besides that, find someone that actually meets your needs. Nobody else knows their needs other than, the client or the individual themselves. They know what they need, more or less. And in finding somebody that's aligned with them will help them even process that even cleaner or sooner, or the whole processing of the coaching will probably be so much smoother. Yeah.
I like that.
So yeah, rapport, empathy. There's got to be some kind of intuitive reactions to each other. There's got to be connection. If you don't have the connection, then just move on to somebody that you actually feel comfortable with.
Yeah. And I totally agree with that. And as you were speaking about that, I was thinking about, the differences between those that have gone to school for this and those who have the lived experience with this, right? There's Now, I don't take nothing away from anyone. I think that if you have the heart and the passion for it, you go for it, right? But take the time to understand, slow yourself down, be receptive to learning different techniques that go along with
Yeah.
your practice,
Yeah.
right? Even if you don't have the lived experience, at least take the time to, one, learn how to hold space, two,
Yeah.
learn how to guide a person through
Exactly.
those different things, but most importantly, have an exit plan for your patient.
Exactly. Yeah.
Someone is going
Yeah.
through something, it's good to have that person on standby,
Yeah.
but you have to be able to get them to a place to where they can find their version of acceptance in the new world that they live in, right? You know what I'm saying? Help them
Yeah.
adjust to what's going on. But again, these are just my thoughts. These are just my thoughts on it.
Yeah, and we as coaches, and especially grief coaches, always should be up to date as to any new procedures, any new findings. I'm constantly learning new things. I'm certified NLP practitioner, so it goes into learning how the brain works and how we do things. So,
Mm-hmm.
in order to help me to understand the client, like why did he or she do this and that, and how some of us are more visual, some of us are more kinesthetic, and learning how to deal with those differences in each individual is also important. So constantly learning new things and being up to date as far as a coach, definitely always
Most
stay
definitely.
on top of that.
I started exploring a new. It may not be new to everyone, but it's new to me, because I find it fascinating. And I put a word to it, and it may be something that's already been around, but I started thinking about community grief because now, when I started thinking about this, I'm looking at the state of the world, right? Now, I'm looking at the state of the world, but I'm also looking at the state of the different communities spread out throughout the world. So not just in the United States, but internationally as well, because we have colleagues all across the world, from Israel, Pakistan, Ukraine, China, Australia, New Zealand, and the
Yeah.
list goes on and on and on, right?
Yep.
And I, when I'm doing podcasting and I'm talking to someone over, say for instance, I'm talking to someone over in Italy, right? And I get to listen to their story.
Yeah.
It goes back to what I said in the beginning, when I first started this and made the discovery that grief was the deepest human connection that you can ever have with someone.
Hmm.
So, coming back full circle, learning this aspect of grief has really opened my eyes in how to expand to reach more people.
Yeah.
And that's where I started thinking about community grief, the shared grief that we go through or see and experience in an individual community that another community may not even know nothing about, but they have their own set of grief that they're experiencing, right?
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on that? Because my thoughts is, if you're in a community that's very reckless in how they deal with the grief and the trauma, the mental health that's going on, that can be a shared thing with each other, right? And can be very detrimental to a person's journey and healing. Ada, I think you froze up on me. So anybody out there, when Ada unfreezes, I'm pretty sure she's going to share thoughts on this. But I'm going to pose that question to the audience as well. If you have any thoughts on this, what do you think about community grief, the shared grief that we have as individual communities? Does it affect other communities, or does it just affect that individual community? But yeah, Ada, what are your thoughts on it? You froze up on me for a bit.
I know. Over here suffering. I'm like, oh, internet. Okay.
No, that's totally fine. But what are your
Yeah,
thoughts on shared communities?
I created a Facebook group based on my book. So I have already started in towards that idea of yours, community, creating workshops online with some of the members. I already started doing that, and I expect that I'm going to continue growing that. I just started a yoga group here in the community center. So I'm seeing how I can bring the discussion of grief to these particular ladies or create a separate workshop just for that. So yeah, I believe totally in creating something for the community so people can have a place to talk. Because sometimes they don't even have family members or anyone that even wants to hear what they have to say. But at least somewhere in the community, somewhere that they can go to, that they can vent and just have someone listen to them. Totally agree. And then a lot of the, like you said, the countries, collective grief is another item that's totally, its own story, where we see grief in other countries and in tragic moments, war, whatever. So, yeah, I can see communities coming together, and especially in the United States, where there's a lot of different groups of people that come from different countries that can join together in a community setting and discuss maybe collective grief or personal grief, or have an area of just talk. Definitely.
I love that. And I think you know, the education part is very vital. There's nothing wrong with going out there and learning something new. And the reason why I say this is because I know some people, they're very adamant about being a specialist in one type, right?
Yeah.
Me, I like to be versatile. I love to learn how to pivot in conversations, but also have the understanding, not just for them, but for myself. Because as someone just like yourself, Ada, that has been in this field for quite some time, I never wanted to limit myself to just one thing. Although I work with men, I do limit myself in that aspect of it, right? And for personal reasons, but and setting boundaries. But when it comes down to men, I can relate to them a lot more because I was the guy on the other end, and having to learn how to articulate the things that I was going through to develop an emotional awareness, but also learn how to regulate my emotions.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is to allow the emotion to take over,
yes,
to understand it and to receive it with the notion of extracting information from, right? I always want to, I don't look at my grief as something that is heavy. I look at it as it's a learning tool.
Yeah.
Right.
Me too.
And yeah. So what do you look? We got a comment up here. The community definitely needs support. Yes, it does. And this is why we do what we do, to be honest with you. This because we know that I don't know if you saw one of the slides I put up earlier on the Global Grief Conference.
Which one?
When we started this, so there's a little section in there that tells how we started this and what the mission statement was.
Oh yeah, I think I saw it. Yeah.
We wanted to, we wanted to serve those communities, those underserved communities, right? And to be able to reach them in a way, right? To let them know that we was here, let them know that these services was here, right? And that there was people that's willing to come meet them where they're at instead of asking them to come meet us where we're at.
Yeah.
But to also offer that versatility of being virtual, right? You know what I'm saying? The access of it.
Yeah.
And that's why we never charged anybody to come to this conference. And that was on me. I said, you know what? I'll take care of this because I want to be able to provide this to our communities for free. You know, you have a phone, you have a tablet, you have a computer, right? You have all of these different things. And we're going to make it real easy for you to tune in, be introduced to some amazing people, and be able to contact them and get that support, you know, widening, opening up the doors for that to be able to happen. That has always been our mission statement, right? And we're always going to stay true to that. We're definitely going to stay true to that. And we want the community to see where we are, who we are, and be able to know what's out there so they can make an educated decision on what they need, right?
Yes.
And the people that we work with, Ada, you know what I'm saying, including ourselves, we've all been heart-centered about this thing. Our goal is to change people's lives one heartbeat at a time. As long as you have a heartbeat, you know what I'm saying, we want to help you find those pathways of healing, right, through servitude. And, you know, and just like Ada said, we don't ask nothing in return. Now, granted, you know, there are people out there that, you know, they need to make a living. If you want us to be able to keep doing what we're doing and stay in business, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's okay, like, you know,
like our goals.
Right,
Join our Facebook book group.
Right, you know, and that's, I think that's a key part to it. And I always ask this question because I'm pretty sure you've heard this exact Ada, exact being Ada. I was talking to a guy one time, and I never asked nobody for anything, right? I won't even let you donate to my nonprofit. You know, if you go to my website and try to hit the donate button, you can't donate money to me. I don't want your money. I really don't. This guy was under the impression that I was doing what I was doing because I was going to ask for money. So in turn, what he did, he got very defensive on me. And what ended up happening was that these words came out. You're just trying to take advantage. You're just trying to take advantage of my grief. And it caught me off guard there for a minute.
Wow.
And I thought about it just within a quick second. I said, well, isn't that what you're trying to do with me?
Huh.
And he stopped for a minute. He goes, well, no. I said, no. Let me ask you a question because you're asking me questions. You want me to be able to provide a service to you. Now, mind you, I never asked a man for money. This is just an assumption, right? And these are the words that came out, and I caught on to it. I said, but that's what you're trying to do to me. He goes, what do you mean? I said, well, you're asking me all of these questions to help guide you along this path to finding healing and things like that. And, you know, you want me to just give it to you. Now, I have no problems with just giving it to you. The information is free. Knowledge is power. Wisdom is powerful, right? You know what I'm saying? I didn't get to where I am. I got here because of the losses and the experience and having to navigate this.
Yeah.
So you're trying to take advantage of the knowledge that I have because you assume that I want something from you. Now, if we back up a little bit and you take a deep breath, remember the conversation that we just had. I never once asked for this. I asked you, how can I be of service to you?
Right.
There's a difference.
Yeah.
And so what do you think about when individuals say that to us, Amy?
It's like one of situations where I was tasked with doing doing a pay it forward. And I'm like, I'm always doing pay it forward. So I found it difficult to find someone to pay it forward to because I was told to go do it. It was so hard. And I'm like, I do it because of my heart. But then when someone told me that it was a task, I'm like, it didn't really sit well with me.
Yeah.
But I always tell someone if I do give them any service or anything, and how then they ask me, how can I pay you? I says, pay it forward. Pay it forward to somebody that needs your assistance in something, or I don't know, a buck or two. You see somebody in the street asking you for money, don't even question it. Just give it to them.
Most
And
definitely.
yeah.
And
So yeah, pay
Maria,
it forward is one part of my.
now Maria just put this up here. She says, "Thank you so much for this, Ada. Are you okay with me referring someone to you if needed to?" The answer, I mean, I can't answer for Ada, but if I know Ada, the answer will always be, of course, yes, hell yes, right? You know what I'm saying? Let's get them the support and the that they need and deserve.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. For you guys that are wondering, Maria is one of the presenters. She was introduced this year and brought into the conference, so she will be presenting.
Next.
Now I
She's the closer.
Yes, she's the closer for the night, you know. And so, you know, I was just thinking about this because she's going to be talking about an amazing subject.
Yes.
And so you got you and I up here, and she loves you, Ada, right? So, you know what I'm saying? She loves the crap out of you. And I want to ask this question to Maria.
I love you too, Maria.
Yeah. I want to ask this question to Maria. Would you like to join us on stage and share your presentation with us and have a deeper conversation with the audience as well as us, right? Maybe share your knowledge with us and be able to participate, and we just run this thing all the way out to the end, you know.
Yeah, I had a presentation, but the PowerPoint didn't pull up. So
I know that sucked, Ada, because I was really looking forward to that. You know what? No, I'm gonna have to beat you up.
I mean, I could touch on it very briefly.
Let's talk about Terrain. Thank you, brother. Thank you for tuning in all weekend. Terrain's been a huge supporter of us as well, man.
It's been on.
Big shout out to Behind the Scenes podcast. You know, Behind the Shades podcast. I'm sorry, and you know what I'm saying. The Terrain has been amazing. You know what I'm saying? The Terrain has been amazing, man. You know, I wasn't able to get our video up today. It's just been full of presentations, man. And you know, it's so hey, I still have it though, brother. I still have it. So I may add it, you know what I'm saying? I may add something in. Yeah, of course. Do you have a full presentation? Would you like to come on up here and you know what I'm saying, do your presentation with us? If not, you know, you got a whole segment by yourself too.
Yeah,
so, you know what I'm saying?
I think that's okay, Maria. I'm just
gonna... she said yes. She said yes. All right. So you know what I'm saying? Let's hey guys, help us welcome you know what I'm saying, Maria to the stage. She's going to share this platform with us. And but this is all about her, man. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna hold this space with her. So huge shout out to her. And you know what I'm saying? Maybe we can have a really, really in-depth conversation about this. All right. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna bring up Maria, let her introduce herself to you. Maria, how you doing?
Hello, everyone. Hi, Ada. Hi, Tony.
Hi.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, of course. Now, before we get started, Maria, introduce yourself. Tell people who you are.
My name is Maria, and I'm an entrepreneur and author, a real estate professional, a mom of 4, a grandmother of 8, a great-grandmother, love animals, painting, reading, fishing is my favorite. The real fishing, you know, where you get your hands dirty.
Yeah.
And that's who I am.
And what are you going to be presenting on tonight?
I'm going to be talking about navigating loss and grief and embracing your own pace. And I'm going to break down the importance of the grief and the different types of losses that we encounter, such as it doesn't stem only from the death of a family, but also other types of losses like your freedom, your health, or dream or gold. I also want to be talking about a little bit about the mental health considerations like the DSM-5 and some of the major mental conditions. And also want to break down Elizabeth Cobbler's model in which she talks about the denial, the anger, the bargaining, the depression, and the acceptance. But I also want to point out that this model from Elizabeth from 1969, it's not used anymore. And I'm going to say the reasons why later on too. And the critics as to why not. And then later on, I'm gonna mention about the alternatives, and I'm gonna mention two of them. One model that is called a task base by James Williams Warden, in which he breaks it down with acceptance, the process, and how to adjust. And the second alternative is by the other model by Robert Niemeyer, in which he talks about the meaning of reconstructing, finding meanings after the loss, and recognizing grief and how it shapes everyone by culture and personal factors. And then I'm going to say 6 different stories, break them down because they're all different and I grieved in different ways. And then later, finally, I'm going to talk about the coping strategies. How does that sound?
Let's do it. Let's lay it out for it. Let's lay it out. Come on. Start it off. This is your segment.
So navigating loss and grief, it's important to embrace that. And like I mentioned before, it doesn't stem only from the death of a family, but it can be from losing a home for either a storm or financial barriers or a car, because once again, you cannot pay for your car. But if you don't pay for your car, you can't go to work. So it takes a toll on you with that. Also, your health, the complexities of your health. If you're going through chronic diseases, how can it deter you from accomplishing these things? So you grieve it because you don't know how to cope with it. So I want to talk about how that can take an emotional turbulence and your emotional and your mental health, and you start getting some psychological outcomes if you don't take care of it on time. So by acknowledging the difficulties of your grief, not only you could help yourself, you could help those around you that might need your help as well. And this could be losing you could lose your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, anyone, but you grieve them all differently because as human beings, we all get attached differently to different people. Do you agree on that? Okay, so losing a home can be devastating because you will lose your sense of security, and you will feel unstable and you will have fear. Losing your health by a chronic health can also make you feel like you're lost, you're alone, and there's no way out depending on what you have, like chronic medical conditions such as multiple sclerosis, lupus, cancer, fibromyalgia, and the frustration that it can take on you. It can take so much frustration and anger and depression. And once again, if you don't take care of it and seek professional help, it can take a toll on you mentally. So of creating and what it does is that it creates barriers and it starts affecting your life completely, especially if you're going through a chronic situation. Me, for example, I have fibromyalgia, Hashimoto's, and hypothyroidism, all three at one time. So I get the brain fog and the fatigue, gastro issues, headache, inflammation, pain joint, muscle spasm, muscle stiffness, and it's very challenging when you have all these dreams and all these goals and you want to do the best of your ability, but somehow you have a flare. But by knowing how to take control of these situations, we can overcome it and once again help ourselves, and in the interim help those around us. And losing the freedom, for example, losing the freedom through an abusive relationship, and how does this happen when they keep you away from your family? When you're in an abusive relationship, they keep you away from your family, your friends, and they even take you the freedom to speak and decide what you want to do in life for yourself. So you're not allowed to do that. And just trying to reclaim your freedom can take a toll on you mentally as well. So, and it comes with emotional scars and mentally emotional outcomes. Also, losing a sheriff goal or a dream. Once again, it could be due to financial instability, or that you lose the ability to accomplish your aspirations. And with that, you start doubting yourself because now you're sick. Now you can accomplish XYZ. And now you again feeling lonely. You don't know what to do. But each loss carries its own complexities, difficulties, and every loss and grief is different. So what about, I also want to talk about, what about the DSM-5? What does it say? What psychologist says? Does anybody know what the DSM-5 is?
No.
For those who don't know, the DSM-5 is the manual used by mental health professionals, which they can diagnose the mental health condition. That's what that is for. And the DSM-5 notes that grieving differs from different cultures and different individuals, because once again, we are all individuals and we are different. But we need to be aware of how severe is your grief, because the DMS5 states that in order for you to be diagnosed that you have a mental health condition, it has to be that you were grieving for a long time, like years of grieving, where you start getting depressed and you can't get out of bed and you can't function. Now at this point, you are completely lost. And this is when you have to seek professional help, because you're not going to be able to function on your own. That is through a therapist or counselor or psychologist. But if you don't want to do that, you can always get the help from individuals such as Ada, right, Ada? I'm pretty sure she will be out there ready to help and give some advice. So what are some of the chronic conditions of grief where you say, okay, you need help now? One of them is called the major depressive disorder, the MDD, in which at this point you start getting depressed and you don't want to get out of bed, you don't want to eat, you don't want to spend time with family, and you neglect your health. So if you see someone grieving in this kind of way, it's not the healthy way. They're gonna need professional help. So it would be nice if somebody steps in and tries to help. Post-traumatic stress disorder is another one. Post-traumatic stress disorder is when usually happens when you have an egregious impact. Someone that you didn't know that they were sick, or an accident happened and that person passed due to an accident, or the person kills themselves in front of you, which later on I'm going to talk about in a story. And also, so they will need help if they have post-traumatic stress disorder, and also adjustment disorder, in which the individual at this point, they start having difficulties coping with everyday life. Like any little change is like, oh my God, I can't do this anymore. And it could be the simplest thing, and they basically drowning in a cup of water because they're having this problem. It's a mental health condition at this moment. So it is important that we address those issues with ourselves if we have that, or those around us. And is anyone familiar with Elizabeth Kubler-Ross model? Yes. Right. All the stages. So the stages are denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. So the denial is when they are in total denial, like they can't believe this is happening. This is really not happening. And at this point, they're not even crying because they don't even believe it at this point. Then it comes anger, when they think it's not fair and they angry, like, why does this gotta happen to me? And how about the bargaining? The bargaining is when, if I only would have spent more time with this person, or I would have felt better if I would have called him, or if I would have visited him in the hospital. So that's when the bargaining comes in. And then depression. And once again, what is depression? Is the severe depression in where you have to go seek help? Or is it just depression because of the situation in which you are going through? So differing those two, it's important. And finally, acceptance, where the person accepted the reality, accepted the loss, grieved, and moved on. Right? But not everybody does that. It's not easy for everybody, and depending on the situation. So Elizabeth Kubler-Ross model, the 5 griefs, was discredited. And the reason why it was discredited is because everybody grieves differently. So you can't go by stage by stage. Everybody grieves differently. Not everybody goes through the same grieving process. So it was not based on facts. Even though it was groundbreaking at the time, it was not. So it was more based on Western cultures, and other cultures were not involved. So that's why it was not valid. But guess what? We do have other models in place, and they have many others, but I'm only familiar with 2 of them. And one of them is the model from J. Williams Warden. His model is called task-based, in which he basically guides the individuals with chronic illnesses to acknowledge their medical issues, and confronting at the same time the reality. So James Williams Warden has 4 key points, and which is accepting the reality, like I mentioned, processing the loss, that is by health or lifestyle or goals or other, and adjusting to work and their medical condition by adapting to new ways to find happiness. And to remember and honor the medical condition, because sometimes we have a medical condition, but there's a God up there and he knows why he gives you the things he gives you. And you might not know what it is. You might think that he's not working, but he is. He's working very strong and he's right next to you, guiding you. He gave you all the tools. We just have to use them. So, and finding strategies to cope with it. And most importantly, not to allow your medical condition to define you. Your medical condition does not define you. And then we have the second model by Robert Niemeyer. Robert Niemeyer has the model that is called the meaning reconstruction. It was developed in 1990, but they're still doing research as early as 2023. And in his model, he tries to have the individuals find new meanings after their loss. And he also recognizes that grief differs from culture to culture and social factors. So it is proven that what I mentioned was true. And I found that later. I was like, is this true? Or am I thinking that I read this? But it was. I looked it up. And then now is when I'm gonna would like to give you my stories, and so you could see how, and they're very sad stories, and I apologize, but in order to make the point across, I needed to say the stories. So, for example, the loss of my mother, she was only 41 years old, and at the time I was only 21 years old. My mother had heart problems, conditions, and she was really unable to get better. Her health declined more and more. And she passed very young, but it was very shocking because my mother was a very happy person. She was the kind of person that you would go to her house and there was always food and dancing and socializing. So when she passed, it took a mental toll on me. And but the way I coped with it and the way I grieved was in a healthy way. I started remembering the times where we lived in the same building, and I lived in one side of the building and it was a long hallway. She will live in the end of the other side of the floor, and I used to cook, she used to cook. And then we used to get together and be like, okay, so what you cook, what I cook, and we would used to exchange plates, our foods. And another way we used to bond together was, and it's funny, we used to act. So, we used to act like we were in soap opera. And I was the mean one. She was the one that always used to be crying. So, the martyr one. But that was the way that we used to bond. And every time I get sad and I think about those memories and I feel better about it. It's my way of coping. Then we have my aunt who passed in her late 80s. She was my maternal mother because she raised me in Puerto Rico to the age of 10 with my grandmother. And she was the type of person that when you're stressed out, you can call her and you could vent with her and she'll listen to you. And if she has to say something, anything that will come out of her mouth will be something positive. It will never be anything negative coming out of her mouth. And she always thought highly of me. So what I did was I concentrated more on finishing that book that she knew I was one day going to write. And even though she's not physically here. I know she sees me somewhere and she's clapping for me and be like, and knows that, and I know that she's proud of me. So knowing and remembering her this way helps me grieve better. And then it comes the loss of my brother, my 16-year-old brother, in which he tragically ended his life in front of me. One day he came visiting and he was on the phone talking to his girlfriend. My son was in the room. I was playing the Nintendo that he let go of it. He was only like 3 years old. And my brother hung up the phone, came towards me, and had a gun in his hand. And I said, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "Nothing." But he takes all the bullets out, and he puts only one bullet. And all I hear is, "I know to which way it goes." And by the time I got up, it was too late. So with that said, after that incident, I ended up in a psychic war. I found out about that after, when one day, all of a sudden, I woke up in somebody else's house. That's how it felt, like if I woke up. And I realized that I wasn't in my apartment. And I took my 3 kids and I was like, I'm going home. What am I doing here? You know? Then later on, people explained to me how I lost my cognitive ability. I was in a psychiatric ward, and from there, that's where I ended up. But I woke up from that, thank God, and it gave me big relief knowing that everybody told me that I used to take great care of my kids no matter what. I didn't talk. I didn't want to eat unless they placed the plate in front of me, and at that, they had to like almost be like forcing me, you need to eat. And this is something that I don't remember. And I went from being depressed, from being angry, because how could he do this to me? That's all what I thought. And then I felt guilty because I'm thinking, how can I think what he did to me when he's not here?
Yeah.
But at the end of it all, I never got to cry. Still to now, it's something that I don't know why. It's stuck. I can't cry. It's not, I thought it was not normal. But since I'm always reading about different things, I was curious. Then why? Why am I not crying? And I found out that the reason for that is because it's a coping mechanism too.
Yeah.
So it's a way of not being hurt. And now I'm okay with that. I just remember the days where we used to bite our cheeks together because we both used to suffer from anxiety. And we always used to be like, oops, like, put your hand down, don't do that. And the times that we used to drink coffee and joke around. And that's how I remember my brother. And that's how I grieved him. I'm okay now with not remembering. I'm content with that now. And the loss of my freedom. That's another one. That's the 4th one. The loss of my freedom when I got together at 13 years old with this abusive man. Once again, my mother was sick, and she confided in this man that was supposed to take care of me and marry me. I was almost 14, 16 days before my 14th birthday. I was arranged to get married with him. I didn't get to get married with him. The church was closed to top it off. I won't be talking much about that now. But this man used to abuse me physically, emotionally, sexually. That's how I ended up having 4 of his children, which I loved dearly, and I will never regret it. And if I have to do it again, I will, because I know those children were the one who kept me doing the right thing all the time, no matter what. I'm grateful for that. But it was hard for me to try to get my freedom. It was devastating trying to get my freedom because I wasn't allowed to move anywhere, to go anywhere without his permission. But I educated myself. I educated myself on different type of topics, from relationships to toxic relationship to what was a covert abuser, a healthy relationship, and all different types of psychological books. And reading these books helped me understand what was a real good relationship, a healthy one. And when he went to jail, I put everything together and I said, I'm not waiting for this man. And I moved on. I went to school. I got my associate. Then later on, I had promotion after promotion until I finally did my bachelor's and so on. But please educate yourself no matter what. I say that the library should have another name. The university, I would call it the University of Knowledge, let me tell you. And the fifth one is grieving my health. Does anybody have any questions about what the stories or anything before I continue?
No, I want to ask questions when you get done though. There's a few things that you said I'm really curious about.
Okay.
To get people's thoughts and opinions on things like that, have a really good discussion about it.
Okay. All right. So the fifth one is grieving my health. I was a very active person at one time in my life. I used to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I still get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, just in different ways now, by the way. Get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and go to the gym. After the gym, come home, take a shower, get ready to go to work. After go to work, I will go to the gym again in the afternoon because I used to love that high that they call it. It used to pump me up for whatever else I had to do. And I used to go hiking with my friends sometimes in the morning at 5 o'clock in the morning and then make it to work. And one time, at one point in my life, I started getting all kinds of pains, aches, fatigue, brain fog, and I couldn't function. I would struggle just to get out of bed sometimes and go from my bed to a chair. But I persevered through all of that, and I forced myself, and I went through different tests until they diagnosed me with fibromyalgia, Hashimoto's, and hypothyroidism. And although I was content, happy that finally they found what I had, it was like, oh boy, and now what? So the worst part of it all is that at this point in my life, I registered to Bay Path University to be a mental health clinician. It's what I really wanted to do. And I was unable to do it because I was doing great. I was the tests, everything was going great until I started having a flare, which my flares can last a while.
Oh yeah.
And one time it was 3 o'clock in the morning. I was supposed to finish the test by 12 midnight. I finished by 3 to find out I failed. And I used to struggle like a lot. Like I would do it. I would come out with good grades, but I would be until like 3 o'clock in the morning, no sleep. Which a lot of people know that if you have these type of conditions, one of the things that you have to do is you have to take good care of your health. You have to eat well. You have to exercise. If you can't do strenuous exercise, you have to do some type of yoga meditation, which that's what helps me. So my husband told me when I saw him the next day, I didn't go to work. I had a migraine. I was crying. My eyes were like swollen. I was like, I can't. I have to send a letter and I have to resign school. I can't spend all this money. You know, I'm not getting any younger. And he looked at me and he said, finish your book. And I looked at him and I'm like, and literally my tears just like dried. And I looked at him and was like, yeah. That's what I'll do. I send a letter to Bay Path University and they send all my money back. Amen. I wasn't expecting that. And used it wisely. And 1 year later, I published my book. So, and the sixth one, the loss of my innocence, when my mother put me with this man. And I had to do research on this because I never understood why is it that I have like this little child in me. And sometimes like with the people I love, I'll act like a little girl. And that just, and I was just curious, like, why do I do these things? And I started doing a research and I actually found out that the reason why I do these things is because I lacked them in my teenage years. And sometimes that emerges, you know, but there's nothing wrong with that as long as you know that you're not a child, you're grown up and you have responsibilities to attend, right? So, and now I'm like, oh, okay, cool. That's okay to act like a little girl sometimes. I like it. So, but not everybody does it for that reason anyway, but I do. And it's funny because I started doing research and Dr. Ariel Schwartz is a clinical psychologist who actually deals with this type of inner child coping mechanisms. So I found that out with Dr. Ariel Schwartz. That was very interesting. And once again, I cherish all these things right now. And the way I would tell people that they can try to cope with their problems, their grief, is by allowing themselves to feel better, is give yourself permission to experience the loss and your emotions without judging yourself. Take your time, take in grieving as much as you want, as long as you know that you're doing it in a healthy way and you could move on. But if you see that you need help, like I said, seek professional help, take care of yourself, eat well, drink plenty of water, vegetables, protein, do yoga, meditation, Tai Chi. All of those things will help you in the grieving process and create new memories. Start creating new memories with the people you have now with you. Tell them you love them. Tell them you will be there for them. And let's just embrace every moment of our grief and keep those loved ones in our memories and in our hearts. Thank you. Any questions?
I'm going to say thank you.
Thank
That
you.
was beautiful.
I don't see any in the comments.
There was a lot of comments in there. No questions though. So, you know, we're going to open it up with the questions there. But saying again, such an inspiration. Thank you for the presentation. That was beautiful. You know what I'm saying? And I'm glad that you joined us at this year's Global Grief Conference 2025. You know, and that was a really, really beautiful addition. So thank you, Ada, for inviting Maria, and hopefully we can get you come back again. And I wanted to, you know, since maybe there's people out there that have some questions as well, you know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna let Ada start off with this because I wanna think about it. You said a lot of beautiful things that I have questions about. I just want to get your opinion on it. And I think part of that is just because I'm a podcaster as well, and I love asking questions. I love diving deeper into a lot of topics. I love talking with people about grief. I love this thing. As anybody know me, they know this is my first love. So I'm gonna let Ada start it off first, and see if she has any questions and things like that.
No, not really. Me and Maria have spoken about her journey, so I understand where she's coming from, and I salute her for all the courage and the bravery that she showed throughout her journey and in surviving a lot of the stuff. And she's still moving along. And like I mentioned before, education is something that we do not stop, no matter how old you are. Continue educating. And I know she just she enrolled in a coaching academy. Excuse me. So she continues to learn, and she's in a lot of the communities that I'm in, and everything in those communities are about lifting people up and educating and making us better than we were yesterday. So
I love that.
Yeah.
Love that. And I want to touch on something that you said earlier, because I've always found these different aspects of grief very, very fascinating. The first one that you mentioned earlier in your presentation was relationship grief. And, one of the things that I've always experienced, especially with working with men, is that in relationships, and I just want to get your thoughts and opinion, and and see what you think about this, because when people enter into these relationships with these individuals, especially if they have not fully healed and they're still grieving, there can be a challenge of opening up, or having the perception of opening up, and pretty much sabotaging relationships, right? Because when you're fresh into one, you still have the scars and the memory of the last one, right? And so if an individual has not healed or even thought about these things, they enter into these relationships, and the person that they are trying to become intimate with, they do something which can in turn cause a trigger, right? And that can spread a lot of control. And then we all know how this goes. They begin to go, see, I knew you was just like the last one, a lot of finger pointing and things like that. Now, I could be wrong. These are just things that I've seen. What are your thoughts about this? Hold on, before you answer that, we do have a question from Shy over on Instagram. They said they have a curious question. They have attended bereavement support groups. There's a handful of people still attending even after 11 years. There's something she's not doing, or how is the support? I'm gonna give my opinion on that, and then I'm gonna let the panel answer that as well. Okay, there's nothing that she's not doing. Grief has no time limit. Okay, look, I encourage people, do what is necessary for you. And the reason why I say this, I grieved my dad. My dad's been gone almost 20 years. My brother's been gone the same. Okay. My grandmother's been gone almost 30 years. I still grieve her as well. Her children still grieve her. Right? Grandma, Big Mama, all of them, it's the relationship that you have with them. Every year, look, just because you go through years and years and years and years does not mean that it does not have the same effect on you. You just, over a period of time, learned how to cope with it in different ways. Now, just because a person is in a bereaved group for X amount of time does not mean that the facilitator is doing anything wrong. Maybe, think about this for a minute. Maybe the individual that's attending a group finds joy in being in the group because they're still surrounded by individuals that can relate to what they're going through. And that's not a bad thing. Look, I've been grieving my son 10 years. Every time an anniversary comes around, I feel it. Every time a holiday comes around, I feel it. And I realize this is a forever thing. I know she probably doesn't talk, and that's okay too. Our goal as being the people that support these individuals is to continually hold space. Maybe, think about this for a minute, Shai. Maybe you're keeping that person from taking their life. Think about that for a minute. It changes the way that you look at things. Maybe they come because you're their saving grace. Maybe they love seeing your face. They don't have to say anything. Maybe they still haven't put these things together yet. Our job is to keep walking with them. That means a lot more to a person than anything else. Now, again, this is just my thoughts, my opinions on it. I want to lay that question out to the panel. What do you guys think? Maria, I'll ask you. What do you think?
I think that everyone is going to take their time, like I said before, grieving. Everyone is going to grieve differently, and it's like I said, as long as you know that it's not interfering with your daily life, it's okay. Like you said, how many years you've been grieving? Many years, but you're not sabotaging your health. You're not harming yourself, and you're not harming others. So that's my great opinion about that. And I'm pretty sure everyone feels differently, and that's okay. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, and you know, when it comes down to grief, it all depends on the individual. It really does, because you don't know their day-to-day life, right? And it makes it challenging when you see people go through these things and we ask those questions. Why are they still grieving? Why are they still this way? I've been told these things before. I really honestly have. Ada just dropped out on us. Maybe she'll come back. There you are. I want to get your thoughts on this, Ada. I want to get your thoughts on this. Oh, she froze up. Ada, you're going to stop freezing up on us. That's what you want. Yeah. You're back. She ain't back. She's still freezing up. Hey. Oh, there she is. She's blinking out. I see you. Was you pretending? I think you was pretending to try to keep me from asking.
I'm trying to listen because you're cutting in and out, and I'm like, I can't make out what they just said.
Oh, I don't know. It's been hopefully I said some clear things. But with the question that was just asked, what are your thoughts on that? Maybe. Okay, she froze up on us again. That's okay. That's quite all right. But hopefully that answers your question, Sean. When it comes down to this grief thing, just like love never ends, nor does grief, right? Grief is selfish in a lot of ways. Oh, don't be sorry. Grief is selfish in a lot of ways. That's why I tell people, when grief shows up, it's very demanding of you. It's demanding of your time. It's demanding of your mental. It's demanding of your emotions.
Yes,
grief is selfish because it doesn't want to share you with other people.
No.
Right? Now, there's a difference. Grief, we want to share our grief with other people. But the individuality, the individualness of the experience of grief doesn't want to share you with other individuals.
Yeah.
It's selfish.
Yeah.
Right. It's very personal. Right. You know what I'm saying? You know what? That could be true too. Maybe that individual needs a person and not a group. We don't know. maybe they're doing what they need to do, and maybe the group is what they need.
Yeah.
People get to determine that on their own. It's
Exactly.
not for us to influence people in that way. Now, we
No.
do encourage people to get therapy, but maybe they're not comfortable in there. Maybe their comfortability is a community, right? You know what I'm saying? And it's something that's forgotten across the world, except for in Eastern cultures, like, you know what I'm saying, tribes of Africa, the Mayan tribes, right? You know what I'm saying? These things are cultural. Maybe, just maybe, she's looking for that community. Maybe she found that community.
Yeah.
Let her do what she needs to do, right? You know what I'm saying? No matter how long it takes or what it looks like, allow that individual to still be a part of that community. Yes, I know, you feel that pain. She cries in a session but never talks. That's a great indication that pain is deep. Support her, please. Just support her. Allow her to do what she needs to do. At least she's crying.
Mm-hmm. We need to cry.
Yeah, she needs to cry, right?
Yeah.
I was just listening. Okay, here's a question. How does it feel to talk about your life with others and publish your book? I think that was directed to you, Maria.
Well, that feels amazing to me because through my book, I can help others grieve and overcome adversity. And if they read my book, they'll see all the tragic things that I went through my life, but I persevered through it. And I educated myself in the interim that I was going through all those egregious moments in my life. I was able to find positivity in my life and move forward in a positive and healthy way.
I like that. I got a question. And I started thinking about this, and as crazy as it may sound, I think there's people out there that's addicted to grief. What I mean by this, because this is a totally different perspective, but I think, if you really think about the logic behind it, because there's some people that will do things to cause grief in their life, right? But they will do it over and over and over and over again. You know what I'm saying? No matter the situation. Some may call it narcissism. Maybe they're just addicted to the feeling of, maybe they're addicted to the feeling of grief. Maybe there's some people out here that's all they've ever known.
It could be
very interesting.
It's a pattern.
Right. It's a pattern, right? You know what I'm saying? Maybe there's some people out here addicted to it because
it's a pattern.
Maybe it's the only way they know how to feel. Maybe that's the way that they feel love, because grief is just love with no place to go.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Maybe if we looked at things in a different perspective and shined a light on it, maybe we can start to look at things in a different perspective. Like, you know what I'm saying maybe this person is doing this because that's the only thing that they've ever felt, right? And when they begin to feel a little bit better, maybe the feeling is such a foreign feeling that they have to go out and intentionally sabotage relationships with individuals.
Yeah.
Right? In order to get that feeling again. I'm just thinking.
Now you're gonna have me do some more research about the being addicted to grief. I can't stay with that one now. I might have another speech.
Well, so Shai just said something, right? Now, here's something to add to that. This could be something to explore. Shai says her mother feels safe when she is miserable. Think about that for a minute.
Say that again.
Shai says her mother feels safe when she is miserable.
Because that's a pattern that she knows.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Maybe it's like a drug addict looking for a fix.
Yes.
maybe, maybe that's the thing.
Yeah, that's
There's
something
people
that
in the
she
world like that.
went through and
Yeah.
associated that feeling with that particular pattern of life.
Yeah. I mean, I do believe that that could be a thing. And again, my mind, as someone who will forever be a student of grief, and it fascinates me so much when I see people doing certain things. I go, this person is about to sabotage this. Maybe they're addicted to the feeling of feeling it. Something to explore, something to
Yep.
look at. Maybe it's not
Yeah.
even a thing. Maybe this is just me just thinking the way that I do, right? But
No,
I'm always
you're onto something. You're onto something. It's been studied. It's not just grief. It could be any emotion. If you're used to feeling safe in a certain situation, like what else is involved that makes you feel safe? So it could be a pattern.
that gives a whole different perspective on how to look at people, and it changes how we can approach those individuals. Because if that's the thing, then and that's an addictive feeling for individuals, then we have to look at it depression or anxiety. How much of it is self-inflicted in order to get the feeling? Right? What if somebody is okay, let's use something more practical. Let's think about the individuals that are addicted to the abusive nature of people, right? Relationships and things like that. Like men and women alike will find people that will treat them bad to have an excuse to play a victim. Maybe that's a thing, but and they know that this is not the proper way to do it, but it's a pattern. They keep repeating it over and over and over again. You know what I'm saying? And they're constantly seeking that out in different ways from different individuals. I don't know. Just something I was thinking about.
That could be because that's all they know. Once again, we're going back to that's all they know. So what you don't know, you can't do anything about it. I think that's the main reason is they don't know. Like just like when you don't know what is for example, going back to when I was 13 years old. Okay, later on I found out what's a real relationship, but in my state, to me that was normal until I started reading about it.
Mm-hmm.
It was normal, and I would believe the things that they would tell me, like, you brought it upon yourself, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
But not until I educated myself. The same with grief. Not until you educate yourself. Sometimes you might not even understand certain things. Like me, I just found out that the reason why I act like a little child, there's research out there that shows that I am lacking something. I lack something in my life, and that's why it emerges. So it could be that they are addicted, but that's all they know.
Should I just put a couple more comments up here? And as we begin to close out today, what I'm saying, in this year's Global Grief Conference 2025. First of all, I want to say thank you guys for keep tuning in every day that we've been doing this. What I'm saying, it's been amazing. And this is a perfect way to add education to people, to everybody out there. And I appreciate the comments and the questions that are coming in. There's one that came in on YouTube. I want to put this one up here. Since you were 6, the mother physically abused you up until you were 17. And so you assume that it was her emotions. Now that can go pretty deep. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You said grief turned to you. Now, that can go pretty deep. And the reason why I say this is because that's intergenerational trauma. That trauma was passed on to her. See, these are learned behaviors. Yes. So maybe it didn't stop with her mother or start with your mother. That started before that started with her parents. And maybe that was passed down from parent to,
Yeah.
It was passed down. That's passed down, right? You know what I'm saying? But the beautiful part about it is that you acknowledge it, and you can actually break that curse without it being passed on to someone else.
Yeah, to the next
Right?
generation.
You know what I'm saying? So, and what I mean by that, maybe you can't blame your parents for what they did, but you can stop it.
What they did.
You can stop you can end it with you.
Right.
Right. You know what I'm saying? And that's a good thing. You survive childhood abuse. And you know what I'm saying? So make a conscious decision, discipline yourself so you don't pass it down to others. This is how generational traumas end. It stops and ends with us once we become aware. Knowing is the key to it. Wisdom is the power, right? You know what I'm saying? No, you're fine, Elena. Let me put this up here so everybody can see it. Yes. Is there any advice you, Maria, can give on perseverance, an easier way to handling goals and milestones?
Repeat the question.
I'm gonna put it up here so you can read it.
Okay, yeah. Let me see if I go to the. Okay. Well, the best way to do that is by educating yourself. The perseverance is gonna come in the interim that you're going through whatever that is that you're trying to accomplish. So my first step is don't give up, keep trying no matter what. If you fall, get back up. We don't start running, we start crawling before when we born. We start crawling before we run. So just keep that in mind. You will get a long way like that. Go a long way.
Nice. Hopefully that answers the question, Elena. For the panel, do you guys have any departing words before we close out this year's Global Grief Conference 2025?
Can I mention one more thing and to close it up and give my information out since I didn't get to do that?
Yes. Please.
So if anyone is interested in purchasing my book, Fighting All Battles into Success, where I break it down of all my successes and my struggles, you can reach me on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and also my email at carrionmaria619@gmail.com or my website at www.mariacarrion.com.
Nice. Ada?
Yeah, I want to tell everyone thank you. Thank you for coming again.
Thank you.
Year. And I hope to see a lot more happening next year. So we have a lot of work to do, Tony, until next year.
And we already got majority of the presenters, even some new faces that are wanting to join next year. So next year we're gonna have some more fun, man. We're gonna definitely.
Yeah, I gotta plug my book, Serenity After the Storm.
That's right.
My memoirs of how I managed all the grief in my life, what I did. There's a lot of holistic. It's a holistic guide. You got some yoga poses, face yoga poses. I also discuss grounding meditations and stuff that's going to be good for you. If you need to use it, it's there, the variations of things, and maybe there's one thing or two that you can use. So, and I can be found on Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram by my name, Ada Malave. And I am available. Just DM me if you have a question, any concerns. I'll be happy to answer you.
Nice.
And Tony, thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for attending.
Thank you.
I want to do a huge shout out to Heat Detector.
His baby, his grandkids coming home.
Q and Snotty, you know what I'm saying, for adding in the games that we played throughout the conference as well. You know, huge shout out to all the presenters that are there. If you missed any of the presenters, or maybe you've seen them, they did leave their information there as well. So go back and check it out. Also, you know, huge shout out to Ada. You know, she was the creative mind behind the scenes, putting all the materials and stuff together, and everything. And of course, I'm Tony Lynch, and you know, I am the founder of Memories of Us, Men's Grief Support. You guys can find me on Instagram as Men's Grief Support. You can follow me on Facebook as Tony Lynch, or you can, if you're a practitioner, please come join. You're looking for a place to come join in the Global Grief Network, right? We're still growing. We're still looking for people in mental health, trauma recovery, grief, all different forms of
community. Yeah.
We're building a community over there, which is soon to be an app. So, you know what I'm saying, you guys want to be a part of something big and be a part of, you know, reaching more people. The app's going to be the place that we put together with your information so people can find you. It's going to make it easier to connect with people and for people to connect with you. And also, you know, I'm an author, so if you guys are interested, Men Grieve Too is on Lulu.com. You know what I'm saying? This is my book. So look up Tony Lynch on Lulu.com. Get your copy of it. And
what about the magazine?
The magazine, I'm about to start pumping that out. So I am the founder of Grief Talk Magazine, the first and only magazine dedicated to grief, trauma, and mental health. You know what I'm saying? This is we feature articles, events, podcasts. So if you're ever looking for resources, that is going to be the place that you want to look for. Okay, you know what I'm saying? So we're about to start that back up. I've been so busy here lately, and I have articles upon articles that I need to put in there as well. Also, Relentless. I'm also a #1 best-selling author. Relentless, empowering stories of overcoming adversity. Big shout out to my friend, my brother, Nelson Belzajar. He's the one who helped us put this together.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nelson is awesome.
Yeah, Nelson's in one of my communities as well.
Yeah. Hey, Nelson's been my brother from another mother for a long time, man. He gave me my first opportunity to be an author. But also, if you guys would like to, I'm not saying, you know, but if you'd like to, go subscribe to my YouTube channel, Grief Let's Talk About It podcast. And because I do daily podcasts, and you know, having conversations with people is my thing. You know, also the podcast serves many other purposes as well. The people that I talk to actually are in the field of grief, trauma, mental health, addiction, and things like that. So if you're looking for support, please go back in there and check them out. You know what I'm saying? But most importantly, guys, you know what I'm saying, maybe you know someone who's struggling. Direct them and point them in the right direction. Let us give them a hand up. Allow us to walk with them in their darkest moments. And with that being said, people, thank you so much. This is going to close out this year's Global Grief Conference 2025.
Thank you.
A lot of respect, guys. We're going to see you guys at next year's. We got more coming. All right. Love you. Mwah. Catch you guys later.